Yeah, that's what she's doing, right?
Good evening, Santa Monica. We are starting the February 22nd, 2023 special meeting of the Santa Monica City Council. It says here I'm supposed to ask you all to put your phones on vibrate. So please put your phones on vibrate. We are going to begin with the Pledge of Allegiance, and I was informed by Mayor Pro Tem Negretti that she has never led us in the Pledge of Allegiance. We are going to remedy that now. Mayor Pro Tem Negretti, will you lead us in the pledge?
We're going to sing it. Is everybody ready?
All right.
I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. We'll have a roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Zwick.
Here.
Councilmember Parra.
Here.
Councilmember Brock.
Here.
Councilmember Terosas.
Here.
Councilmember De La Torre.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Negrete.
Here.
And Mayor Davis.
Here. We are all here. Thank you all for attending on this unusual Wednesday meeting. I believe we will call the first and only item, Madam Clerk.
It is a study session on implementation of the sixth cycle 2021 through 2029 housing element programs.
All right, and before we begin, I want to make a couple of comments. First, as this was continued from the prior meeting, we will have no public comment here tonight, although I'm sure you all received the voluminous written comments as I did, so we certainly have heard from our community. The second thing is I want to sort of give a layout of how we're going to go this evening, so we're all on the same page. We have a lot to get through, and I want to facilitate going through it with respect for everyone's time and energy. So we're going to sort of break it up into two sections. We're going to hear from staff with regards to what they have considered to be what we'll call Section 1, for lack of a better term. That's about as creative as I can get on a Wednesday evening. At the conclusion of staff's presentation, everyone should be prepared to ask all their questions about that portion of the staff presentation and that portion of the staff presentation only. If you're wandering off onto other things that might be part of what you think is coming in Section 2 or something else you're worried about, we're going to put that off till later. So ask your questions about Section 1. Then what we will do is we will go through the items that will be identified for our consideration in Section 1. Again, we are going to focus on the items that staff is asking us to address very specifically. So, for example, and I don't have it in front of me right this second, but the first item is going to be a question about Program 1F. We're going to have a discussion about Program 1F, see if we come to consensus. If we don't come to consensus, then we'll take a straw poll. Then we'll move on to Program 1J, that sort of thing. So we're going to do that so that we all stay focused on what the issue is and we're not wandering around on 14 different items. When we get through all of that, we will, assuming that we have not taken all night to do that, take a brief break so everyone can catch their breath. We will then move into Section 2. We will follow the same procedure where there will be questions of staff. We will then focus on the specific questions staff is asking us, going through them again one by one. So we will only have discussion on one item at a time. At the end of that, because I'm sure you all may have other things you want to discuss, we will then discuss any council member issues that they want to raise. I want to be very clear that they have to relate specifically to the item before us tonight, which is the potential changes to the zoning plan, the land use and circulation element, the downtown community plan. We're not going to debate the philosophy of the housing element tonight. Been there, done that. So at the end of it, there will be an opportunity for anyone to raise any issues they want to regarding that. If you have specific changes you want to propose or whatever, staff will of course be available to answer questions about that, and then we will take those items again one by one. So I want to do this in a very orderly fashion so everyone is aware of what we're talking about. To that end, I want to point out that you have been given an agenda from the city clerk's office that includes a listing of the various questions that staff is asking us to address. And so we will go through that. They're also listed, the PowerPoint handout is also in front of you, so you can take notes there as well. So I want to be respectful of everyone's time, staff's, our time, and so we're going to really try and go through this in a very orderly, disciplined fashion. And so I just want everyone to be aware that if, for example, while we're in the question section, if you're not asking questions but you're making comments, I will say, no, we're in questions time. Please don't take it personally. I'm just trying to maintain some order. My obsessive compulsive disorder is going to come out tonight. So with that, I will turn it over to staff and we will begin.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm very pleased to be here with you tonight on the implementation, housing implementation study session. I'll be beginning with an introduction, and I'll be turning over to Rachel Kwok and Ross Furman, who are going to walk you through the implementation programs and the details. So tonight we're focusing on the implementation of the housing element programs that have commitments to implement by October 15th, 2023. Those that are most relevant to housing production, so it's very much intertwined. And of course, we also have to update our zoning code and our general plan for consistency with existing state law that is already in effect. So these are sort of what we call the must-dos, in terms of the housing element implementation. As the mayor indicated, we're going to break up this presentation into the first part, so parts 1 and 2, and then 3 and 4. So the first part you're looking at here is going to be about streamlining and rezoning programs. The discussion will circle around 11 key policy questions that we've outlined for the council. We've highlighted these because they were really issues that came out of the Planning Commission's discussion, but they either sort of differ from prior council direction or, they're sort of like brand new issues that we have never discussed with the council before. So we're really trying to get affirmation on council's policy direction, on how to proceed with implementation of those things. So in the first part, there are 6 policy questions, and in the second part, there are 5 policy questions. So why implement the housing element? It was certified, as you all know, on October 14th, 2022 by the state. It does represent the city's contractual commitment to the state to implement the housing element program. So it represents Santa Monica's commitment to say, these are the things that we're going to be doing. We are in compliance right now, but it is possible to fall out of compliance if we do not implement the housing element programs by the deadlines cited in the housing element. So the way the housing element works is there's programs, and then it lists sort of like a deadline by which you actually have to implement those programs. If we don't meet those deadlines, it is possible to fall out of compliance, or if you don't implement them at all, you can also fall out of compliance. The Planning Commission had a very robust set of discussions around the housing element implementation from October through February of this year. They held about, I think it was like 9 study sessions. And while the commission ultimately voted 5-0 with 2 absent to recommend that the council adopt the proposed amendments in compliance with the housing element, so everything was aligned with what the commitments were in the housing element, they did have a very, very robust discussion around this issue of upzoning the neighborhood commercial zone and not further upzoning the Bergamot area plan. So that was their final recommendation. But because it was such a significant part of their discussion, and of course we've seen a lot of public comment around this issue, we wanted just to present that information to you tonight, as just a background as to, where the discussion went. And, we actually went the extra step of consulting with HCD just to understand, the process if there was interest in amending the housing element to sort of address this issue. So to that end, there were consultation phone calls with HCD, the HCD reviewers, who looked at our housing element in December of 22, and then very recently in February as well. And really, we were focusing on trying to understand what is the process to amend the housing element and how would HCD review a potential amendment. So starting with how would they review an amendment? Essentially, it's been a few months since they've looked at our housing element. They've looked at hundreds of others, since then. So, not all of the details are there. So this is more generally speaking. So the review would focus not on opening up the whole housing element. It would focus on, what we brought forth to them in terms of the questions that are being asked in specific areas that are being proposed for amendment. And it would be viewed through the lens of total housing capacity. Basically, this is like, are you meeting your RHNA? Impacts on the suitable sites inventory, again, related to the RHNA. Distribution of housing capacity across the city. So, that was a big part of their review was, are you over concentrating it in one area, at the expense of another? That was a very key part of the review. And then finally, affirmatively furthering fair housing, which is a brand new concept for housing elements in this cycle. And everybody was learning together, about how to implement it, but certainly, that was a very, very significant part of the review, particularly in a city like Santa Monica that is considered, kind of like a very high or highest resource area. And so they, had a significant amount of the review was focused on that. When it comes to AFFH, the review is not solely about meeting just your capacity or arena. It's very much about opening the possibility of new housing choices in high opportunity areas. So, what that means in concrete terms with the housing element, over the last 3 years, we've sort of been through the ringer in terms of discussing upzoning R1 and different options, of doing that. Is it adding extra units? Is it, what are we doing to open new opportunities? So, and ultimately where it landed was, you see the dispersion of kind of increasing the possibility of housing, not saying that it's going to happen, but the opportunity for housing to happen in areas of the city that, maybe have never historically seen housing production in any sort of significant way. So their review would look at, any standards that would be imposed would not be a new constraint on housing production. And, in terms of the NC zone, what we do know is the existing standards are not supporting housing. They're quite low, and that might be considered a continued constraint on housing. In terms of the process to amend the housing element, HCD can provide kind of like preliminary technical assistance. That's very similar to the process that we worked through with them when we prepared the draft originally. It was a series of consultations back and forth of like, hey, what do you think about this idea? Give us some feedback on that. But, they don't really give sort of like confirmed, yes, something's okay until they sort of, see the details of a proposal. So the response is only as good as the details that are, given to them. But it is entirely possible, to provide a letter to HCD detailing, requesting technical assistance on a potential proposal to revise the certified housing element. On the phone call, they said, they'd be happy to take a look at that. And there's no sort of commitment on timing. They would try to target 30 days, but they're also into like another cycle of housing element review up in the Bay Area. So it depends on, review capacity and what have you. So there's sort of no promises of a deadline, and there's not something in state law that requires them to, respond in a certain time frame. So that would be probably like a first preliminary step, and if they thought something was okay, or, we got some decent feedback about that, then the formal process to amend the housing element, this would be, the timeline is sort of varies dependent on, additional requests for information and analysis. We can only draw from our past experience in preparing, 2 or 3 drafts of the housing element, that there is a tremendous amount of back and forth requests for data, analysis, information, rewriting of sections, representing data and what have you, that can be an extensive process. So, you can see here sort of, I would say, like 6 steps, to sort of get to a point where HCD could, to review like a red line of a draft. So starting if council provided direction to staff to prepare a revised draft, we would then need to assess compliance with the California Environmental Quality Act, or CEQA, which is pretty normal, just to understand like the impacts of that and whether we would have to prepare additional documentation. Staff would prepare a revised draft. And as I said, just drawing from our prior experience, it was a pretty extensive process due to the multiple consultations and requests for information. And then the revised draft would be presented to the Planning Commission. That is optional. It's not required by the zoning ordinance, but it is a step, that we could take. And then the revised draft reviewed by the council. We would need the council's permission, obviously, to submit a revised draft to HCD. And then once that was submitted to HCD, they would have 60 days to review that draft. It's important to note there's no guarantee that HCD would issue what's called a draft in compliance letter, which is saying, your draft is substantially in compliance with housing element law after that first review. They may come back with like, we reviewed it, it seems like it meets some, but here are some issues you need to address. So that iterative process could continue, and every time you submit, it's like another 60 days, or they have up to 60 days to review it. If at some point HCD does issue that draft in compliance letter, then, very similar to the process that we undertook in September and October, right? Then you present that draft to the Planning Commission. At that point, that is a required step in the process because you are then, asking for the formal recommendation of the Planning Commission to the council. And then council would adopt that revised element, and then HCD would then again have up to 60 days to actually certify that revised adopted housing element. So that sort of lays out like kind of the process, that would be undertaken in terms of if there was interest in pursuing an amendment to the housing element. Now, what does it mean to fall out of compliance? If we were to miss deadlines, or to not implement the housing element, in accordance with our commitments, the immediate consequence is, certainly a reopening of the potential for filing for builders' remedies projects. We would, again, not be eligible for funding for affordable housing as long as we're out of compliance. And then in terms of longer term consequences, it's really sort of around SB 35, if we're not producing actual units, because we haven't done the rezoning or, what have you. That's sort of something that is already baked into state law. And obviously at any time the state can seek judicial relief and impose penalties and fines on the city, if we sort of start falling out of compliance from our certified housing element. So that's just an overview, of where we've been, where we're here, and kind of, explain to you the amendment process. I will now turn it over to Rachel, and you can see here, this is the chunks that we're going to do. So you can see the first two, the streamline process and the rezoning is what you're going to hear about in a moment. And I now have Rachel go through the streamline process.
Thank you, Jane. Rachel Kwok, environmental planner at the City of Santa Monica. So as Jane mentioned, tonight we're breaking these into kind of 4 buckets of programs. The first bucket that I'll be going over is the programs that are for streamlining housing projects, basically streamlining the processing of these housing projects. The first program that we have is program 1A, which is in the housing element and calls for the by right approval of housing projects. So what this program would do is make permanent the processing thresholds that's currently in our interim zoning ordinance. And this interim zoning ordinance is due to expire in May. And so what the amendments in the zoning ordinance would do is make by right approvals, meaning no public hearings for 100% affordable housing projects, moderate income housing projects, and this is in accordance to state law. Housing projects that were previously identified in the fifth cycle housing element that includes at least 20% of units as on-site affordable. Those would be subject to by right administrative approval. In addition, we would make a new category of streamlined housing projects. And for this category, we're proposing that for housing projects that are outside of the downtown, If you meet the definition of a housing project on parcels less than 1 acre, this is consistent with prior city council direction that you would be processed administratively. And for downtown, housing projects that do not exceed 90,000 square feet would also be processed administratively. And this is consistent with prior city council, and we'll get to a policy question we have on the definition of streamlined housing project in a moment. But what this housing program also does is require a community meeting process as well as the posting of decisions online. That would be included as a requirement in administrative processing of housing projects. So as I mentioned, in the implementation of this program, you'll see that there are two definitions that are for your consideration. The first is a definition of a housing project, which is based on the definition that's in the Housing Accountability Act. What this definition is based on the HAA. It states that any project that are consisting of residential units only, residential projects that are transitional supportive housing are considered housing projects. In addition, they have this definition that mixed-use developments that consist no more of 33% non-residential are considered housing projects. And so our proposal is that projects meeting this definition of a mixed-use housing project with no more than 33% non-residential would receive the increased FAR in height under the rezoning. However, they would be subject to a public hearing, meaning they would be processed through a development review permit. Now, to provide a local incentive to ensure that a project provides more residential, we're proposing a different definition of a streamlined housing project. And this is a definition that originally came from the Downtown Community Plan adoption process. What this definition would do is establish that a mixed-use project that has no more than 25% non-residential and less than 1 acre outside of the downtown would be subject to an administrative approval, meaning that if you're a housing project that's on the mixed-use boulevard, and you have no more than 25% non-residential and you're less than 1 acre, you would be administratively processed and you would have no public hearing. Within the DCP, it's a little bit different, and this is consistent with prior council direction. And the DCP, the streamlined housing project with no more than 25% non-residential, but it would be limited to a project size of 90,000 square feet. So this differs within the downtown and outside of the downtown. So if you qualify for the definition of a streamlined housing project, you would also receive the increased height and FAR. However, you would not have a public hearing. So our policy question to council tonight is whether or not you would want a consistent definition of a housing project for the downtown and for the rest of the city, meaning that a housing project, no matter where you're at, if you're on the boulevards or if you're in the downtown, if you have no more than 33% non-residential, you would be considered a housing project and you're treated the same. You would get the higher height and FAR. Now, if you're voting no on this policy question, it means that on the boulevards, you're limited to 33%, but within the downtown, you're limited to 25%. There's no real reason to differentiate, have two definitions. Staff's opinion is that, and Planning Commission's recommendation is that you make a consistent definition for the city. And so I could either stop here or we can move forward and come back to these policy questions.
We're going to go through all of part one. I want to remind council members you can ask questions about this and the other policy questions when we get to the end of this, but I'd like to make it so that we can get through all of these,
Right.
and then we'll hopefully move forward.
Okay, appreciate that. So the second definition, as I mentioned, there's a definition of the housing project, and there's a separate definition of a streamlined housing project. And the definition of a streamlined housing project simply means that you provide more residential floor area, so therefore you're subject to administrative approval, no public hearings. And so what staff is asking is whether or not you want to keep the existing definition of a streamlined housing project the same in the downtown. Currently, the downtown, we have a definition of up to 25% non-residential floor area, and that would qualify for an administrative approval. And so voting yes means there's no change, and streamlined housing projects citywide are treated the same. No means that you would give us direction to create a new percentage of non-residential floor area for the downtown. It becomes a little too confusing in terms of implementation, which is why Planning Commission and staff's recommendation is to have a consistent definition of a streamlined housing project, limiting it to 25%. Similar to that, with the streamlined housing project definition, it is limited currently to project sizes that are 90,000 square feet or less. This differs from the city-wide, as I mentioned before, which is the 1 acre. So currently, right now, the prior council's direction was that the DCP limit streamlined administrative approvals to housing projects that are 90,000 square feet or less. Planning Commission's recommendation was that we make it citywide, consistent, and revise it to 1 acre, consistent with the rest of the city. Staff did an analysis of what that means if we were to change that threshold to 1 acre, and we found that there's really no parcels within the downtown, there's only 20 parcels within the downtown that are 1 acre or more. None of these are on the suitable sites inventory, meaning they're sites like the Vaughan sites, which are already approved for development. There's the Miramar site, Santa Monica Place Mall sites, and those sites are not on the suitable sites inventory. Meaning that if we were to change it to 1 acre, it is highly unlikely that we would ever really see a project in the downtown that's 1 acre or more. So our policy question to you is whether or not you want to change that threshold, the streamlined housing project definition threshold from 90,000 square feet to 1 acre. This 1 acre, as I mentioned before, is what is being implemented in the rest of the city. A yes vote means that housing projects on sites 1 acre or more would be subject to a public hearing. And then a no means that we would still have different definitions in the downtown and in citywide. So in the citywide, we're limited to 1 acre, whereas in the downtown, we would limit it to 90,000 square feet or less in terms of project size. The next housing element program for streamlining is Housing Element Program 1B. This has to do with streamlining the design review of housing projects. What the amendments would do is really increase the staff level approval for smaller housing projects, things like, the 4-unit, 5-unit housing projects, condo projects that you see in our multi-unit residential zones. And then for larger projects, they would get an expedited design review through ARB. This program would also ensure that design review wouldn't unreasonably delay a housing project approval. In addition, this program envisions that we will bring forward objective design standards. The city has already received a grant to do these objective design standards through SCAG, and these will be brought forward sometime in late summer 2023. And as I mentioned before, the amendments would just ensure that the design review is aligned with the entitlement review process for more efficient processing. We would ensure that the projects with public hearing, that the design review occurs before the Planning Commission. And then if you have no public hearing, your housing project that's not subject to a public hearing, you would have the design review occur before the determination is issued. All that this means is that we're streamlining to ensure that there's the most expeditious processing of design review as well as processing of housing projects. In addition, we've increased a staff authority for approval of smaller changes like up to 10,000 square feet in residential districts and up to 7,500 square feet everywhere else. This program would also implement SB 330 time limitations, which is the 5-hearing limitation on housing project. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Ross Furman, who will go over the important rezoning programs of the housing element.
Good evening, Council. My name is Ross Furman, Senior Planner for the City of Santa Monica. So as Rachel mentioned, the next part of this first section will be regarding the policy questions circulating around the programs dealing with the rezoning across the city for housing. So the first program is Program 1F, which is the revisions to the Downtown Community Plan standards. This program is really broken up into 2 parts. The first part is the rezoning for housing. So that is the increase to the maximum FARs and heights in all zones, and the elimination of tiers for housing projects. The second part is the removal of constraints. This involves the allowance of housing on the ground floor, except for in the Bayside Conservation Zone, The BC zone is the Promenade, 2nd, and 4th Street. The application of a uniform standards for unit mix requirements consistent with the remainder of the city, and other modifications of development standards that were identified as constraints. So that could include maximum ground floor height, for example. But to kind of jump into a couple of the topics of what the amendments would do, the first one would be the increase to FAR and heights. So the amendments would be the elimination of the tier system for housing projects and the establishment of a single set of FAR and height standards that are based on the higher of tier 2 or tier 3 standards that currently exist, or the ones that are being committed to in the housing element. There is also a proposed increase to the Wilshire Transition Zone District, so that would be the orange zone on the left-hand side of the map, to a 3.25 FAR and 70 feet in height. This is largely to match the rest of the Wilshire Boulevard corridor. Staff noticed that it was odd that in downtown there was a lower FAR in height in comparison to the rest of the boulevard along Wilshire. This table and map kind of illustrate what is being proposed. The table, the kind of yellow columns are what the existing standards are between the 3 tiers that exist in downtown. And the blue column is what is being proposed for the FAR and heights. The map illustrates what these proposals are. The darker the color gets, the more height and FAR a parcel could receive. So you can see that the bulk of the highest heights and FAR are still kind of centered around the center of the downtown, where as you kind of get closer to the residential districts or the borders, the FAR and heights kind of decrease to kind of create that kind of buffer perimeter. The first policy question regarding this topic is for consistency with the development standards established for housing projects outside of the downtown. Should the tier system in downtown be eliminated for housing projects? So a yes vote would mean that there are no more tiers for housing projects, and we would be establishing a single set of FAR and height standards. This is largely for the simplification of implementation. A no would mean that the existing tier system would remain. There would still be increased FAR and heights as proposed in the housing element, but the kind of varied tiers would remain. Staff wanted to note that we would expect that applicants would still most likely seek a state density bonus off of tier 1. And we did want to note that if the tier system would remain, tier 1 heights in the downtown would actually be lower than the rest of the city. I think the downtown community plan always was trying to focus more density in our downtown core. So we just wanted to highlight that for if it was a no vote. The next topic regarding amendments to the downtown community plan is regarding the affordability requirements. So the proposal is to eliminate downtown's current sliding scale of affordability requirements that are tied to building height. So you can see in the table on the right, you can see as a building gets taller, the affordability requirement increases. We are proposing to replace that with a uniform 15% on-site inclusionary requirement, regardless of height in all tiers. This proposal is really based off of kind of 3 components. The first one was based off of public comments from housing developers and Planning Commission's concern about the establishment of a minimum 20% inclusionary requirement downtown. These comments were really largely circulated around the changing market conditions and the potential effects of Measure GS. Additionally, AB 1505 establishes parameters for HCD to review any ordinance that requires more than 15% affordability requirement. So HCD can request to review economic feasibility studies to ensure that this higher inclusionary number above 15 does not constrain housing. And the last kind of component was just staff's analysis regarding market conditions that are outside of the city's control and that can change constantly. That when considering state law and these market conditions, that we felt it was best to establish a uniform inclusionary requirement citywide. And lastly, that we have a healthy pipeline of typical mixed-use, mixed-income housing projects throughout the city that show there is support for a 15% inclusionary requirement. As you can see the numbers on the screen, all of these, under construction or approved or pending review permits prove that 15% can work. So with that, the next policy question was, In light of public comment from housing developers and the Planning Commission's concern regarding increased development and construction costs and state law related to inclusionary requirements that exceed 15%, should the affordable housing requirement for downtown housing projects be lowered from 20% to 15% consistent with the remainder of the city? A yes vote would be to go with 15%. A no would be to retain the 20% on-site affordable requirement compared to the 15% citywide. We did just also want to again highlight that this would invite HCD to review that higher inclusionary number. The next program is very similar to the program I just talked about for downtown, but instead of downtown, it's the rest of the city. So this would be program 1J and 4A. So similarly, it's kind of broken down into two topics: the rezoning for housing projects, so that would be the increases to height and FAR, the elimination of tiers for housing projects, and it would also allow for residential uses in zones where they are currently not permitted. The second component is, again, the removal of constraints. So this would be allowing allowing housing on the ground floor, except for on Main Street and Montana. It would apply a uniform standard for unit mix across the city. It would modify other development standards that were identified as constraints. And one thing that was a little different, in zones where housing is going to be newly permitted, so this would be the industrial conservation and the office campus zoning districts. In addition to just allowing residential, we are also proposing revisions to allow other land uses, such as retail, restaurants, to kind of support these new communities that can now, or neighborhoods that can now be created, that never really were proposed for housing originally. So kind of those supportive land uses to encourage new development. So this table highlights the kind of existing tier system that exists for housing projects in the rest of the city in the kind of white columns. The blue columns are the new proposed heights and FAR. The two rows that are highlighted in red, the IC and OC, are those two zones that housing is actually not a permitted use currently, that we would be introducing housing into those zones. This map kind of illustrates that table a little bit better. You can still see that the highest heights and FARs are still very much centered in the middle of the city along our major boulevards, but there are increased heights and FARs in the northern and southern areas of the city, with Pico Boulevard actually receiving the lowest proposed upzoning of any boulevard across the city. And these were largely based off of two factors. One, adding housing as a permitted use in areas that it's currently prohibited, so the office campus and industrial conservation zones. And in a bigger topic, the affirmatively further for housing requirement. So making sure that we are upzoning for the potential of housing in areas that have not accommodated housing in the past. So that obviously includes office campus and industrial conservation because that wasn't a use, but it's really also including Main Street, Montana, and Ocean Park, where, as Jing mentioned at the beginning of the presentation, development standards have just been too low to have us, witnessed housing production in those areas. This map and table similarly reflect what is being proposed in the Bergamot area plan. The white columns are what is existing for the tiers, the blue is the proposed, and the map illustrates kind of where the heights and FARs will be. Again, the darker color is where there are higher heights in FAR, where the lighter colors are where we're transitioning into our more residential neighborhoods. So again, in the center of the plan is where the highest heights in FAR are proposed. So that leads to one of our policy questions, specifically regarding the NC zone. So currently, the proposal is requiring commercial to be included or required on the ground floor in the NC zone on Main and Montana. And the question is, should ground floor commercial also be required in the NC zones on Pico Boulevard and Ocean Park Boulevard? So a yes vote would be that housing projects in the NC, Pico, and Ocean Park Boulevards would continue to be required to require commercial on the ground floor. This was inconsistent with Council's prior direction in providing a little bit more flexibility for housing where they can go, so that's why we are kind of asking that question. And a no vote would be no, let's continue to allow the greatest flexibility allowed for projects so housing could be located on the ground floor in those neighborhoods. The next two topics, they don't have policy questions, but we wanted to kind of highlight them as they very much kind of are interwoven into kind of all the other programs. The first program is Program 2C, which is the updating of the city's affordable housing production program. The objective of this was to ensure that the HPP provides housing developers viable options for compliance. So the amendments would be to eliminate the current menu of options where a developer can choose their affordability level that they would like to provide, and instead establish a 15% inclusionary requirement for all new housing projects. We would also be increasing the threshold to at least 6 units for when on-site units are required. So the table below kind of illustrates that a little bit better, where it says 0 to 5 units, developer has the option to pay a in lieu fee, so they don't have to actually provide the affordable unit on site. 6 to 19 units would be when the 15% inclusionary requirement is kicked in. However, they can choose what income level that they can provide those units, so either very low or up to 80% AMI. And anything 20 or more units would similarly still have a 15% inclusionary requirement, but this would now be evenly distributed across the 3 income levels of very low income, and moderate. So a 5-5-5 split amongst those 3 categories. One also a revision we wanted to highlight was some revisions to our off-site option for affordable housing. The first one is we were requiring a higher percentage for off-site. So if a market project wanted to provide their affordable requirement in an off-site receiver site, they would have to provide a higher affordability requirement of 20% instead of our 15% that we would be doing for kind of when projects are including them on-site. And additionally, there would be modifications to where these off-site projects can be located. Currently, there has to be kind of a proximity to the market rate project, but we are proposing revisions that they can actually be located anywhere in the city except for where there's the highest concentration of affordable housing. So that map on the right kind of identifies where this area is. It's largely the Pico neighborhood and the kind of parcels north of the freeway that the off-site affordable housing project could not be located in this area. It doesn't mean that affordable housing can't be there. It's just the off-site component projects cannot be in those locations. The last program of this section that we wanted to highlight was Program 2D, which is the updating of the state density bonus. So the objective was to really ensure consistency with state law. So the state density bonus projects that are entitled to a % increase off of the density bonus on the that they provide on site. The state density projects are eligible for concessions, incentives, and waivers or modifications to development standards, and acknowledging that 100% affordable housing projects in low vehicle travel areas do not have maximum density control. So those were largely based off of just consistency with state law. But there are also a couple amendments that we've made. State law has made clear, kind of giving direction on how to convert FAR to what we determine is a base project for density. So an example of this is if a project with a maximum 2.5 FAR has a base density of 100 units, and which 15% are very low, they are awarded a 50% density bonus. So you would take the 100 units times it by 50%, which allows them to achieve a 150 unit project. That's kind of how the state density bonus would be applied when it's FAR converting to units. Additionally, there is the creation of what we're calling the buy right menu of incentives and concessions for when an applicant can request relief from certain development standards. It doesn't mean that something off this menu can't be requested. It just means that items identified on this list do not kind of have to provide the required paperwork to prove that they might need this. So it's a little bit more of a streamlined process for kind of the concessions and incentives that we kind of see most often, but it doesn't mean that someone couldn't apply for something off menu. And just the last slide to kind of go over some general guidelines of state density bonus that we wanted to highlight, that to be eligible for a density bonus, a project has to comply with 3 things. One is that the base project has at least 5 units. That the replacement of any existing low or very low income or rent controlled units must be incorporated into the project, and the projects must meet the minimum HPP requirements. Any qualifying project may utilize incentives, concessions, or waivers, regardless if they actually take advantage of a density bonus. Also, when there are inconsistencies between the zoning ordinance and the loose, state law has made it clear that the greater density always prevails. This really only comes into play in our multi-unit and Ocean Park neighborhood zoning districts, and it would remove the kind of density cap that's currently in place in the zoning ordinances. That does not exist in the loose. So there's kind of a little bit of a different calculation when it comes to those projects. And lastly, as mandated by HCD, the state density bonus law must be integrated into the city's affordable housing production program. So how this is being proposed to be implemented is that 15% that is divided between the three income categories at a 5-5-5 split, we would kind of count that still as if they were providing 15% at the income level that is providing them the greatest density bonus or the greatest number of concessions or incentives. So even though they're splitting it across the categories, if 15% very low got them the biggest density bonus, we would consider them 15% very low, even though it was split between the three categories. So that's how it's being integrated into the AHP requirement. And with that, that ends this section. The screen kind of shows the 6 policy questions that we kind of covered. And I think we wanted to stop here and have you ask any questions.
Great, thank you so much, I appreciate it. So now what we're going to do is we're going to do questions only about anything you heard in part 1. And again, I want to remind you, don't take it personally. If you wander off of the question format, I'll just bring you back. There will be an opportunity for comment as we go through each of the questions proposed by staff. So nobody has hit their request to speak button. So nobody has any questions?
I did.
Okay, here, wait a minute, maybe this is,
Do not see it. Oh, wait.
there it goes, okay. All right, I think Councilmember Terosas actually hit hers first, even though she showed up second. So we'll start with Councilmember Terosas and then move to Councilmember Brock.
You have to turn it off, I think. Okay.
No, you can turn on your own mic.
Great. Thank you, staff, so much for this presentation. Looking forward to the second half. I know you all put a lot of work into this. My question is around the concept of putting forward additional proposals to HCD. Obviously, you're in direct communication with HCD. Is it possible that ostensibly HCD could decertify our housing element if we were to propose something that's not in compliance with what we'd already committed to previously?
Yeah, so I think the question is by submitting a proposal for an amendment,
Right.
does that like decertify our housing element?
Right.
It does not. We don't lose our certification automatically just by asking the question. So, that certification remains unless we do something to fall out of compliance, like not implementing in time, for example, or, taking an action that is inconsistent with implementing the housing element. But just by submitting a request for an amendment, that can be processed over here on the side, and you still don't lose the certification of your housing element while they're considering it.
Got it. And just as a follow-up, you stated the timeline in your presentation. You are thinking that it takes about 30 days to potentially hear back from HCD.
Yeah, on the phone call, he indicated that, they would be open to providing technical assistance in response to a letter that, outlined the details of a proposal. So, they said they would aim for 30 days, but, it would depend on when that was submitted, what was going on in terms of the review. So that was part of it could be 30 days, it could be longer. They couldn't guarantee a time frame.
And then just can you explain to me in greater detail how requiring a 15% inclusionary across the city is going to create more housing? Did we consider 20%?
Yeah, we did. So as part of the housing element, sort of just the 3-year process, to get to this point, we actually did conduct feasibility analyses across testing 30%, 25, 20, 15, 10, just to understand, where the, what the FARs would be. We basically backed into it of what's the desired inclusionary level and what is the FAR necessary to support that. So that's kind of, how initially we landed on some of these numbers. So 20% was certainly looked at. Obviously by requiring more inclusionary, you would require higher amounts of, market rate housing to support that. And it was really a policy discussion among the council of what are we willing to sort of accept in terms of a balance of market rate and affordable, and then, layering on state law, right, with respect to, when it would invite HCD's review, if we're going over
Right.
a certain amount, and, looking at the pipeline, I think it sort of led to this, final conclusion or recommendation, if you will, that 15% seems to make sense, given, I think the market's response, to the regulations that we have in place. And I think, some of that is some of it is policymaking, but you also have to see if housing providers are actually reacting to it. Because if you set it so high, you might get no projects, right? Which is sort of not a desired outcome. And I think what we're seeing is a good balance of a good pipeline. It seems like that percentage, works.
All right, thank you. And I wasn't here for that, so thanks for that rundown. Appreciate it.
All right, Councilmember Brock.
So can we immediately go back to something you just said to Councilmember Terosas? Because I thought our real intent was to create affordable housing. Yet we're setting an inclusionary rate so low that it seems to me that what we'll get is large amounts of market rate housing. You just said something that confused me about the inclusionary versus market rate. You said, not inclusionary versus market rate, inclusionary versus affordable. And you said if we set the affordable rate higher, then we would have to give them more height to build more inclusionary market rate. That confuses me.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's just conceptually just putting the percentage aside, right? If you increase the amount of affordable units in a project, that is cost, that does not make up for the cost of construction of a project, if you will, right? So you just conceptually, the more you increase the amount of affordable units in the project, the more market rate units would be necessary to support the greater amount of affordable units in a project.
If I was a developer, yes. But if I am a resident in the city and someone who's been saying we have to build affordable housing, it seems quite contrarian to do that. So I'm not as concerned about the developer's bottom line. So my question, I'm still in questions. But so my question is, why didn't we settle? I thought we were at 20% before. Why are we lowering the amount of affordable, or am I wrong there?
No, I think through the process, what we heard from what was always kind of what was discussed was 15%, because I think that the balance was what does 15% equate to in terms of the FAR? Because at 20%, it was at a higher FAR, and that was something that the council was concerned about in terms of having even more market rate development happening. I will note that that's not the only way that affordable units are produced, right? We have 100% affordable housing projects that happen without any city subsidy, right? You'll have an affordable housing developer partner with a market rate developer. They may seek that funding on their own. We obviously have a program around city-owned sites, that incentivizes 100% affordable housing. So there is that source. This is just dealing with the sort of mixed income component, and there is a balance there in terms of, if you want to increase the inclusionary, the FARs naturally have to increase, and then it's a question of, how much bigger do you want the buildings to be really, and that was a discussion, that was had earlier in the housing element in terms of, where you want to land with the inclusion.
But even with state mandated bonuses to buildings, aren't there ceilings on height?
So
at some point, that's why I guess I'm confused about the 15% versus 20, because don't buildings, even with density bonuses from the state, the 3-story bonus or whatever, there is a ceiling.
There is I mean, there,
So I don't understand how they can, if you said, I want 20% affordable in each project, I'm not sure I'm understanding, because at some point there's a 7-story limit or 8-story limit or 5-story limit, whatever it is.
yeah. So I think maybe it's helpful to think, so within the context of the housing element, how we demonstrate capacity is through the suitable sites inventory, right? And how we calculate the capacity from these sites around the city, how they end up on the SSI to begin with is that they are the sites that have the highest likelihood of turnover. So like surface parking lots, for example, these underutilized sites. And then you have to apply development standards to them to estimate, how many units are you going to get out of that? And so that's the exercise we went through of like, what's the desired inclusionary, that's going to equate to the FAR, like development capacity that you're going to apply to that parcel. Now, the higher you set that inclusionary, the higher the FAR is going to be. But for the purposes of the housing element, we cannot account for density bonus. And I think that may be where your question is coming from, is like, it doesn't make sense because you get this bonus. But per the rules of like building your SSI in the housing element, you are not allowed to account for state density bonus. It has to be the FAR before state density bonus is applied. So I know it sounds like, sort of
Because it
contrary,
sounds
right?
quite
Because they're getting more.
counterintuitive.
Right, but that is the effect of state law. So we're only allowed in the housing element to demonstrate, the capacity before density bonus. But do the applicants, do developers have the opportunity to request density bonus beyond that? Yes, of course they do. And yes, of course, they could get more units that are market rate units, but that is, that's the way that state law works. And it's not something that we are allowed to account for in demonstrating capacity in the housing element.
So continuing on that a little bit, I had a second question on Housing Element Program 2C. The 20 or more units minimum requirements show 15% affordable with even distribution of, across VLI, LI, and moderate. Aren't we even still reducing the affordable housing even more?
Well, it's that can certainly be a policy choice. This was, I think, again, drawing from council's prior discussions around, because we have arena assignment at very low and moderate. Moderate is famously not funded by anything, so how would you get those units? So this was a way to sort of have a win-win, if you will. So the city gets units at all of these levels. Certainly if council thinks that, all the units should be at very low income instead, you could absolutely give that direction. That's not a problem at all. But for the, purposes of the implementation, we were kind of drawing from council's prior discussions around this and the interest in having, the 5-5-5 split, if you will. But it doesn't have to be that way. It could certainly be at a selected income level.
I'm still feeling that we should be at 20 and then the split that way.
Okay, we're
I'm not
veering off into questions.
I'm not against moderate.
Councilmember Brock, stick to questions. You'll have an opportunity to say what you favor and don't favor later.
I am. What is our requirement for moderate income? What is our citywide requirement for moderate income out of that 6,600 units?
What's our arena?
Yeah.
Do you have that, Rich?
And there is, I guess, here's what I'm asking. If you have to distribute the arena, how is it distributed upon very low income, and moderate? What is the
What's
quantity
the-
of units we have to produce for each?
Okay, let us just.
Is there a requirement for each?
There is, yeah. There's an assigned number of units for each income level, and we will look that up just a moment. So
Okay, while you look that up, I have more. But I'm strangely enough going from back to front, sorry.
that's okay. Oh, there we go. Okay. So for very low, it's 27, roughly like 2,800 units, so 31%. Low income is 1672, 19%. And then moderate is also 19%. So roughly 1,700 units for low income and moderate each, and then about 2,800 units for very low. So it's like 31%.
So the
19%.
preponderance is still what I thought, I guess, very low.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. Thank you for that answer. In element programs 1.1 or 1J and 4A, a question for the allow housing on ground floor except on Main and Montana. Now, I would also include OP Boulevard in that as well. And Pico, yeah. And why are, first question is why are they excluded? And then second question, is there a feasibility analysis for upzoning these particular streets?
Yeah, to start with your second question, yes. We looked at the feasibility analysis did look at neighborhood commercial zones. So we looked at basically every boulevard in the city. In terms of your question about, Maine and Montana versus Ocean Park and Pico, that is actually policy question number 6. We're asking the council. Maine and Montana, it's because that's actually what's in the zoning code right now. In the 2015 zoning code update, those two streets were kind of highlighted, as for special consideration. In the code, the uses on the ground floor are restricted to like 10 uses only. You don't get to do a whole bunch of other things. That's why that was carried forward. And I think through the discussions with the Planning Commission and what have you, this question then came about like, well, should we require ground floor commercial to also be on Pico and Ocean Park? So it's not that they're not required right now. It was just that we're also drawing from council's prior discussion to like open up flexibility for the ground floor, because I think there was kind of a broad concern, like there's a lot of ground floor retail in the city that's empty, and it's kind of hard to fill every single space. And so we want to provide that flexibility to do like residential or commercial, but certainly this is the policy question. Do you want to just continue what is already required for Ocean Park and Pico?
When you're talking about the empty storefronts, first floor retail, and I know there was previous discussions about the height of first floor retail, et cetera. Are we discussing counting all the retail units empty in the city, or just the retail units on Montana and Main Street, OP Boulevard, Pico, or are we including downtown in that analysis?
I think, just if you were just to look at just in the NC zone, just even outside of downtown, right? There's just I think a general, like, do we have a lot of retail already? And I think we've heard definitely over the years, not just from housing providers, but from decision makers, really, like, why are we forcing people to put in, marginal retail on the ground floor that sits empty? I mean, we see examples of this, of like brand new buildings where the ground floor is not leased for whatever reason. And, could it be something else? So
I would, again, I think sort of zeroing in a microscopic level of that question when you're talking about empty ground floor retail. Are you talking about Lincoln Boulevard? Are you talking about downtown retail, 5th Street, 6th Street, et cetera? Mm-hmm. Or are we talking about Montana Avenue, Main Street, Pico, Ocean Park Boulevard? Or you may not have done an analysis of Pico and Ocean Park Boulevard.
Yeah,
I guess what I'm asking is, if you do a fine-grained analysis, we know we have multiple vacancies downtown, in the expanded downtown area. My question is, are we seeing the same level of ground floor empty retail, enough on OP Boulevard, enough on Montana Avenue to justify eliminating ground floor retail on those streets? Does that in effect constrain and sort of strangle the local neighborhood retail over time?
Yeah, so to be clear, I think when this question was raised, it was kind of thought about maybe more globally, citywide. We haven't looked, have we looked recently, like as of yesterday, like what the vacancies are? No, we haven't looked at every single one of these streets.
Do we have a percentage on each of those streets that would make it seem essential to have to change them? By the way, I think I voted previously. I was concerned about the downtown heights of first floor retail. Mm-hmm. I thought they were excessive, where you ended up with an interior balcony. Sure. And I was, in some places, thought that, yes, we could do apartments without retail. So I'm not coming at it in that particular manner, but I think I was more concerned about the downtown corridors versus what most residents feel is the neighborhood shopping streets.
Sure. And, in terms of the recommendation, it is not recommended to allow like ground floor residential on Maine and Montana. I just want to be clear. That was not something that has been ever recommended throughout this process. It's really about Pico and Ocean Park. And have we looked at those areas in terms of vacancies? We don't have that information at the moment, but it's certainly something we could bring back.
Did the Planning Commission suggest that we just stay with Maine and Montana, or did they weigh in on this?
Yeah, they did. So you can see here that their recommendation was to continue to have commercial uses on the ground floor for Pico and Ocean Park. So that was their recommendation.
And they didn't discuss Ocean Park Boulevard or Pico?
Well, that's what they discussed is Ocean Park and Pico, and their recommendation.
Oh, I'm sorry.
is-
I apologize.
Ground floor, yeah. And you can see here that the staff recommendation is only a no, only because we were just carrying forward council's prior direction. We really try to be responsive to the council's direction to the extent we hadn't received, feedback on that. We didn't feel comfortable sort of changing course on that piece. So that's why this question is being asked. But, certainly we don't have objections to continuing ground floor, commercial on Ocean Park or Pico.
And probably a couple of last questions. And I kept coming back. I see in my notes I was writing to the 15% on-site inclusionary. Explain a little bit when you're talking about the downtown tier. This is still going backward, and community standards. We have different standards right now for downtown than we do for the rest of the city. You emphasized that a couple of times. And explain the downside and the upside of those different tiers. There's a couple of different places where you've asked us this.
Yeah, so in terms of the downtown tier.
Streamlining processes, yes.
Yeah. So the downtown tier system, you can see there's, existing tier 1, tier 2, tier 3. In the rest of the city, the tier system is proposed to be eliminated. Part of that is just simplification in just to have one standard as opposed to, two different standards. And especially when you apply like density bonus, to it, it just sort of like makes it less complicated when there's one standard, you don't have like to choose from different ones. Certainly someone could do less than that maximum. And I think, through this process, I will say historically, downtown had the highest heights and FARs in the city. But through this process, the rest of the city was being upzoned such that in some cases, it was actually ended up being higher than downtown, which is kind of what we noticed. We're like, well, that's odd, given that downtown, should be sort of like the greatest, center of activity and, development intensity in the city. And so that's where, this concept of like, well, if we're going to eliminate the tier system for housing projects citywide, we should probably just consider that for downtown too. So we don't have this imbalance where you have like lower development standards in downtown than the rest of the city. So that was really the reasoning of harmonizing it and just, eliminating the tier system for housing projects in downtown altogether.
Okay, thank you. In the 90,000 square feet downtown versus the 1 acre throughout the rest of the city, as far as planning department approvals versus an approval having to go through the old style process of going to planning commission, going to city council. When you're suggesting raising downtown, right, to the 1 acre and eliminating the 90,000 square feet, how many potential projects become supervisory approval versus having to go through a more complicated process?
Yeah, so that was the analysis we did. So the Planning Commission's recommendation was to make it the same as the rest of the city. So basically that 1 acre parcel size being a threshold. And when we did the analysis of, there are 21 downtown parcels of 1 acre or more. None of them have any high probability of turnover because they're either existing entitlements, they're city owned, they're not on the SSI, like they're just not likely to turn over. So really, I think, we concluded that if you established it at that 1 acre threshold, you really wouldn't capture any projects downtown through that development review permit process.
If you keep it at the 90,000, how many do you capture?
That's hard to know because that's a project size. That's not a parcel size.
Right.
So that would depend on where you see the triple lot, basically.
What would you, does it have an impact where residents would feel more comfortable having a project go to the planning commission? Yes, I know it creates a much longer log jam.
Mm-hmm.
But if we're talking to our residents, would our residents be happy with the 1 acre, or would they prefer the slightly smaller threshold so that there was more chance of a project going to the planning commission, able to be appealed, and the residents feeling like they had a more hands-on approach?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what residents would prefer, but I can tell you status quo is the 90,000. That was a policy decision the council made probably 3 years ago.
So how many projects in that last 36 months have had to go through the 90,000? I guess you understand what I'm asking. I'm making sure that the city council, the planning commission, I know they want to still have something to do. So
Got plenty to do. But, in terms of the last 3 years, I think we've had one project, the Vaughn's project. That one went through a public hearing process. The vast majority of projects downtown have been happening with no public hearing, through an administrative approval process. So it's, in
that
terms
because of square foot size? or
basically
acreage
up
size?
to, do you want to speak to that?
So I also mentioned that, like, with the 90,000 square feet, they're still protected by the Housing Accountability Act. So there's no real way for us to disapprove of that kind of project anyways. And so it's still compliant with the AJA. It's still protected.
So is to clarify, wait, don't leave. My question would be, to follow up to that, are you saying that keeping the current standard doesn't help residents or people in the city really control the project?
I mean, I wouldn't put it that way.
Does that
I would say that keeping the current thresholds, you would allow some sort of public hearing, public input at 90,000 square feet. You're more likely to have that rather than the 1 acre. And so, it's hard for us to know exactly how many projects would fall within the 90,000 square foot threshold, but it does give more opportunity to have public input for those kind of projects while they are still protected
But it
by
also
the HA.
strains the planning department.
Correct, yeah. I mean, it's more processing for
No,
sure.
I know it's more work intensive. I understand that part. Okay. I'll forego any more questions for the moment. Thank you.
All right, Mayor Pro Tem Negrete.
Okay, I have,
Am I doing this one? Okay. Let me take myself out. Okay, I have follow-up questions, sort of just, and some of them already answered, but just to go off this, what you were just talking about right now. So doing on the 1 acre, is this just to suffice HCD? Because if there's not many projects, then what would be the point?
No,
To disallow public comment, I guess, from them. Yeah.
No, I mean, this is wholly, I think, a local decision. There's no state law that sets like a threshold for public hearing. The 1 acre came about from council's discussion on like the interim, zoning ordinance. So, I think generally, would the state favor like less, public hearing process?
Right.
Probably
admin
is my guess, but, even if it goes through a public hearing process, as Rachel was, pointing out, it doesn't mean that, the city still is very limited in its ability to deny such a project because, those projects would still fall under the protections of the Housing Accountability Act, as long as they were code compliant.
So is it fair to say maybe then it's just removing like the administrative cost and time and effort from staff to go through the whole public hearing process?
Yeah,
Okay.
I think that's fair.
Okay. And then my other question was, okay, we were talking about the analysis done from Main Street in Montana versus Pico and Ocean Park. But was there analysis done with this new 555 on Pico and Ocean Park?
Yes.
Okay, so it was applied differently, because I would imagine that on Pico and Ocean Park, it's less expensive, land is less expensive than on Montana.
Yeah, so like, I think it's probably best to think about it like not every single boulevard, but like, land costs are sort of like generally, the same over here versus there. So it might cover like multiple geographic areas of the city, so in terms of feeding the assumptions into like a feasibility analysis, like that's how it was approached. But absolutely the 555 was accounted for in terms of coming up with FARs. And then I will say that through the process with the Planning Commission that occurred not just this past round, but back in late 21, early 2022 even, there was like a significant amount of adjusting that happened to ensure that Pico had the least amount of upzoning out of any street in the entire city, just recognizing, the concentration of housing that's there. And then what happened was there was a shifting of like more upzoning towards, for example, like Wilshire Boulevard and, mid-city or what have you. And then, a little more around the Main Street, Montana, Ocean Park. So that was sort of like the general moving around of FARs, if you will, that was recommended by the Planning Commission.
And then because we've gotten all this feedback since the last passage of all of this from the community about the neighborhood corridors, I mean, we do see projects. I was just thinking about the projects that are almost completed on Pico, right, that have the ground floor retail. So, I mean, do you guys consider that to show that it's successful? I mean, obviously it hasn't been in use yet, but obviously it's feasible, right?
Yeah. I mean, I don't think in terms of having, is it more feasible to have like more residential units? Of course, it is, but it doesn't mean that having the ground floor requirement, doesn't appear that it's been a barrier, if you will.
Right.
To development on there.
Yeah, because I feel like there's multiple projects that are happening like that.
Yeah, I mean, housing projects have been happening all over the city for,
right.
10 years, right, with ground floor commercial.
And then I couldn't find where I wrote it, but at some point, when he was speaking, he mentioned at one point in the presentation about the deed restricted and rent controlled units maintaining. But what about the displacement? I mean, you're not talking about the tenants, you're talking about the units. Mm-hmm. So those tenants are displaced.
Yeah, so there are rules around displacement. It's not just the units, so the people that live in them. We didn't go into a huge amount of detail about that, but to the extent that there are units that are occupied, there are procedures that have to be followed under state law. And then, of course, if they're registered rent control units, the city, the rent control board also has requirements in terms of what happens in terms of, relocation payment, right of return, to the units is a requirement, under, replacement requirements under state law as well, particularly if they are, lower income households, they do have the right to, return to a unit in the new project.
A right to return without getting on a list.
Without getting on a list, yeah.
So they're for sure going to have a house and a home in the new development. Right. I don't understand how that becomes feasible, but
yeah, it's sort of like they would need to be relocated and they would have the offer to come back, I guess,
within the city
if they choose to. Yeah,
relocated within the city and then offered to come back.
Yeah, it's actually can be more specific, I think, within the development itself. But I think those are sort of details we have to, kind of work through, kind of on each case.
And then you went into great detail about the 15%, because I was confused as well about that density bonus, but I think I understood what you said. Mm-hmm. Because I also understood it to be, they're going to use state density bonus anyways. It's
additive. Yeah. And I think that's the part that is like counterintuitive, is like we have to pretend that is not anything we can account for the purposes of showing housing element capacity, even though that is something that, an applicant can request. So it's just, when it comes to demonstrating, what is an FAR that could support the amount of inclusionary, you have to look at it before density bonus. And then, because the way state density bonus law is set up is that it's really a reward for providing inclusionary units in the project. But again, we're not allowed to account for it in demonstrating capacity in our housing element.
All right, thank you.
All right, Council Members Wick.
Thank you for the presentation and for indulging all our questions. It's SB 330 that allows tenants a right of first refusal to new affordable units in redeveloped properties. Is that correct?
Yeah, SB 330, and then there's also state density bonus law that also has a replacement. It basically refers back.
Okay.
Yeah.
And there were some questions about the reason about administrative approval and why we're moving there. It seemed, I mean, that's one of the programs of our housing element, correct? Where we promised that state that we would move projects in that direction. Why are we, like, why does the state care about that? Why do they want us to do that?
Yeah, so as you mentioned, it is Program 1A in the housing element that said, we commit to implementing what's in our IZO. We did ask the question when the 1 acre question, we went over it with our HCD reviewer. We'd be like, is this going to be an issue? And I think, what we were able to demonstrate is that there are not that many sites, that are really going to be captured like over an acre, and it really resulted in a very tiny percentage, of our capacity. So, they were kind of like, that's just something that you're going to work out through your local process. So it wasn't, an area of concern. But as to why, the streamlining would be favored, it's sort of certainty, costs in the process and what have you. I mean, those are sort of things that are a benefit to the housing provider. Yeah.
But if you mentioned at one point it was a local decision, but if we said, oh, actually, let's make it, 10,000 square feet, that would run counter to what we had already promised the state.
If you lowered it down, then if you were capturing like a greater amount of your capacity, then absolutely, I think.
Right. So that's something we've already promised.
Yeah.
When it comes to the question that a lot of people are asking around 15%, there was some discussion about, what would be needed feasibility-wise for projects. This isn't for developers. This is a requirement from the state, right, that these housing projects be feasible. And theoretically, if we wanted to look at a higher inclusionary policy, we would have to look at heights that are even higher than that are promised in our current housing element.
Yeah, that basically, yeah.
Most of the projects downtown have tended to opt for tier 1 with a density bonus. Is that correct?
Under the tier system, yeah, that's pretty much what we've seen. Yeah.
And the tier 1 inclusionary currently in the downtown is what?
It's 15. Well, it's actually 20%.
My understanding is it's 10%.
It's 10, but there's a funny thing where if your project, most of the projects we've seen actually were submitted before the DCP was adopted. So there was a special thing that said, as long as your project was like submitted and determined complete, you have a 20% on-site requirement. So it's.
But the ones that are currently.
The ones that are actually like governed fully under the DCP, then it would be, the basic HPP, which would be the 10%.
So the 15% would actually represent an increase for those projects.
Yeah. The 15% would equate to what's a tier 2 project in downtown. I would say the projects in downtown that we have seen actually move forward that are fully governed under the downtown community plan have been tier 2 projects as opposed to tier 1 plus bonus, because you're able to access those higher FARs. So it's like a trade-off, right? The 15% for that higher FAR.
Sure. But for the tier 1, we would actually be looking at a higher inclusionary with this new 15%.
Yeah. I think what we're talking about is actually eliminating the tier completely. Sure. Yeah. But it would be a higher
than what is currently
as a base. Yeah. But is it like practically different, vis-a-vis the projects that we've actually seen processed, probably not all that different because they were doing 15% anyways. Yeah.
And you mentioned briefly AB 1505. That also relates to this question of feasibility. You feel comfortable, obviously, that the 15% based on the pipeline would support a healthy pipeline of projects, but beyond 15%, we would have to justify that to the state.
Right.
And do you feel confident that if we increased it beyond that, we would be able to successfully justify a higher inclusionary policy to the state in terms of feasibility?
I mean, I think we've done some analysis there from before, but I think we're really kind of reacting to, the comments, the more recent comments we've heard from housing providers and from the commission, and sort of understanding that market conditions always change, right? You can't sort of create policy based on minute by minute, but, the likelihood of development, I think we were, hearing concerns about increasing it beyond 15%. And in addition to inviting the state's review and, doing yet another feasibility analysis and understanding, what that outcome might be.
And if the state determined it wasn't, they could come in and change it.
Yeah, I think that's how it works, right? They could request that it be lowered, yeah.
Finally, when it comes to the definition of housing projects, the 33% you said is from a state law?
Yeah, the Housing Accountability Act's definition of a housing development is that it's basically like 2/3 of the project has to be residential, and then 1/3 can be non-residential.
I'm wondering, we're saying we're going to now allow housing as a use in the industrial conservation and the office campus. Was there a feasibility analysis as to whether 33%, allowing, for housing projects up to 33%, non-residential would actually lead to the development of housing in those zones?
I'm not sure it's that, like, we modeled, in terms of our feasibility analyses, we didn't model up to 33% because it's actually been rare, if not non-existent, in terms of our historic development pipeline. What we typically see for housing projects, which are the vast majority of development projects we see, is probably more, like no more than 10%, I would say maximum, of a project is non-residential floor. It's predominantly housing. So in the feasibility modeling that was done, it was sort of based on that kind of an understanding. We didn't model like all the way up to 33%. I think that in talking with our consulting economists, if we were to increase the amount of non-residential floor area in the project, just depending on what that use is, if it's office, it's retail, I mean, it just depends what the use is. Depending on what it is, it could make the project more feasible. But again, it's wholly dependent on what that non-residential use is.
Sure. I realized I skipped one thing, which I'll quick go back to. In the discussion again of the inclusionary requirements. So it's already in the housing element that it will be 15% out of the downtown. Is that correct?
15% in the downtown. Yeah, so that is in the red lines.
So if we were to make it higher downtown, we would effectively be incentivizing housing providers to develop outside of the downtown, more likely than in the downtown, if we had higher inclusionary downtown.
Yeah, I think that's kind of what we're hearing.
And just broadly speaking, because we had a question about, percentages versus units, and there was a question about, well, wouldn't 20% yield more affordable units for the city? In your estimation, which would yield more affordable units overall as an absolute for our city?
I mean, I think it's, if you looked at it from the perspective of if you set something too high and projects don't happen at all, then the net effect might be nothing.
So the likelihood is 15% would yield more affordable units for our city than 20.
I mean, I think, again, we can just react to see what's in the time, what's in our pipeline, and, past performance is maybe not an indicator of, what you see in the future. So I couldn't say for sure, that would be very speculative. But, what we're hearing anyways from housing providers, that there is concern that, it goes beyond 20. We heard, for example, from one housing provider, that they dropped out of a deal just out of, the inclusionary requirement, but if it was 15, they would probably come back and take a look at. So it's
theoretically at least quite possible that 15% would yield more affordable units than 20 if 20 made some infeasible.
Yeah, it's possible if that's kind of how the cards fell. Yeah.
Just trying to unpack this question of percentages. Thank you. Okay, thank you.
All right, Councilmember Parra.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that presentation, everybody. It was really informative and answered quite a few of the questions that I already had, as did quite a few of my colleagues. So I was able to cross off a lot of my questions. So the remaining question that I did have, actually, just one, so I'll make it short and sweet. had to do regarding one of the slides, actually, the maps. It was something that was said regarding Pico. So Pico Boulevard receiving the lowest height. And when I was reviewing the information regarding Pico and the neighborhood districts, and then the conversation about Pico having the lowest height, I didn't see anything about any type of overlay or any of the conversations that was previously had about any of the emergency moratoriums or anything. Is that in this?
I'm not sure.
Because I didn't see it, or maybe I overlooked it.
Yeah.
Referring to the development standards that were in the interim zoning ordinance for the density bonus.
Okay. Oh, sorry. Yeah. So that you're talking about where the offsite affordable housing is not allowed to be, or are you talking about the recent IZO with the waivers?
Recent IZO, I'm sorry. Yeah.
So that actually is in the red lines.
Okay.
We did highlight it here because it's a decision council has made and it's been carried forward in the zoning red lines.
So then that's why just it wasn't referenced in here.
Yeah. But it is in the state density bonus red lines in
I
the zoning.
just didn't see it. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, no, that's it for me for right now. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Terosis.
I see that Councilmember De La Torre is in the queue, right? I want to make sure that, I already spoke, so I just want to make sure.
No, go ahead.
I'm going to retract my questions because I think some of them were answered in the 15 versus 20% analysis that Jing just did.
All right, then that takes us to Councilmember De La Torre.
Okay, yes. Thank you. Thank you to all the staff for all your hard work on this document and presentation. I wanted really quick a couple of questions. What has been the success rate in the city's right of return policies? Like, do we know from those projects where residents were displaced and yet they have the right to return? Do we know what the success rate is on those programs?
I don't know off the top of my head.
Would you say maybe like 50%? If it happened 100 times, maybe half of those residents returned once those projects were
Yeah, I'd be reticent to throw numbers out there without I'd have to ask the rent control board and try and get statistics. In terms of these new replacement requirements, like under SB 330 and state density bonus law, to be honest, the projects we're seeing are largely on commercial parcels, so they have not displaced existing tenants. We're only starting to see maybe the first generation of projects that are proposing something like that. So we don't know the effect of, these newer state laws, but kind of like historically, we'd have to do some research on that and get back to you. Yeah.
I think Councilwoman Terosis might know.
Okay, that's fine. We'll put that in the discussion.
Okay, great. On the affirmatively furthering fair housing, you said that's kind of a new thing. So we're in the process of sort of developing a position on what that might mean. I see that a Councilwoman Parra brought up the question of the offsite sort of percentage, when for affordable housing, that it can't be put in the Pico neighborhood. Mm-hmm. But we have seen that in the Pico neighborhood, it has a good amount of affordable housing. I mean, just driving through the neighborhood yesterday, I see various projects from 19th Street, 14th Street, and so forth. And have we done any studies in terms of like what the impact of moderate rate and market rate housing has had on rent control units in the Pico neighborhood?
In terms of that direct effect, I would say no. In terms of AFFH, it's new for application to housing elements, and its importance really is about kind of like not perpetuating past historical practices, I think, to put it in, simple terms. So, where you have concentrations of, affordable housing, or, where areas of the city where housing has always occurred. And, we map that out, and I'm sorry we don't have that for you tonight, but it's a map we've shown before in terms of, the dots and the concentrations of affordable housing, that has occurred around the city. And you can see certainly a greater concentration of dots, if you will, around kind of the Pico neighborhood, the freeway spine in that area. So you merge that together with, socioeconomic and demographic data that is in chapter 2 of the housing element. That's the entire chapter around affirmatively furthering fair housing, and it runs through the history of, redlining and zoning policies in the city and what have you, all the way through today, and how those have changed over time. And that was the basis of analysis, to understand, where's the preponderance of low and moderate income households, where is, the poverty index, the highest and the lowest, right? And it kind of keeps coming back down to the middle of the city, and then it's sort of, less so on the edges. So, from that AFFH perspective, a lot of the policy making around Pico, really led to, as I indicated, the least amount of upzoning relative to the rest of the boulevards. And I can, the map we're showing here kind of if you look at here, you see Pico, it's the 2.0 and 45 feet. And on the table, again, here is Pico Boulevard. When you look at the standards for Pico relative to the other boulevards, it is by far the lowest in terms, compared to other boulevards in the city. It's higher on Wilshire Boulevard, sort of on the northern parts. And then we were looking at sort of, office campus district where it's been prohibited. That's why, some of neighborhood commercial, even though it's not as high as some of these others, but, that's kind of what led, to how we got to this point of how we distribute housing capacity across the city.
Great. So I'm happy to hear that staff is considering sort of historic practices and ensuring that, we expand access and opportunity throughout the city, for lower income residents to live in other parts of the city as well. So I'm really happy to hear that. The other question that I had, in terms of keeping the downtown area having more height, and you're saying that there was in some cases more height in other parts of the city. So I want to just clarify, are we retreating from that concept of concentrating higher density in the downtown area?
No, yeah, that's why the recommendation is to eliminate the tier system, because if we had kept the issue with the downtown and retaining the tier system is because SB 330, the state law, does not allow the city to downzone, if you will, less than the standards that were in place in 2018. So basically, we couldn't go lower than the existing tier standards in the downtown. The problem with keeping the tier system in downtown in some respects is because of the effect of state density bonus law. Like if someone did a tier 1 downtown project with state density bonus, it might actually take them over the tier 2 existing FAR, right? And so we were starting to see kind of a weird imbalance, where you have like a tier 1 FAR, even tier 2 FAR in downtown that was actually lower than the rest of the city. And that just fundamentally didn't make sense in terms of how we've thought about, our growth strategy and land use planning in the city and downtown having the greatest amount of development intensity. And so that's how we got to this recommendation of like, what, we don't actually have to keep the tier system in downtown for housing projects. You could eliminate it and still, incentivize housing production. You don't end up with that odd imbalance of where someone, you have like a tier 1 standard in downtown that is lower than Wilshire Boulevard or Santa Monica Boulevard. Like that just kind of doesn't really make any sense.
Great, thank you for that. The state rule on non-residential use in a project, the 33% rule, right?
Mm-hmm.
aside from commercial, what else can be considered non-residential? Like green space, open space, courtyards, for example?
No, that's not really floor area. It would just be anything that's not a residential use. So retail, office, any.
That's mainly.
Anything you can, yeah. I mean, that's probably pretty typical as retail. Sometimes office, sometimes a gym or something like that. But yeah, it's pretty much anything that's not a residential use. But like a courtyard or an open space is not considered floor area.
Okay.
It's, open. So that wouldn't count.
Okay, so like rooftop,
Yeah,
like
that wouldn't-
no, so that
that's
would.
not floor area. Yeah.
Okay, that's good to know then. Yeah, I don't have any other questions. Thanks.
All right, thank you, Councilmember De La Torre. Councilmember Brock, did you have more questions?
Sure. I always have more questions. A couple of questions. Councilmember De La Torre just mentioned open space. Is there any way to ensure in these increased developments more open space?
Yeah, so
What can we do as a city?
Yeah. So as part of the zoning red lines, we have started to establish the framework of minimum amounts of open space. So that's in our zoning code already. Projects have to provide common and private open space. Particularly through the pandemic, it became, very important for people to have private open space as part of their units. And it's a minimum 60 square feet per unit is required for private open space, and it's 100 square feet is the overall total. So if you think about it, like 60 square feet for private open space, 60 square feet per unit is what's required for a project, and then 100 square feet, per unit overall, right? So you end up with this total open space requirement that's split between common open space and private open space. In terms of how that space is shaped, where it could go, that is part of the Objective Design Standards project, where we're getting more into the refinement up to the location and design of those open spaces. But the framework is there in terms of requiring open space for the project. We're also providing more flexibility for it to be located, for example, like on a rooftop, as opposed to like, squashed on the podium level that's sort of like less usable. So we've tried to kind of open it up so that there's, the possibility of, more usable open space in these projects.
So open space can be on an upper floor or a rooftop?
Yeah, it can be, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay. I had a question about a lot of what you're saying is based upon feasibility analysis, correct? A lot of what we're doing tonight by HRNA or?
In terms of the, how we originally arrived at these like starting point for the FARs, yes.
Do we believe that HRNA's analysis are accurate or has a point in time are accurate?
All analyses are a point in time. They weren't done in a vacuum by any means. It was informed through working groups and consultations with developers, construction and their contractors and what have you. So there was certainly public input into the assumptions, that went into the analysis.
So this is sort of a general question, but I'm concerned that we don't emphasize inclusionary over 100% affordable, that we don't end up with another project like the one we're getting at Gelson's, which is a 10% affordable. In terms of our planners, when we're looking at those projects, what we don't want to end up with is 30,000 units or some fanciful amount of inclusionary. And look, I think we agree the three levels that we talked about in my previous questions are all essential. Mm-hmm. And I'd even like to see, some sort of rent-to-own ownership in there somewhere as well. But how do we make sure that we don't end up giving away the boat to developers just to build inclusionary housing, and we don't do what we say we need in the city, and we've said since I've been on the council, is that we needed affordable housing. Mm-hmm. So are we doing, I guess what I'm asking collectively of you and your fellow planners, are we doing the best job we can for the future of the city. I understand the state requirements, and I'm not trying to buck the state requirements by any means. But I am concerned that we do our best for the people who live here now, and that the people who come here will also have a great environment to live in.
Yeah.
I don't think the market rate housing is helping right now, nor do I think it'll help tremendously in the future. We are flush with market rate housing. So is there something that is not in these questions or the standards that we have to adopt that would give us a better chance to get more affordable, truly affordable housing in the city and decrease the amount of inclusionary housing?
Yeah, I mean, it's a great philosophical question, and I mean, when we think about these things, it is impossible to think independent of, what state law requires. I mean, we have to comply with state density bonus law. It's not a choice, right? Yeah. And, how does a project, like the one you mentioned, get to sort of an overall total and it diminishes the percentage of the inclusionary? That is the nature of state density bonus law. And there's not much, we can do about that. If someone provides the inclusionary, they're entitled to the bonus. Where the city does have control is trying to provide as many incentives and reducing the barriers to the production of 100% affordable housing. And I think that Santa Monica does that about as well as anybody in the entire state. We provide a process that is no public hearings for 100% affordable housing. That's not the case in a lot of cities in California. We process those projects at record speed. When someone comes in and says, I have a funding obligation, I have a deadline to get a building permit, we move heaven and earth to make sure that project, make sure they get their building permits, they get funded, they get through the process as quickly as possible. Those projects are also given advantage under state law, in terms of unlimited density, no minimum parking requirements, additional height, like everything to try to make it as feasible as possible. The city self-funds affordable housing, even if it's not on city land. We are a loan provider, to those kinds of developments. So, in terms of like trying to support it and doing our part, I think Santa Monica is doing our part and then some, to support 100% affordable housing. And then, the inclusionary piece is, we get it where we can. And I think the balance there is setting it at a level that, you do get projects, because again, it's a difference between if you set the inclusionary level, so high that no projects happen, then you're not getting market rate units, but you're also not getting the percentage of affordable in it, so.
And that's why I was asking for a higher percentage.
Yeah, understood. Yeah.
Of affordable, because I wanted to make sure that we're really doing the job that we've been asked to do by the state.
Sure. Yeah, and I think what I'm offering is that there are other pathways to get affordable housing other than just through inclusionary as well. And I think it's the balance. Like I said, we've had these conversations with council. If you do set it higher, your FARs will rise. And, is that what you necessarily want as an outcome? And so that was the balance, right?
And I guess the reason I was asking, I was looking at how do we look at the city, if we could go to camera obscura and see the city 30 years in advance. It was a, forward time machine. How would we want to see the city then? How would you want to see your child that's coming, right? Yeah. How would you want your child to view Santa Monica? I
think the growth strategy, the vision for the city is the loose, right? That is a land use and circulation element. This housing element is still, I think, very much consistent with that, in the sense that it does not offer upzoning of multi-unit residential neighborhoods. That was a very core piece of the loose, right? And it was, let's have the development pressures, on the boulevards in these commercial areas. And, first and foremost, not displace existing tenants. And, we're obviously in a little bit of a new world with new housing legislation and what have you. But, I think this housing element is still very much, faithful to those basic planning principles, that were set forth in the loose in terms of, where do we grow? How do we grow? What's the infrastructure to support that growth. That's still, I think we're still, on our way there. So I think that's still very much, again, consistent with, what we originally set forth in the land use and circulation element.
Thank you so much.
Sure.
Councilmember Parra, I see you're still in the queue. Do you have more questions? No, I don't. Okay. Councilmember De La Torre.
Yes, I had questions and concerns about how this might impact rent-controlled units and
Okay, we're only in questions. You'll get to express your concerns later.
yeah, I know, I was leading up to it. But now I want to focus on small businesses, and we've received a lot of, emails and a lot of concern about the impact of upzoning on small businesses. And so that was, that's a big question, is what impact can we foresee, or are those concerns real, for people that are raising those concerns? The impact, on displacement of small businesses due to the fact that upzoning will increase costs, leases and so forth. Have we done that assessment yet?
I mean, to the extent that, if I'm just recalling from our feasibility analyses, if I were to take Montana Avenue, for example, or Main Street, like the land costs are high, and where it has development happen, it's probably where the land costs are less high. We haven't seen a history of redevelopment in those areas, and to the extent they're healthy commercial districts. Part of the zoning strategy here, and again, you can see it borne out by the numbers in the table, compared to, let's say, Wilshire Boulevard, which is the MUB there. We don't have the street names, but maybe actually it's better to see the map. But you can see sort of geographically in those neighborhood commercial areas like Maine and Montana and Ocean Park and Pico, 2.0, 2.5 compared to like 3.25 in other areas of the city. So, that was definitely part of the thought process. Starting with Pico Boulevard first and foremost having the least amount of upzoning, but it was the consideration, for these commercial districts, in terms of lesser upzoning relative to other areas of the city, even somewhere like Bergamot, where it has kind of historically, the standards haven't been high enough to incentivize any housing there. That's being corrected through the housing element process. So, that certainly took on a greater share of the development potential. But that's kind of how it bore out in terms of the thinking as to how we distribute the upzoning throughout the city. I will say in those areas as well, in some of the areas, the lot sizes don't really lend themselves to redevelopment. They're just quite small. So just the existing conditions, may not lend themselves to that. But, there are opportunities on those, in those areas, where it would make sense, where you have existing, lots that can actually accommodate, housing projects. And it's something we looked at sort of at a preliminary level. It's not something we sort of like dived into, very deeply to understand kind of, every single lot size in those areas.
Okay, thanks.
All right. Seeing no one else in the queue, it's my turn for questions. And I'm sorry, this is going to be a little scattershot, but some of my questions have been asked, so I'm just going to be filling in some blanks in my own mind here. And let's start with the inclusionary numbers. I mean, the fact of the matter is that if we impose a 20% inclusionary requirement, we're probably going to get fewer projects. Isn't that true?
I mean, again, based on the feedback we're hearing now, yeah, it would appear to be the case. Yeah.
And the fact of the matter is, with all good intentions, 20% of zero is zero.
True, yeah.
So, I mean, that's really what you're grappling with here, is that we can impose 50% affordable requirements and feel very good about it, but at the end of the day, we'd get no projects, so we'd get not only no market rate, but we'd also get no affordable. Is that really the balance that you're trying to strike here?
Right. It's yeah, in terms of the inclusionary piece, yeah.
Okay, and I want to go back. You talked a little bit about the process for asking for dispensation from HCD, and I think it's important to notice that one of the things HCD is currently dealing with is they're going through the whole housing element process for the communities in Northern California. Is that correct?
Yep.
So they have a lot of work going on. They're not just sitting around going, okay, we've done all the housing elements in the state, now we can sit and wait for people to ask us for amendments. They're actually in a process where their personnel are sort of stretched thin because they are dealing with a lot of non-compliant housing elements in Northern California. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think I was always shocked by how many housing elements our reviewer was looking at any one time. Yeah.
And so, and I think it's important to remember, you had a slide up there about the consequences of falling out of compliance. And one of the things you mentioned, and I'm not sure people realize this, was loss of funding for affordable housing. We actually lost affordable housing funding for 1 year during the time we were out of compliance. Is that not true?
That is correct. Yeah, we were not eligible to apply. Yeah.
So if we are really interested in building affordable housing, one of the things we need to do is stay in compliance so that we remain eligible for those affordable housing funds. Is that true?
Yes.
Okay. Let me ask another compliance question. You said that we could be sued by the state. If we fall out of compliance, can we also be sued by a private party?
Yes.
So if we were to fall out of compliance, somebody could sue us and try and force us back into compliance via the legal process. And even if the state were overburdened, somebody who had an interest in maintaining our compliance could take matters into their own hands. Would that be fair?
Certainly, yeah.
Okay. I want to talk about the 1 acre issue versus the 90,000 square feet. The Housing Accountability Act applies whether it's a 90,000 square foot parcel or project, a 1 acre, 2 acres. I mean, it doesn't, this council set that 1 acre threshold, but it doesn't affect the applicability of the Housing Accountability Act. Is that right?
That's right, yeah.
So if we were to impose, say, well, we want to stay with the 90,000 foot level rather than the 1 acre parcel for downtown, we might have more hearings, but at the end of the day, we still wouldn't be able to say, oh, no, we don't want that project. We have had a lot of hearings, and everyone would be very frustrated because at the end of the day, both Planning Commission and this City Council would have to say, we don't have the authority to turn down that project. Is that right?
That's right, yeah.
And in fact, isn't that sort of where we are to some extent in this community with the Gelson's project? Because the Gelson's project complies with the Housing Accountability Act. And therefore, regardless of what you think, good, bad, or indifferent, we don't have the authority to stop it. Is that right?
Yeah, I mean, that project is, I don't think it's a DR. I think it's an administrative approval.
Yeah, it's an administrative approval, right?
Yeah, yeah.
But I mean, but one of the reasons we went to the 1 acre was because people were all up in arms about the Gelson's project. And they thought, well, if we put this 1 acre threshold on, then Gelson's would have had to go through all these, it wouldn't be an administrative approval, it would have to go through all of these processes.
Right, even if it had to go through the development review permit process and a public hearing, if it was, code compliant, it would be still under the protections of the Housing Accountability Act.
Right, so the 1 acre, I don't know any other way to put this, the 1 acre limitation might make us feel good, but it doesn't really affect our ability to control projects that meet our zoning code.
Right, yeah, again, the city would still be very limited in its authority to deny such a project.
Okay, and then policy question number 1, which was the definition of a housing project. And I just want to confirm, I didn't hear any rationale for treating projects within downtown versus outside of downtown differently. I mean, I understand we want more density in downtown. That's historically how we've always wanted. Mm-hmm. But in terms of the definitional issues, mm-hmm. I mean, other than just creating more confusion about what applies where and creating more work for you, is there any rationale for why we would treat projects in downtown differently than outside of the downtown area?
No, I mean, this is sort of a product of what came first, the chicken or the egg, when we adopted the DCP, it was sort of like groundbreaking in the sense that it provided a streamlined process for, projects that had more housing. And then, we adopted the IZO, citywide to streamline approvals for housing projects. So it's really kind of like having it catch up to where we are now and, thinking through our policy now. So, having that 25% artificial definition just doesn't even really make sense anymore relative to where we've come for the rest of the city.
Okay, and this might actually be a question for the city attorney, so maybe I'll give you a break, Ms. Yah. Because obviously one of the issues we've gotten a tremendous amount of input from the community about is the neighborhood commercial zones. And if we didn't upzone the neighborhood commercial zones, would we nevertheless face the possibility that someone could invoke AB 2011, which allows the administrative approval of housing in commercial zones?
That's possible, yes. There are commercial zones that have been identified where it is possible.
So, and I understand AB 2011 has a lot of requirements. For example, you have to meet certain labor standards and things like that. But if we said, okay, we want to, say we want these neighborhood commercial areas not to be subject to upzoning, we could say that, and there might be consequences with HCD, I don't know. But even if we did that, and even if HCD effectively said, yeah, whatever program you've come up with to sort of compensate for moving the housing somewhere else, someone could come in and invoke AB 2011 and say, no, I'd like to build a housing project right smack dab in the middle of Main Street.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, thank you. And the other question I have, and maybe this is legal, maybe this is you planning, I'm not sure, lot consolidation. So because there seems to be some confusion, so I want to make sure I understand. In the neighborhood commercial zones, where do we allow lot consolidation and where don't we allow lot consolidation?
So the only limitation on lot consolidation is currently on Main Street, NC Main Street. So right now, Pico could consolidate their lot currently under the zoning ordinance.
And have we had any discussions with HCD just specifically about not allowing lot consolidations in the neighborhood commercial zones? And that's a little bit like asking the question.
Preliminarily, but not specifically. They said that we'd have to show them more details regarding if that was a proposal.
So it was raised, but we got sort of a vague, give us a specific proposal and we'll let you know what we think answer.
Correct.
Okay. Because I'm thinking about, I think a lot of the concern to Councilmember De La Torre's question was about, smaller businesses. So I was just curious if there was a way to reduce floor plates. Program 2C, which is the program where we're going to say any development 0 to 5 units, they have the option to pay a fee. They don't have to do any inclusive affordable. Is that correct?
Yes, currently it's up to 4. Once you hit 4, you have to provide affordable on site, but we're raising that a little bit higher.
So we're sort of raising it to 6 in reality. Is that correct?
Yeah, because we've been seeing people choosing to fee out instead of actually providing the units. So we wanted people to not underdevelop their parcel.
And that applies both to rental and ownership units. Is that correct?
Yes.
So is it possible, for example, that maybe by raising this limit, we might actually encourage more moderately priced condominium affordable units? Is that a possibility?
It's possible because I guess more units would be maybe smaller units. So therefore, maybe they're like the lower case affordable potentially, but possibly.
Okay. And then my final question is, so as we, we have these list of questions and we're going to start going through them now. I gather what you're looking for us is guidance in answers to these questions. Are there any of these questions, and I don't know how to put this, where if we give you one answer, there's a greater risk of falling out of compliance than another?
No.
Okay, so we don't have to sort of factor that into our calculation. Whatever answer we come up with, we're confident will still be in compliance.
Any of the policy questions would not, I think, bring us out of compliance.
Okay.
These are policy questions.
Okay, thank you. All right, great. Seeing no one else in the queue, taking myself out of the queue, we're now going to start the discussion. So we're going to start with the policy questions presented, and we're going to go question by question. So you don't have to make your comments on all 6. We're going to go question by question. And and I want to make it clear, although we are not doing any motions this evening, this is just a study session, we do want people to express their opinion so that we can determine whether or not there's a consensus for one position or another. If there isn't, or doesn't appear to be consensus, then we'll take a straw poll because staff does need to get guidance from the council on these issues. So let's start with policy question number 1. For consistency with the remainder of the city, should the definition of a housing project in downtown be amended to allow for up to 33% non-residential floor area consistent with the Housing Accountability Act? Does someone have any comments or that? Or no one's hopping in the queue here?
I think we're trying to read it again.
Okay, go ahead. Councilmember Zwick.
I mean, the consistency that staff alluded to between the downtown and the rest of the city seems just simply logical on its face. I am still curious as to whether we could add an additional definition, I would say, for any project that, say, supplies 100 units of housing, regardless of percentage. That's something that occurred to me when it comes to various mixed-use projects that we might be allowing to make sure that we're not disincentivizing housing in any projects, even ones that would have an even greater mix of commercial.
So can I, sorry, interrupt here? The definition of a housing project under the HAA is actually, does actually account for 100% residential projects. So.
I'm sorry, I meant 100 units of housing in any project.
100 units.
But when it comes
Saying
to,
like a 50-50 project, like.
for instance,
Okay, so you're suggesting a different percentage.
not a different percentage, just a different means of qualifying as a housing project.
Oh. Yeah.
So the distinction there is like, this is aligned with the Housing Accountability Act definitions because it provides, again, the protections under the HAA. So certainly as a local matter, the city could establish that percentage at whatever it wants. You know, just for the definition of the housing project, the effect of the definition of the housing project is it allows those kinds of projects access to the greater development standards for housing projects. And then there's a separate qualification for whether you want that to also apply to the streamlining. Yeah.
Correct, and I was suggesting that we could add another definition for what might qualify as a housing project.
As a housing project
for
to
local-
access those higher
yes,
standards.
for local use.
Okay.
But when it comes to a lot of the questions around whether our downtown should at least reflect the minimum standards of the rest of our city, that just seems logical. I think we all agree on the dais that the downtown is where we want to be encouraging the greatest densities of housing production. It's where all the greatest infrastructure it's where people are easily able to get around. And I think we all agree that we would want it to be at least as feasible to do projects downtown as it is in other parts of our city. So yes.
Councilmember De La Torre.
I support what Councilmember Zwick just said. I think it makes sense to have one standard applying citywide.
Okay, well, seeing that there's no one else, and on this one anyway, yes is the recommendation of both, and I see you, Councilmember Parr, but I'll just finish my sentence, of both Planning Commission and staff recommendation. You know, I guess the question is, does anyone disagree? Councilmember Parr, did you have a comment?
No, I don't disagree.
Oh, yeah, turn your mic on, thanks.
Sorry. I don't disagree with this, but I just wanted a little bit of clarification if we're going to be changing any definitions and as to where and how.
Well, I think at this point in time, I think Councilmember Zwick has a proposal. I think what I would like to do is move that to the end of the discussion, as I said, where we have things that are not specifically related to these questions. I want to get through these questions in deference to planning, staff, and our time, and then we'll, to the extent there are other changes people want to suggest, we can do that at the end. Councilmember De La Torre.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify that I support the staff recommendation as Councilmember Zwick supports the staff recommendation. The other part about the 33 or 50% or other stuff, I need more clarification on. So I'm glad that we're separating it, Mayor Davis, and we can leave those considerations towards the end.
All right, great, thank you. So seeing no one else hopping into the queue, I'm going to say, and if anyone disagrees, this is speak now or forever hold your peace. Staff, that the council consensus is yes on item number 1. See how easy that is when we all try. Great, thank you. So now we're going to go to item number 2, is for consistency with the remainder of the city. Should the definition of a streamlined housing project that is eligible for administrative approval in downtown be amended to allow for up to 25% non-residential floor area? And does anyone, here again, we have both Planning Commission and staff aligned. Does anyone want to be let's start it this way and make it easier. Is anyone a proponent of the no position? So far, so good. All right. So is it fair to say that the consensus of the council is that we vote yes, that there will be no change to the DCP for housing projects to qualify for no public hearings, and that streamlined housing projects citywide are treated the same? All right. So we have consensus on that as a yes as well. Question number 3, I think we might have more discussion about this one. Should the threshold for housing projects to qualify for the administrative approval process be increased from 90,000 square feet to a 1-acre parcel consistent with the remainder of the city? And this is in downtown. So again, we have Planning Commission recommendation is a yes, and staff recommendation is a no, according to the slide we have in front of us. And nobody is hopping in the queue. All right, Mayor Pro Tem Negretti.
My only concern is that I hear that it adds administrative, but this is the part where the community, right or wrong or indifferent, gets to voice their opinion. And I do feel like that's an important part of allowing community process. And so my position is to go with the Planning Commission's recommendation, which would be yes.
Okay, does anyone else want to express themselves? Councilmember De La Torre, then Councilmember Zwick.
Yes, I support the Planning Commission recommendation as Councilwoman Negrete as well.
All right, Councilmember Zwick.
I agree with the Planning Commission as well. I think that it should be a consistent standard.
Just to clarify, I believe when you said that you didn't want it to be an acre, therefore more process, I think you would have been a no vote.
I'm saying housing projects on sites 1 acre or more would be subject to a public hearing.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry.
So I agree with that as well. I think that this standard should be consistent across the city. I think, again, the goal of streamlining is to encourage housing projects, and why would we further streamline the rest of the city compared to downtown? I think, again, that a stricter process downtown would simply have the effect of pushing housing to other parts of the city, and I think we all agree that we want to have more housing downtown.
All right, so Councilmember Parra.
I also am going to agree with the Planning Commission, so my vote is yes.
All right.
Sorry, before I make, I just want to make sure that we're completely clear. So if we change, right now, the threshold is 90,000 square feet. So if we change it to 1 acre, it's actually unlikely for projects to be subject to this. So in the downtown, sorry. Yeah. They would still need A or B. They could, provide their own input, and it's all subject to that housing accountability, or protected by the Housing Accountability Act. But the no would mean that there's likely to be more projects subject to public hearing.
So, okay, that's confusing. The purpose was to allow public to weigh in on projects. So
no means more public input. Yes means less public input.
Thank you.
I'm confused that the Planning Commission is recommending the opposite.
Correct.
'Cause my understanding was that they were representing community input.
No.
Well, they're representing more streamlining and consistency, and as we said before, these projects are all subject to Housing Accountability Act, anyways, are protected, and their stance was that we should just be consistent, anyways.
So does everyone understand this now?
I will be voting no.
Well, okay, I just want to make sure, does everyone understand this, or does anyone need further clarification? Because we probably should take, whoa, we're all going to take turns talking here. So, Mayor Pro Tem Negretti, do you have something further to add? And council members, you're still in the queue. Okay, so take yourself out of the queue. Councilmember Zwick?
Confusion notwithstanding, I still believe the best policy would be to follow the Planning Commission recommendation. The standard throughout the entire city is 1 acre. Why would we make it harder for projects to submit and receive approval in the downtown? That would just encourage more housing projects to move outside of the downtown to areas where residents would like it less. So I still believe the Planning Commission recommendation is the correct one, to have one standard of 1 acre, so that we are not creating a stricter process of approval for our downtown than we are for the rest of the city, which seems backwards.
All right, Councilmember De La Torre.
I mean, I see that on the Planning Commission's recommendation, it says no sites likely meet this criteria in the downtown anyway. I'm all for more public process, but I think the reasoning that Councilmember Zwick is presenting makes a lot of sense to me. That we allow more density in the downtown area probably does make more sense, so that we protect more of the residential zones. So I understand that that yes means that we will we will not make it harder for housing projects to be built in the downtown area. We want to streamline the process so that more housing can be built in the downtown with more density to protect more of the residential corridors in our city.
Okay, Councilmember Brock.
Well, someone has to differ. So I'm going to vote no, because I want every chance for residents to have a voice in the further creation of our city. And since there are not 1 acre or larger sites in downtown, I still believe residents want a chance to weigh in whenever possible. So I'm going to go with residents and vote no on that. Thank you.
All right, Councilmember Parra.
Wrong one. So now that I've received further clarification, thank you. And I thought that the yes meant that there was going to be more involvement by the residents to have a voice in what is being said. While I do agree that the density should be downtown, I also do appreciate that our residents have more of a say in what is happening and being developed in our city. And so I'm going to change my vote to a no.
We haven't voted yet, so nobody's changing.
I'm going to
vote.
change my thoughts then. And so I said yes previously. I'm saying no now.
All right. Councilmember Terosas.
Unless I'm wrong.
Thanks. Can we just clarify from our staff, is the reason that you recommended no because of the administrative burden, or can you just clarify to us why you recommended no? Because I mean, you are the subject matter experts.
Yeah, not at all. This was a case of where we were just following through on council's prior direction.
Got it.
Hadn't received anything different to suggest doing something different.
Okay, that's clarifying. Thanks.
Mayor Pro Tem Negretti.
So I just wanted to clarify, because Councilmember Zwick just laid out separately. I think what we're most concerned about in the community, or at least some of us, is the overdensification of our neighborhood areas, right? And pushing out people who are in rent control, deed restricted units out of the community. So if making it more streamlined to do a project in downtown means that that's most likely to happen, then I can understand why the Planning Commission would have said yes, because then that streamlines the process and makes it more feasible or process-wise faster to do downtown than it would anywhere else. And so although it seems to be, because my priority is always to allow the community to weigh in, I think if the reason why the community usually weighs in is because they don't want to see a lot of these projects that are too big or pushing out what they seem to feel is pushing out some of the community members. So now I fully understand why the Planning Commission offered that. So after going back and forth, I'm going back to my original yes on the Planning Commission, because I do see that by streamlining those, because we're talking about just the downtown area, not the entire city, that allows for those projects to be more attractive to do in the downtown area, where density is where we really want it, as opposed to the neighborhoods.
Councilmember Zwick.
I would just add that if we don't do that, it would actually be the opposite, where the rest of the city would be more streamlined than downtown. And that's particularly what I'm concerned about.
And, okay, Councilmember De La Torre.
Well, just thinking about it, I mean, it does increase, a step in the process, but I still feel that in that step, with more public, involvement, more public comment on a project, that our residents are going to do what's right, and they're going to advocate for more density in the downtown. So I put my trust in the resident voice in these processes, so that I think it's an added step, but I still feel that the residents will push for more housing, more density in the downtown. So I'd like to I'd like to support my colleagues who are pushing for the staff recommendation.
All right, Councilmember Brock.
So I don't see how, I don't agree with the theory that would stop projects from being built. If you own a piece of property downtown and you want to develop it, it may take you 6 extra months, but it's not going to stop you from developing the project if you're going to make money. So honestly, I think that argument is, well, so thank you.
All right, Mayor Pro Tem Negrete.
I just wanted to have the discussion once. Because I feel you. I think we're sort of torn here. But I think the idea is not that the community gets to decide where the project is. It's what, like if I'm a developer and I'm looking at sites and it's a quicker process because I don't have to go through a community hearing process to develop in the downtown area versus in Ocean Park, whatever area, then that's probably where I'm going to choose to go. I think that's the thinking, because I understand you that it's not like they're presenting projects and saying, hey, where should I build my project? And communities putting input as to where it's being built. It's depending upon where it's being built is what triggers the community input. So if there's no community input triggered for downtown, but there's at this 1 acre, but it triggers in the neighborhood area. So we're actually making it easier to build in downtown and harder to build in the neighborhoods. Am I saying that incorrectly? I'm not very good at articulating this stuff.
That's right.
All right, Councilmember Zwick, did you want to be back in the queue?
Yeah, I would just add that I do believe it's a real incentive because, I mean, the whole reason we have it as a program in our housing element is that we're promising that this will help incentivize housing by moving it to the administrative process. So I disagree with Councilmember Brock. I mean, the reason why we are promising the state that we're going to have an administrative approval process is because that would be more attractive to developers. So I do think it's very important that we have the most attractive approval process in our downtown.
All right, Councilmember De La Torre.
I understand, some of the reasoning, but those developers that are trying to build, let's say, deciding of where they're going to build, it's more lucrative to build in the downtown than anywhere else. I mean, people want to be in the downtown sector. That's where you make your money, in terms of housing, commercial or residential. So if you're going to make more money, if it's going to be more profitable, if I was a developer, I'll take that extra step, and go through that extra, public hearing or community process, because in the end, I'll make more money in the downtown than, anywhere else in the city of Santa Monica. So for me, I think it's worth it. There's a disagreement, right? The Planning Commission is making one recommendation, staff is making another recommendation. Staff is listening to us on the dais, and they're trying to represent, the will of this council, and I trust that staff has thought about it, and that's why they're making the recommendation. And I also feel that a developer wanting to build in the downtown is more lucrative. They'll make more profits, and they should go through an extra step. It wouldn't hurt them. It maybe might be a little delay, short delay, but all in all, I think our residents are also not going to support anything that's going to create more density in the residential zones or in their neighborhoods. They're going to support more density in the downtown. So I want to stick with my no vote.
All right, Councilmember Brock.
my last word on this is if we have a map of the city, developers, there's not always that many places for a developer to have land. You're assuming that a developer looks at the city and sees lot A here, lot B here, lot C, and they have a whole plethora of places in our underdeveloped city in which to buy property. That's not true. And I absolutely agree with Councilmember De La Torre that downtown property is worth much more than some of the other streets in the city, Wilshire or Santa Monica. So I know this is a minor issue. We're making it into a mountain. I understand that. But I also believe any small place that we can help our residents have a voice is important to our residents. Thank you.
Councilmember Terosas.
Okay, without belaboring this, I respect everyone here, but I have to strongly disagree with council members Brock and De La Torre as someone who's been involved in countless affordable housing and market rate mixed-use development projects. Timing does matter. I think everyone here knows about the history of redlining. Zoning policies dictate where things get built, period. If we make it easier to build in the neighborhood areas and harder to build downtown, it will be more expensive because it will take longer. We know the cost of labor has increased, the cost of goods and services have increased. The holding costs, even for 6 months, make a difference. And I absolutely do not want to incentivize. The whole purpose of why we have done this is to upzone along our boulevards, to not incentivize displacement in our neighborhood areas, and to try to put housing in our downtown area. And for those reasons, I have to support the Planning Commission recommendation.
All right. Councilmember Zwick, it shows you still in the queue.
I would just add one thing, which is building off of what Councilmember Terosas said. The time costs in a project now, on average, account for over 1/3 of the total costs of building something in the state. And the reason we're doing an administrative process is because we don't want to see over 1/3 of costs of a building get spent on just waiting and holding capital and repaying loans and paying consultants and being in a holding pattern for what has often been a 12-year process or more for some of the most complicated projects in our downtown. So I think this is very important.
All right. It's finally my turn. So I want to say 3 things. First one, time is money in the development world. 6 months can make the difference. If someone knows they can get a project in 6 months faster, that can be the difference between them doing it and not doing it. It's not just a question of how much is the project going to cost. It may be whether or not the project is viable. And if we are concerned about more, for example, affordable market rate housing, every day we add to the process makes the process more expensive, which means that to the extent we're getting market rate housing, the rents on those projects are going to be higher because they have to recoup the costs they incurred during that 6 months or a year waiting. Time is money. The second thing I want to say is that even with the administrative process, the residents, they are required to have one hearing. So it's not as if the residents don't get to express their opinions about the project. They have one hearing, they can come, they can speak, they can go, I hate this thing, I never want to see it in my city. They can say, I love this thing. They will be part of the process. The question is not, will the residents be part of the process? The question is, will the people sitting out there, our planning department, will the planning commission, will this city council be part of the process? That's the problem, is that not only are we adding to the developer's costs, we're adding to the complicated nature of the process. It means everybody who's in our planning department, and we know our planning department is overburdened. We hear it from businesses every day. Why can't I get my stuff out of the planning department? Why? Because they're sitting there running administrative hearings that they don't need. And so I think it's not just the question of what's the burden on the developer. It's the question of what's the burden on the city. And the third thing I want to say is, I think that, you can couch it in terms of being resident-friendly all you want. I can't think of a more resident-unfriendly process than having a year's worth of hearings, and then at the end of the day, having both the Planning Commission and the City Council go, I know you hate it, we have to build it anyway. I think that is disrespectful of our residents. I think letting them think that if they come to 4 different hearings and express their displeasure with the project, and then at the end of the day discover there's not a doggone thing they can do about it, that is the most resident-unfriendly thing I can think of. Residents will have an opportunity to express themselves about projects in the administrative process. It's not like they're being cut out, but they'll have the one opportunity, and then the process will follow its way. So I will be voting yes. Now we're going to take a straw poll. Since it's a straw poll, Madam Clerk, do you want me to just call the roll? I'm happy to do it.
I've been sitting here, so I'll do it.
All right, thank you, thank you.
Councilmember Zwick.
Yes.
Councilmember Parr.
No.
Councilmember Brock.
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Negrete.
Yes.
Councilmember Torosis.
Yes.
Councilmember De La Torre.
No, and I want to explain my no vote.
You will after the vote. We're going to finish voting.
Okay. And Mayor Davis.
Yes. So the straw poll shows it passing by a 4-3 vote.
Mayor, may I point something out, please?
Yes.
While this is not the final vote, when this comes for final adoption, it will require 5 votes to approve a change from the current code.
Oh, because it's a change to the actual downtown community plan?
Yes.
Okay, great. Councilmember De La Torre, you wanted to explain your no vote?
Yes, I want to note that this is a staff recommendation, and it says right there that no change to existing downtown process thresholds. So meaning that our no vote is keeping the current existing process, and we've seen a lot of development in the downtown, some major projects, multi-million-dollar projects that have been approved. So I don't see that keeping the current process is a detriment to more development in the downtown.
All right, Councilmember Brock.
I have one word just in response. I voted no, but my example would be the Gelson's project, where residents had one meeting where they didn't feel heard, they didn't feel understood, and they didn't feel in any means that anyone gave a damn about their neighborhood. Thank you.
Yep. All right.
Mayor, I'm sorry.
Yes.
It's been pointed out because this would not result in a change to the height or FAR, only 4 votes would be required.
Okay,
Sorry.
good. All right, thank you for that clarification, City Attorney. I appreciate that. So we have in the straw poll direction from the council on number 3. All right, so we are now going to number 4. For consistency with development standards established for housing projects outside of downtown, should the tier system in downtown be eliminated for housing projects? Oops, I should take myself out of the queue. Any comments on that? Here we have both Planning Commission and staff aligned on a yes recommendation. Councilmember Torosis.
Yes, I support the recommendation, prepared to move that forward unless there's any other comments.
All right, Mayor Pro Tem Negrete.
I just wanted to point out that in the same vein with the 15 and 20, if we make it harder to build in the downtown area, then we start to see more of these projects in the neighborhood. So in relationship to my last vote, I'm supporting the Planning Commission and staff recommendation.
All right, maybe I should ask this, not seeing anyone else in the queue. Is anyone a no vote on this particular item? All right, then I think, members of planning staff, we have consensus on policy question number 4, that it should be a yes vote. Great, thank you, everyone. Now we're to 5. In light of public comments from housing developers and the Planning Commission expressing concern regarding project feasibility and state law parameters, AB 1505, related to inclusionary requirements that exceed 20%, should the affordable housing requirement for downtown housing project be lowered from 20% to 15%, consistent with the remainder of the city? And here again, we have a Planning Commission and staff recommendation for a yes vote. Maybe the easy thing to do is if anyone disagrees with that. Councilmember Brock's not on the dais, so I don't know where he is on this.
I think we should come back to this one because I know that he had concerns.
All right. Councilmember Parr has a good idea that we should come back to that because she thinks that is important to Councilmember Brock. So can we go to 6 and we'll come back to 5? In addition to what already is required for Main Street and Montana Avenue, should ground floor commercial use also be required in the neighborhood commercial zones on Pico Boulevard and Ocean Park Boulevard? Here we have a split between Planning Commission recommendation, which is a yes, and staff recommendation, which is a no. And I think we had a pretty extensive discussion of this during the questions period. So I wouldn't anticipate that we'd need a lot of discussion. Mayor Pro Tem Negrete.
We don't have to have discussion if you just want to call it up.
No. I'm just saying, I think we had a robust
Yeah.
discussion, so I think everyone understands the issue, but I don't want to quell discussion at this point.
I just wanted to say that I know that prior council direction was given to increase flexibility, and I recognize that. I think some of us realized we were wrong, and we heard from the community, and we didn't realize the impact, or it wasn't thought out thoroughly, the impact it would have on small businesses. And that's really important to both our constituents and the small business community. So for me, I'm supporting the Planning Commission's recommendation for yes.
Okay, do we have Councilmember De La Torre?
Yes, agreed on that. Definitely want to protect small businesses and continue to have the requirement for commercial uses on the ground floor. So I'll be supporting the Planning Commission's recommendation as well.
All right, Councilmember Terosas.
And I would agree.
Yeah, on this one, I just want to express, since no one else seems to be in the line, that I do think having commercial on the ground floor actually adds to the pedestrian friendliness of this. And for that, I would refer to the CCSM project at 26 and Santa Monica, which has always struck me as a bit of a anomaly as you're walking down Santa Monica and you have residential on the ground floor. And it seems not only a little uncomfortable, in all honesty, for me, being that close to somebody's patio, but also I wonder how uncomfortable it might be for them. And while I'm perhaps more bullish on commercial in the city, so I'm going to be supporting the yes. Does anyone have a no, want to vote no? They're happy to do it. All right, it sounds like we have consensus on yes then, supporting the Planning Commission recommendation. All right, so we're going to go back to 5. Councilmember Brock, we understand.
Can I just clarify one thing for
Sure.
on that very last one? I don't know if I have consensus on this, but just because this was more broad, I think that we definitely want to talk about limits on lot consolidation, except for 100% affordable housing, limits on storefront widths, and no new curb cuts, just to think about how we're going to preserve.
Yeah, and what we're going to do is that's going to go to something that's going to go at the end of this.
Okay,
We're going to
no
answer
problem.
questions, and then she had some suggestions about reducing curb cuts and lots consolidation in some of the commercial areas. But again, that's not one of the specific questions staff is asking.
Okay, I wasn't sure if we were coming up.
Yeah, we're going to come back. So make a note that says
No problem.
when we get through all the questions that we have to answer for staff, then we'll be able to address those issues in both sections. Whatever city council members want to address is going to come at the end of both sections. All right, so we're back to item 5, which is the affordability issue. So the question is, in light of public comments from housing developers and the Planning Commission expressing concern regarding project feasibility and state law parameters, AB 1505 relating to inclusionary requirements that exceed 20%, should the affordable housing requirement for downtown housing project be lowered from 20 to 15% consistent with the remainder of the city? And can I just confirm before we go into that, because I believe that was done by ordinance in the downtown, so that also would not need 5 votes, is that correct, even though it affects downtown? If I remember, we did the affordability requirements via ordinance and not in the DCP. And you don't have to. 4 votes. I can count. 4 votes. All right. So just so everyone knows. Councilmember Swick.
I'm sorry, this is out of order. I did realize I had a clarifying question about the commercials on the ground floor.
Oh.
I'm so sorry. I can hold it or.
Well,
just a
why don't you go
correction.
ahead now, since it's in
Okay.
your head, and then we'll move on.
Apologies. Is the requirement for the entire first floor, or is it just about the frontage? Because I would argue that it should just be for the frontage.
So it's 60% of the ground floor frontage has to be commercial. That's the current standard.
Of the frontage.
Yes.
So the back could be something else.
There's like depth averages, but yes, like the maybe way back could be something else.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, good. Now that we've cleared that up, and that was easy, thank you. We're on question number 5. And here we have Planning Commission and staff in alignment that we would reduce the inclusionary requirements down to 15%. Councilmember De La Torre.
I mean, the goal is to build more affordable housing, and I heard your reasoning, Mayor Davis, regarding that if we bring it up to 20%, that more than likely, development won't happen. Like we won't see projects, because the threshold is too high. Doesn't pencil out, as developers like to say. And I'm trying to think, is there anything that would be, I mean, I would like more than 15%. I just don't know what the research has said. If you're saying 20% will kill these projects, what about 17%? What about 18%? I mean, is there more than a percentage more than 15% that gets us more affordable housing and still allows these projects to pencil out? And I don't know what the research is on that. I don't know what the surveys have said on that. It'd be great to have that type of information, because I'd like to increase the requirement beyond 15%. I don't want to kill projects. I want to see projects happen.
All right. I think we'll go through it and then we can have some discussion. I might have a comment in response to that, because I actually think there's some empirical evidence on that issue. Mayor Pro Tem Negrete.
I just wanted to be clear, because I'm always for more affordable housing, but I think, again, here, we're looking at as it compares to the rest of the city, right? So it's not that we're reducing it. It looks like housing projects in the downtown, if you say no, must include 20% on site as compared to 15% in the remainder of the city. So effectively, people would just build elsewhere because you have to build less. That's the catch here. But I'm all for more affordable housing, but if we exclude the downtown area, then it makes, again, the communities where we would possibly be displacing people more attractive to build, right?
That is correct. 15% is the rest of the city, and that's what we're proposing. We've committed to that and the rest of the city. And so increasing it to 20% in the downtown, it would be a higher inclusionary requirement. And again, as Jing had noted, we've heard from housing providers that 20% is too much and they're not able to support the 20%. And so given market conditions, that's what we've been hearing. Our pipeline of projects show that, 15% is what is, is feasible, it's doable. We have a healthy portfolio of pipeline and pending projects providing 15% within the downtown. So we know that works.
And although I'm not 100% on this density bonus, it does sound like it maybe mitigates some of the potential height that a building would have to go, or not necessarily.
I mean, again, we're not allowed to take into consideration.
I know we're not allowed to, but.
So, yeah.
Okay.
Councilmember Zwick.
Oh, yeah, I was just in response to Councilmember De La Torre. I think, there obviously, as planning mentioned, there were feasibility analyses done to arrive at this number. And the reason why the state has made the requirements very difficult to go beyond 15% is based on the research that once you go beyond there, you are getting into the realm of infeasibility. And the reason why the state, through AB 1505, has made the evidentiary requirements so high for going beyond 15% is that the general consensus is that once you go beyond that threshold, you are endangering projects from happening.
All right. Councilmember Brock.
Well, my heart says no, but, and I wish we had empirical evidence that said that 5% difference in affordable housing really made a difference in the project. Now, I understand we haven't had those affordable projects downtown. Now, I'm not sure if it's the 15% or the cost of land and interest rates. What is the real reason? But I know that at least a year ago, we were making pledges that we needed to support 100% affordable housing. And if it was inclusionary, we wanted the maximum amount we can get. So what I'm hearing is everyone saying, if we did 18% or 17%, then my God, we would kill any affordable housing. I don't necessarily believe that. So I'm going to ask, I guess, can I ask a question of staff?
Sure.
Do they believe that the difference, that if we did what Councilmember De La Torre mentioned, and try to compromise between 15 and 20, would that just destroy affordable housing and the inclusionary projects would all go outside of downtown?
I mean, going above 15% will invite HCD review of our inclusionary requirement. They'll take a look at it to make sure it's not a constraint on housing.
Right,
And
and
so
I'm
they
not
could
trying to create a constraint. I'm trying to get
Right.
more affordable housing built because that's what the part we need. We have plenty of rich people in our city right now, plenty of market rate housing.
Again,
I want to
think-
help the people who are diverse, the people who can't afford market rate stay in our city.
Again, as you know, as we had said, if you increase the inclusionary percentage, there will likely need to be an increase in the FAR and the height to make up for that increased cost. In addition, housing projects could very well ask for an incentive or concession or waiver to waive out of that extra 5% requirement. So instead of 15% that instead of 15% you're requiring 20% now, they could just waive themselves out of the requirement altogether.
Okay.
And so we believe that 15% is the right and healthy choice to ensure that housing projects are built with on-site affordable
I'll
units.
ignore my heart and go with what the planning commission is saying.
Mayor Pro Tem
Thank you.
Negrete?
I was just going to say the only remedy to that would be to even greater, decrease the downtown area even more and then increase back up. I mean, but obviously we don't want to do that because we'd be going back and forth. So
Okay, so it comes to me. We actually do have empirical evidence that going above 15% kills housing. San Francisco, California. On the night we adopted the 20% inclusionary standard, San Francisco reduced its inclusionary standards. It had raised them to 17 and 20%, depending on the heights of and sizes of the building. And what it found is it was getting zero development at 17 and 20%. So interestingly enough, on the night we raised our inclusionary requirements to 20%, San Francisco reduced theirs to 15. And while San Francisco may not be a model of housing production, they actually found they got a lot more housing production at 15 than even at 17 and 20. So we know empirically that even slight increases in the inclusionary requirements have a significant effect on feasibility, which I believe the San Francisco experience, is my understanding, is one of the reasons HCD sort of landed on the 15%. Because they found that, in the real world, that's how it worked. The second thing is, I sure as hell don't want to do anything to invite HCD review. They are not our friends, guys. I'm not going to go into it right now, but we are not making friends up there. And I think going to them and just saying, well, we kind of want to give this a try, we don't have any reason to believe it's going to work, I think is really a bad idea. And I do think that being consistent throughout the city makes sense. I agree that raising the inclusionary requirements in the downtown actually did drive some development outside of downtown where there were lower inclusionary requirements, because that makes a difference in the financial return on the project. Even a smaller project that only has a 15% inclusionary requirement can be more profitable than a larger project with a 20%. And it's much harder to get financing for projects, particularly now with higher interest rates, the more inclusionary units you have. Lenders do not like inclusionary units. So I think for all of those reasons, it makes sense to vote yes. It sounds like we might have some disagreement, so why don't we take a vote, Madam Clerk?
Councilmember Swick,
Yes?
Councilmember Para,
Yes.
Councilmember Brock,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Negrete,
yes.
Councilmember Terosas,
Yes.
Councilmember De La Torre,
Yes.
and Mayor Davis.
Yes, I'm surprised we have consensus. That brings us to the end of part one. And so, because you were all so cooperative, and I really do want to express my appreciation to all my colleagues, we are going to take a 10-minute break. Okay, 15. No, let's do it. It's 8:54 right now. Let's come back at 9:10. But let's make it 9:10, but let's make it 9:10, guys, okay? If you're late, we're moving on without you, and that includes you, staff. I'll just give the staff report.
We'll just move on to the next, get this fired.
Yeah, see you. Well, we actually have a quorum on the dais. I'm not sure where my colleagues are. I guess we all know we need to buy them watches for the next holiday. All right, thank you. And tell them if they don't come in immediately, we will begin without them. Told you my OCD was coming out tonight. All right, all council members are present in the chamber. Take it away, staff. Oh, you need to be turned on. There you go.
Thank you. Welcome to part 2 of the Santa Monica Housing Element implementation. So this, as we said, we're breaking off all these programs into 4 buckets. We went through the first bucket, which was the streamlining, the second bucket, which was the upzoning. This third bucket is what we're calling the special standards to encourage housing. And so these standards are really to encourage housing if on unique parcels, on either surface parking lots, or we're establishing moderate income housing overlay or affordable housing on community assembly sites. And so this special bucket of programs is really to further encourage housing, particularly affordable housing, to Councilmember Brock's point about encouraging affordable housing elsewhere. So the first program is Program 1C, and the point of this program, the purpose of this program is to incentivize housing on surface parking lots in residential zones. So these are perhaps surface parking lots that don't have any existing housing units on it, so that the purpose of it is to minimize displacement of existing residential tenants, but we also want to encourage the development of these sites for housing. There's about 100 of these sites throughout the city. So the purpose of this program is to provide special development incentives if a housing project was developed on these sites. The caveat is that they cannot remove existing dwelling units. And if they are developed, we would remove the existing density caps that's on these sites. For example, the R2 has a density cap of 3 or 4. So we would be removing those density caps and instead allow development up to the maximum allowable density for that underlying district. And we will also provide special development incentives that allows them to take access from the residentially zoned parking lot. In addition, they wouldn't have an interior site setback requirement. And any required parking that is removed from these sites must be replaced. And we could talk about that later when we get to the other program about reduced parking requirements. The second program is the Moderate Income Housing Overlay Program. As stated in the housing element, this is an overlay that would apply to half-a-mile radius around the Expo Transit Station. We do have an upcoming policy question about perhaps extending this overlay, and so we'll get to that. But the point of this overlay is to allow for 100% moderate income housing projects to occur and give them special development incentives. So for moderate income housing projects, these would be limited to 33% non-residential, which is consistent with, as we just discussed, the Housing Accountability Act. They would be allowed the 33% non-residential. And for special development incentives, they would get the extra 33 feet in height, consistent with state law, what state law provides for 100% affordable housing projects. They would also get a 50% density bonus above their base FAR, as well as up to 4 incentives concessions. They also have no minimum parking requirements, and we would also provide flexibility in the unit size and mixes in exchange for additional common area amenities. And the reason why we wanted to do this overlay was because state density bonus only provides incentives and concessions and density bonus for sale moderate units. This would apply for sale and rental units. So one of the policy questions we have upcoming for you is whether or not we should extend this overlay across the city, except in R1 and OP1 zones. That's reflected in your zoning red lines. So the amendments would also establish tenant displacement protections that's similar to the SB 9 displacement protections. We would also create a new definition of a MHO, moderate housing dwelling unit, that reduces the minimum unit size to 250 square feet. As I mentioned before, these projects could include up to 33% non-residential floor area consistent with the HAA. Another policy question that we have is whether or not these projects should be allowed to have market rate units, and we could discuss that later. One of the suggestions that has been proposed by PC for Planning Commission is that no more than 25% of the total units can be market rate. As I said before, moderate housing projects would be provided local incentives, as I mentioned, the 33 feet and the density bonus. As previously mentioned, our first policy question has to do with whether or not we should expand the overlay citywide. As originally proposed in the housing element, it was envisioned to be applied to the half mile around the transit stations. Planning Commission suggests that we extend this citywide with the exception of the R1 and OP1 zones, and that we would add in tenant displacement protections just to ensure that tenants are not displaced on these sites. A no for this policy question would mean that we would stick with our original plan in the housing element, and that this moderate housing overlay will only apply to the non-residential parcels within the half mile of the expo station. The second policy question that we have with regards to the moderate income housing overlay is, as I mentioned, whether or not they should be allowed to have market rate units. So as I mentioned, currently they're allowed to have the 33% of the total floor area as non-residential. So a yes means that we would provide flexibility in the land uses of these moderate housing overlay projects by allowing these moderate housing projects to have up to 33% of the total floor area. So they're limited first by 33% of total floor area, which is consistent with the HAA. But of that, there would also be a second kind of threshold or a cap with no more than 25% of the total units as market rate. And this threshold kind of came about from Planning Commission discussions. So just to be clear, the moderate housing overlay project, 33% could be non-residential. What we're saying is that 33% non-residential could also be market rate, but of that, no more than 25% of total units could be as market rate units, so there would be a cap. And a no for this policy question would mean that we don't provide any market rate unit flexibility. They would be only limited to 33% non-residential floor area, so 67% is moderate income housing units, 33% is non-residential, so no market rate. That's what a no would mean. The other program related to affordable housing is, of course, the applicability of the zoning ordinance to city-owned sites. This has to do with encouraging the development of affordable housing on city-owned sites. The city committed to this in the housing element. And so what we would do is basically revise the zoning ordinance to say that city-owned properties, the development of affordable housing on city-owned properties are exempt from the zoning ordinance. Instead, the process of developing affordable housing would be subject to a public process. But however, we would not apply the standard kind of development standards that, this instead would go through a public process through council. These are the city-owned sites that we've listed in the housing element that we're committing affordable housing to. Parking structure 3, as you've already seen, has been demolished. And so RFP has already been released and a housing provider has been selected. Wilshire, the parking lots, there are 3 parking lots off of Wilshire. The RFP is actually planned soon in the next few months, there's a city council item coming up for authorizing release of that RFP for these sites. And so this program would just really basically mean that we wouldn't apply the zoning ordinance to city-owned sites for the development of affordable housing. The next program is Program 4B. This has to do with the community assembly surface parking lots. And these are parking lots, surface parking lots that are owned by either religious institutions or other kind of institutional community assembly uses. There's about 41 of these sites across the city. A lot of them are in high opportunity areas, like in our R1, R2, R3 zones. And so this program is intended to incentivize the development of housing on these surface parking lots. A lot of religious congregational leaders have come to us saying that they were interested in providing affordable housing. However, they might not be able to build 100% affordable housing. They needed some sort of mix of market rate housing as well as affordable housing. And so this program would allow them to build housing on their surface parking lots with development incentives. So if they built a housing project, it would be processed as an administrative approval. They would get the extra 33 feet. They would get unlimited density. However, 50% of their units must be affordable to lower income households. And that is it for the third bucket. I'm going to hand it over to Ross for the fourth bucket of programs, which is consistency with state law.
Thanks, Rachel. So as Rachel mentioned, this next section, or the last section, will be revisions related to consistency with state law and then a little extra sometimes. So the first program is Program 1D, which the Housing Elements program was to intend to reduce minimum parking requirements for housing projects to our Overlay 1 parking rates. Overlay 1 was typically around the transit. It was in mid-city. It was along our major boulevards. But however, with the passing of AB 2097 on January 1st of this year, so sorry, that's a small typo, of this year, state law has actually eliminated minimum parking requirements for all projects except for hotels and motels within 1/2 mile of transit. It is still a little unclear how AB 2097 applies in the coastal zone. We're kind of awaiting some guidance on that issue, but for this purposes, within 1/2 mile, AB 2097 has eliminated parking minimums within 1/2 mile. However, our first policy question on this topic is, should we expand AB 2097 also for ease of implementation? So should minimum parking requirements be eliminated for all housing projects or alterations, additions to multiple unit dwellings, ADUs citywide except for R1? So it's really taking that 1/2 mile and expanding it citywide except for in our R1 district. You'll see this will ensure equitable application of minimum parking requirements in limited remaining non-residential and multi-residential zones. We kind of felt it was a little odd that that 1/2 mile sometimes completely just like left a fourth of a neighborhood without being kind of touched. And so your neighbor might have no parking, but you do. And we kind of approximated that 73% of non-residential and multi-unit zones are already within the 1/2 mile. So this is only kind of capturing that extra 25% that 1/2 mile wasn't capturing. So a yes vote would be to expand 2097 to all housing projects within the city except for R1. A no vote would be to just implement AB 2097 as is. So just the minimum parking requirements would only be for within 1/2 mile of transit. If the direction would be a no vote, however, housing projects outside the 1/2 mile would go to the parking overlay 1 rates that the housing element already kind of promised. So there will be reduced parking regardless of which direction. It's just how far does the council want to take that. One thing that we wanted to kind of point out that council should also consider is that eliminating minimum parking requirements for housing only may be commercial citywide. So if you don't want to expand it all over the city, maybe just expand it to the rest of the commercial boulevards that might not be fully captured within that 1/2 mile. And this would be providing parking relief for all housing units added to existing commercial properties as well. So there would be maybe a 10 space credit. So just kind of some alternatives to consider if the direction was a no vote. The next question also regarding parking is, should parking maximums within 1/2 mile of transit and for housing projects outside a 1/2 mile of transit be eliminated outside the downtown? So essentially this is, if we want to make no minimum parking requirements, would we in turn like to enact maximum parking requirements similar to what we have in our downtown? A yes vote would be to no maximums. That would be Planning Commission and staff's recommendation. A no vote would be to establish some sort of maximum parking. The yes vote largely for Planning Commission was they felt that we should just provide the flexibility to housing providers to provide the parking they find is necessary for the project. And we do find that even for 100% affordable housing projects, some amount of parking is always typically included in those projects. The next program is Program 1G, which is to incentivize the development of ADUs. So the objective of this program was to streamline approvals and facilitate development of ADUs through an ADU accelerator program, or an ADU handbook, which actually has already been completed. It was completed in December. We're working feverishly to get that online. So that kind of product is already done. And also just updating our AD ordinance for further consistency with state law, because we do have a goal in the housing element programs, in 2 programs, to issue up to 47 building permits per year in our R1 districts, and ADUs kind of can count towards that 47. So we want to find ways to incentivize ADU production. The amendments in regards to consistency with state law as it applies to our ADU ordinance, we kind of have a quick summary of some of the high level components of it. So we would be, right now, we have only been allowing existing multi-unit developments to add ADUs to their developed into their parcel. We'd be now allowing, for consistency with state law, that proposed multi-unit dwellings can include ADUs kind of in the same building permit. They don't need to do a 2-step process by becoming existing and then go to ADUs. So we'd be adding proposed into that equation. As far as size limitations on conversion, there's clarity that when you're converting an existing structure, there is no size limitation. So if there is a garage that was far larger than an ADU, a new ADU would be allowed, they can convert the whole garage. The whole intent of that was the structure's already there. There's no additional impact. There's no additional, it's not a new structure. You're not expanding. There's also be clarification regarding what is considered a conversion and new construction when it's associated in parcels developed with multi-unit dwellings. So there was a clarification in state law that they actually are considering that conversion of a detached structure is not the conversion option, but actually the new detached construction. So we actually are just providing additional flexibility to kind of continue doing what we have been doing and allowing an applicant to kind of choose how they classify those structures. So it's providing consistency with state law, but also continuing to implement it how we have been implementing it for the last 2+ years. There was also language added regarding what is required to be included for permanent provisions for eating and cooking facilities. Essentially, we established a definition for kitchen for ADUs. This is largely how staff has been interpreting already. We're just kind of providing it actually in the code, so ADU developers or someone pursuing an ADU are aware of those requirements. And right now, it would just be a sink, refrigerator, and a stove. Size of it, those appliances can vary, but at least those 3 appliances would need to be provided. And then all the other non-substantive revisions were really just for ease of implementation. It was cleanups of what we've been doing for the last 3 years that we recognized have maybe provided caused a little confusion. So it was just providing additional clarity. The next program is Program 4C, which is also in regards to ADUs. However, it's to increase equitable access to all neighborhoods through nominal density increases that may lower barriers to housing access. Long story short, this is allowing for a second ADU on an R1 parcel as long as they are willing to deed restrict one of those ADUs as a rental unit. So it would just be allowing for a second ADU on the property. Program 4E is regarding to SB 9. So bear with me on this one. We're going to go through a couple slides to catch everyone up with SB 9. So the objective of this housing program was to increase, again, equitable access to all neighborhoods through small increases to density on these R1 parcels, typically R1 parcels. So the intent of this program was to actually formally adopt an SB 9 ordinance that would establish a administrative process with no public hearings for SB 9 as is required for SB 9, and provide strong incentives for R1 parcels of at least 10,000 square feet to kind of combine SB 9 and ADUs to potentially get to more units, which was actually a direction that was provided by council that they were interested to allow for this for parcels 10,000 square feet or greater. So what these amendments would do, so the location of SB 9 is required to be located in R1, OP1, so those are our single unit residential districts. But also there are some select parcels within our multi-unit residential districts that through other limitations such as lot size or dimensions, they in effect only allow one unit. So we felt that there already are single unit development parcels, so we would include those in the application of SB 9. There are residential displacement requirements, so you cannot alter or demolish a deed restricted or rent controlled housing occupied by a tenant in the last 3 years, and housing on parcels with an Ellis Act eviction in the last 15 years. So these are all from SB 9 state law. It cannot be located within an historic district or contain an historic resource. And there are some kind of other limitations regarding farmland, wetlands, but those typically aren't applicable to Santa Monica, but it is in the ordinance because that is what state law does require. And then there are a handful of other locations that there are restrictions, but if you can meet certain requirements, you can kind of still develop there. So that's in very high fire hazard zones, hazarded waste sites, earthquake fault zones. So it's not a complete no. It's just, you might have to do a couple extra requirements to be able to develop there. And again, these are all consistent with just what state law is requiring for SB 9. So additionally, what the amendments would do, it's kind of dictating what are the projects that SB 9 can be. The first one is a lot split, so you can subdivide your parcel. There are size limitations that come along with that lot split, that you can't have a parcel that results in less than 1,200 square feet, or one parcel can't be less than 40% of the original parcel size. So lot split is the first project type. Second project type is a duplex. You can take an R1 parcel and add another unit to it to create 2 units. And then the third project is the combination of both of those. And so what the amendments would do in regards to, what the new ordinance will do is, again, create a ministerial review process. It will establish lot split requirements such as minimum parcel size and dimensions, access requirements, subdivision limitations, owner occupancy requirements, and process. Similarly, it'll establish development standards. So when someone maybe is pursuing just the duplex or the combination, there will be land use limitations, maximum unit counts, minimum front setbacks for alley parcel lines. So that's if someone were to subdivide a parcel and their front yard is now off the alley. We established different front yard setbacks because it felt odd to require 30 feet off an alley. There would be minimum rear and side yard setbacks, guaranteed unit size, owner occupancy requirements. Most of these are all directly from state law. There would also be no parking for projects within 1/2 mile of transit, and there would be rental and sale requirements and lease terms in the new ordinance. And so just to kind of walk you through kind of what this could culminate in if someone were to pursue an SB 9 project. So these scenarios are all if someone did not they were not splitting their lot. They were keeping the parcel as is. They can create a duplex by adding 1 unit. However, they could potentially get up to 4 units through the combination of the duplex and now 2 ADUs because the duplex establishes it as a now multi-unit development. It would most likely sometimes result in maybe a 2-step process, but with the proposed, it would maybe be allowed in one. And then similar to council's direction for parcels greater than 10,000 square feet, they could very much get up to maybe 5 units because we are allowing additional ADU conversions on those size of parcels. Now, if someone wanted to split their lot, they could split it in half and create only 1 unit on each. They could split their parcel and create maybe 2 units on each. Ultimately, all the kind of combinations are never resulting in more than 4 units unless you're a parcel 10,000 square feet or greater. You can potentially get 8 to 10 units through a combination of SB 9 and ADUs. And this is very much in line with council's direction that was provided in March of 2022. So one question we do have regarding SB 9 is related to development impact fees. So the question is, should SB 9 projects be incentivized through development impact fees, incentivized through development impact fees waivers to include the affordable housing fee, transportation impact fee, parks and recreational fee, and childcare linkage? So a yes vote would be to incentivize SB 9 projects to essentially waive our development impact fees. This would equalize SB 9 projects with ADUs. ADUs already don't require, or we do not apply development impact fees. So it kind of just even the playing field between an SB 9 unit and an ADU. It would create a fee inequity with similar projects in multi-unit zones where there are no fees in place. So we kind of included that bullet because if someone were to maybe somehow develop a 4-unit development via SB 9 and ADUs, and maybe you would waive all those fees, we wanted to include that, if someone would do also 4 units in the R2, they would have impact fees. So just kind of balancing the same unit count and when impact fees would apply and when they wouldn't. A no vote would be that impact fees would apply to SB 9 projects. We kind of estimated what those fees might equate to. So if someone was just do a 1 unit, if 1 unit is retained and they were only maybe providing an additional SB 9 unit, it approximately would maybe be $12,000 in impact fees. But this number could go significantly higher depending on how many units they're providing. Are they completely demolishing what's there and building new? It's a little case by case, so it's hard to guess what those could be in every development scenario. But we did want to point out that affordable housing fees, which is typically one of the larger fees, only applies when you construct 2 units. So if they were only to provide 1 SB 9 unit, the affordable housing fee would not apply in that instance. And then other impact fees already kind of have a built-in credit. It's always kind of the net amount of units, not the gross development of units. The next state law consistency is in regards to SB 478. SB 478 essentially guarantees developments of a certain unit size a minimum FAR. So projects between 3 and 7 units in our multi-unit zones would be required to have a 1.0 FAR, and projects between 8 and 10 units would be required to have at least a minimum of 1.25 FAR. We cannot impose lot coverage requirements that would physically preclude a housing project from achieving these FARs. And we cannot deny a housing project on an existing legal parcel on the sole basis that the project or the parcel does not meet minimum parcel size. So the amendments were really just a increase of our current parcel coverage in our R2, 3, and 4 zones to allow a 50% parcel coverage for projects between 3 and 7 units. Right now, it's divided between 45% on the ground floor and then 90% of that 45 on the second floor. So it's a nominal increase, but it's for consistency. We would include a 2-unit project in this just for sheer ease of implementation. It's odd to kind of have 3 different variations based off of 1 unit. So we did include a 2-unit project within that 1.0 FAR. And we'd also be prohibiting single unit dwellings in those multi-unit zones as to not incentivize underdevelopment of parcels. We do, believe it or not, see single family homes being built in our multi-unit zone districts. So we would be actually prohibiting that land use in these amendments. The next topic is the loose and zoning map inconsistencies. So there are approximately 40 parcels identified with inconsistencies between the loose land use designation and zoning classification, 6 of which are on our SSI. And so what the proposed amendments would do are very much guided by state law. State law requires that when there's a discrepancy between the loose and the zoning ordinance, whichever provides the greater development potential is the one that governs that parcel. So through these inconsistencies, the one we chose was honestly the one that just had the larger, greater development potential as required by state law. So there was not necessarily discretion with this implementation. And that's it. So that ends the last section of the presentation. So as you can see on this slide, we have 5 policy questions specific to those programs we just walked through.
Great, thank you. All right, so consistent with our previous plan, we are going to do questions and questions only, and then we'll go through each of the policy questions proposed by staff where people will be able to make comments. Councilmember Terosis.
Thank you so much. I have a question on policy question 11. Great, thanks. I just wanted to clarify because it seems like there was some in the previous set recommendations from staff based on what they thought the council was previously directing. Can you just clarify for me why the recommendation was differed? Is that based on previous council guidance or is that based on the actual feedback from the staff?
Yeah, so this question about waiving fees was not explicitly asked to the council before because SB 9 was such a new law.
Right.
We did conduct a study session back in, I think it was like March of 2022. And at the time, I think the sense was, this is something new, like ADUs are what state law requires.
Sure.
But SB 9 is something kind of not knowing the effect of it. It was like, kind of like do what state law requires, but don't kind of go beyond, what the SB 9 statute requires was sort of the direction from council, other than the 10,000 square foot, like these larger parcels where we want to incentivize that. So sort of like, taking off from that council direction to sort of just like follow what state law requires, which doesn't speak to fee waivers at all in the SB 9 statute. Unlike state law for ADUs, SB 9, really speaks to like these projects just go through the regular process as they would, in any city, except it must be a ministerial process. So that's where the staff recommendation was coming from, was again, absent council direction regarding this issue. We didn't feel comfortable sort of saying like, sure, let's waive fees. Although, thinking in totality now, because SB 9 projects can only occur, in areas where it's like R1 zone or, where only single units are, if as a policy matter, council wanted to incentivize these kinds of projects, in your single unit zones, versus other areas, that would certainly be a reason, the fee waiver would make it quite attractive,
Right.
obviously.
That's why what I was thinking, I just wasn't sure if you all are operating this program on some sort of cost recovery basis and need to recoup the fees.
Yeah, I mean, I think that is definitely the balance of it. You could see from the prior slides, like how you could get up to potentially 8 to 10 units.
Right.
And, to be clear, we can never charge for the ADUs, right? So even though you get to those 8 to 10 units because you got like 6 more ADUs, you can only charge for 2 SB 9 units. You can't charge for any more than that, in its maximum. And to the extent, these are additional units, like you do need, fair, if we want to think about, recouping fair share costs on their impacts on parks and recreation and transportation infrastructure and the like, then that would be a reason to keep the fee waivers. Yeah.
Okay, great, thank you. That's it.
All right, Mayor Pro Tem Negrete.
I just wanted to be clear, you just answered part of it in terms of recovering fees, but in the purpose is to sort of make housing accessible. And so when I think about, I happen to know somebody personally who struggled with, I think we talked about it, getting a unit, right? And then they tore it down to build 2, because the only way they could afford the unit was to be able to have a rentable unit in the back. And so these fees it makes it almost infeasible to do it. So I just wonder, it seems like it would be doing the opposite by putting all these fees. It sort of makes it less accessible to maybe like a blue collar worker or somebody middle class to be able to enter into purchasing a home, because you would have to pay all these fees in order just to build even one SB9 unit in the back, right? Even if you bought a home, and unless you maintained it, but I mean, let's be honest, in Santa Monica, you'd have to find a tear down to be able to afford maybe to get in, and then you would have to be able to afford to put a unit in the back to recoup some of that.
Yeah, if all you pursued was an SB9 project, to be clear, if all you were adding was one additional unit, like let's say I kept my single family home and I wanted to add a unit in the back and turn my lot into like a duplex, so to speak, the biggest fee hit really is the affordable housing fee.
Right.
That would not kick in that case. As long as you retain an existing unit, the AHPP, which is where the affordable housing fee lives, our inclusionary ordinance, it only applies in the case where you construct 2 or more units. So it would only apply if someone demolished their whole, everything on the parcel and built a duplex, or as SB9 allows, demolish and do a lot split, and add 2 units per parcel. Then you would pay the affordable housing fee. But if you retain the unit, sort of in that first sub bullet point under no, the estimate is kind of like approximately like up to $12,000 in fees would be the most in impact fees that they would pay. That's assuming it's like a 2-bedroom unit, because the fees vary depending on the unit type.
What is the affordable housing fee, like $37 a square foot?
It's like 37 a foot or 39 a foot. I'm not remembering exactly, but yeah, so it's based on the floor area of the units that you're proposing. But again, if all you're doing is retaining one unit and then building an SB9 unit, that fee would not apply in that
Right,
case.
but I guess my first example, if the unit you have, can't maintain one, I don't know if it's one retaining wall or whatever it is that constitutes tearing it down, but assuming you bought a tear down and then wanted to put 2 units living in one and renting out the SB9,
then
you'd
in
be
that case,
paying.
the fees would apply. That's right. Yeah.
I guess if we're thinking about access to housing and then making it more affordable and lower density, waiving the fees would incentivize lower density, right?
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, as we've seen with ADUs, in the 5 years, since state law changed, and it took people a while to kind of figure it out, but clearly, like the fee waivers, the speed at which you do that, we went from, I don't know, like 13 permits a year to like we issued like 128 permits last year. Wow. So like the interest is tremendous, because it's such an easy and free process. So.
My last question, it may not apply, and if it doesn't, that's fine. Does any of this impact people who purchased homes, who got into it and the garage was already converted, but now it's not? I mean, like if you go into it and it's not, going into it now, I guess, are the fees impacted? How is it treated now? Is this going to impact anyone going in and trying to make it an Airbnb or something like that? Is that totally outside of this?
Yeah, that's probably 2 different questions.
Okay.
I mean, I think the first question is like, was that conversion permitted?
Right, so.
Right? If it isn't, then you're subject to current rules, and then we kind of help people figure out like what's the easiest path to get you your permit, so.
But people who are in homes that have purchased an already converted garage have to go through that permitting process.
Yeah, again, if it was never permitted, then you do have to go get your legal permit, and you're subject to current rules. Sometimes we can help them and be like, okay, that's an ADU, so we try again to figure out the path of least resistance to get them legalized for as, low cost as possible.
And then the affordable housing, the money, where all of that goes, people who are paying into this affordable housing, that's.
Yeah, so the affordable housing fee goes to the Housing Trust Fund.
And the Housing Trust Fund, is that updated all the time on the website so people can see?
It is administered by the Housing Division, and it is an annual, I'm not sure about like a real-time thing, but there's an annual report that reports on the state of that trust fund.
Do we know what's in there now?
I want to say something like 20-something million off the top of my head, I think. Yeah,
okay, thank you.
Yeah.
All right, Councilmember Zwick.
I guess I'll stick initially with SB9 as that's what we've been discussing. The whole purpose of, part of the program is to incentivize more affordable options in these highest opportunity zones. Is that correct?
Yeah, I mean, that's part of the, one of the AFFH programs, and SB9 falls under that.
So not only are we aligning with state law, but we're saying this is one of our programs to encourage affordable options. So we do want to encourage them, as we've stated to the state. And just out of having trouble reading my own notes. So when it comes to, you said that if one unit's retained, the fees could be up to $12,000, but I'm curious of, you mentioned that the math varies obviously depending on the square footage otherwise, but let's say there is that scenario that Councilmember Negrete mentioned, where the house that you've purchased is a lost cause and you want to tear it down and build a duplex to defray your costs. And let's say that, you want to build 2,000 square foot units as part of a duplex. You were saying that just the affordable housing fee alone is around $39 a square foot, you said?
Yeah.
So my back of the envelope calculation is that we'd be adding over $156,000 of fees just through the program.
That's correct, yeah.
That to me seems quite prohibitive and not a way of incentivizing such a program. Does that seem fair?
Yeah, I think that's fair to say, yeah.
When it comes to ADUs, I'm just curious because it sounds as if we're doing quite well now. We're permitting far more than 47 a year. I'm curious then as to how we are actually further incentivizing them beyond that. If our goal is 47, and that most of the changes that I saw described seem to be just alignment with current state law, I'm just curious how we're going beyond that.
I think the biggest incentive in regards to ADUs only is the additional ADU on R1 parcels. So right now, in an R1 parcel, you can establish a JADU, a junior ADU, which is only 500 square feet. It's within the main house, and then one ADU, whether it's attached or detached. That the program would be allowing a second ADU on that parcel. So that is kind of a way that we are incentivizing ADUs beyond state law.
Is that is that for all properties or just over 10,000 square feet?
It's for all properties.
Okay. And is there a similar effort though? Just because I hear a lot from constituents who have been excited by this, who say, oh, I really wanted to build an ADU and I thought I would do this process in a year, and yet I actually haven't received my permits yet, even within this space of that year to begin my process. I mean, it would seem to me like creating more certainty in the timelines would also be a great way to incentivize them and make the process easier. Is that a part of things too?
So state law requires that we approve ADUs within 60 days. Sometimes that's told, through the building permit process that maybe the first round is 3 weeks and then the second round is 2. I can only maybe speak for city planning, but I rarely see an ADU go beyond 2 rounds of plan check. Typically, it's probably only 1. There's very few development standards really when it comes to ADUs. A lot of ADUs are conversions of existing structures, which are even easier, frankly. So I think, it's all ministerial. We already kind of incentivized that. State law could have allowed us to make some amount of a discretionary process when it gets to a certain size, but we do all ADUs only building permit.
Got it. Thank you. So moving on, I guess, to the moderate housing overlay. Thank you. Have we conducted, I know there's a question as to the inclusion of market rate in these projects, just so I understand, there's no current subsidy that moderate, deed-restricted moderate housing currently enjoys, is that correct?
Correct. I mean, for state density bonus, they have to be for sale in order to qualify for state density bonus.
Right, and there's no tax incentive available.
No. Yeah, they don't qualify for a lot of funding sources, which is why we are doing this overlay, is to really incentivize.
So my question, though, I guess relates to, I guess we're asking this question as to whether we need to provide an additional form of subsidy. Was there a feasibility study conducted as to whether an 100% deed-restricted moderate income project with no cross-subsidy with market rate or otherwise would be feasible in the city of Santa Monica?
No, we didn't really do that kind of study. We really only focused our efforts on, looking at market rate housing projects and inclusionary requirements. We didn't look at kind of the different, permutations of moderate income housing projects. That would have been very difficult with.
Basically, there are so few developers who even do those kinds of projects. We had to kind of, claw to find them, and kind of talk to people who actually build moderate income just to understand the economics, their process, like what is it you need. And I think what we heard first and foremost is flexibility in unit sizes, basically because of the lack of any public sources for funding, what they really need is the envelope and then to have as many units as possible to kind of overcome, the land cost, the cost of construction, was kind of, what came out as important in terms of making these projects work. So,
Got it.
yeah.
I would imagine though, the rents commanded by a deed restricted moderate income project wouldn't necessarily be anywhere close to those commanded on the market still?
Oh, no. Because it would be, again, these would be deed restricted units.
Right.
So it would be moderate income as, set by HUD and,
Right.
as published.
So I guess we don't have a study, as you're saying, but from what I've heard and what I would assume is that it would be likely infeasible for such a project to exist or happen in our city without some form of cross subsidy from non-residential or market rate units in the building.
Yeah, I think what we asked is, the moderate income developers that, we found that we were able to speak to were kind of like, hey, would you mind running some models or let us know what you see? And, sometimes they never came back, it kind of speaks to, it's land costs are high, in Santa Monica relative to somewhere else in LA where, they were developing and, seeing kind of what works. So, I think it's fair to say that, this is a brand new program and it's sort of, we've kind of taken the throw everything at the wall approach and see what happens and tweak it as we go along.
Well, I would hope that we would study it closely and iterate if it was not generating.
Right. I think we have the opportunity to do that because it is something that is so new, and kind of see what works.
Just so I understand, also when it comes to height and density bonuses, there's a certain height and density at which the building itself uses different materials and otherwise and costs increase. So it's no guarantee that giving a height or density bonus to this kind of project would even help it per se.
Yeah, absolutely. We've definitely seen that not just on 100% affordable, but for market rate projects, even, when you kick into a different construction type, you go from, stick to concrete and steel. The costs increase rather exponentially, just depending on what your, cost at the time. So, fair to say it would affect a moderate income project in the same way.
So the 33%, I believe that percentage that could be, is proposed potentially for being somehow 30% of floor area and 25% of the total units. Mm-hmm. So that number sort of, we're saying kind of is just like a best guess. Maybe let's try this.
Yeah, the 33% actually, so the genesis of it came to be consistent with the definition of 100% affordable, which allows up to 33% non-residential floor area and still be defined as a 100% affordable project.
So you're just borrowing from that.
So we borrowed from that. And then through the Planning Commission discussions, it's why aren't we allowing market rate, in there? If you're going to allow commercial floor area, why not market rate units to try and help make this project more feasible, offset the cost of the moderate. So that's where their 33% of total floor area came from. And then there was additional cap of, but not more than 25% of the total units as market rate, so that it still is faithfully a moderate income project and not something that, becomes, because it's being provided a lot of incentives, similar to an affordable housing project. So, I think the commission was thinking that, we definitely want to help make it as feasible as possible, but not have a project become basically a market rate project with a lot of incentives.
Sure. But I'm frankly still worried that it won't happen at all. I'm curious because I think you mentioned that state density bonus has some provisions for moderate projects that can be sold.
For only for sale units,
Right.
yeah, not rental.
But the percentage I think that they allow in those projects is, I believe, 44% market rate.
I'd have to look that up. Yeah, I don't have that.
That's what I have, at
Yeah,
least.
if you have the code in front of you.
So, I mean, I'm curious again. I'm happy to see that we're trying to be creative about, what would actually allow these projects to be feasible. I'm frankly skeptical that the 33% would and the 25% numbers would even be enough. And I'm just, I think you said already, but just to verify, the idea would be that if, say, we're not seeing any applications for projects like this in a year or two, we would potentially try to go back to the drawing board and create better incentives?
I think we would want the opportunity to try and kind of see, what works. And then, there's always the opportunity later to tweak, particularly for like a special program like this. Yeah.
Okay. And so finally, just surface parking lots. Last questions. Sorry. There were two questions I had about that. The first, it seems to say that the zoning would reflect the zoning of the underlying residential district.
Yep.
So I'm just trying to think about how much of an incentive this is. If I don't know, I live near Gilbert's on Pico, and say for some reason maybe it's different because that parking maybe is dedicated, but say that was a service parking lot right there, and they wanted to turn it into housing, that would essentially, I know there was something specific that's not written on that slide, but essentially it would mimic R1 zoning in that case, since it's in Sunset Park?
No, it would revert to the underlying zone. So let's say it was R2. So what that means is in our R2, R3, and R4 zones, we have density caps. So it's basically like, for example, in the R2 zone, it is the lesser of 4 units or 1 per 2,000 square feet. So even if you had a 40,000 square foot parcel, the maximum is 4 units under the zoning code.
Right.
This special program says if you're a surface parking lot that is zoned R2, that density cap would not apply to you. So if I have a 40,000 square foot lot, your density would be 1 per 2,000. You wouldn't be subject to that 4 unit maximum.
But it's still 1 for 2,000.
Still 1 per 2,000, yeah.
Do you feel, in R2, I don't know, we can go to Ocean Park and think about those parking lots that run alongside the backside of Main Street or something. I don't know what the underlying.
Main Street is on the backside, that's OP. Oh, it's R3, sorry.
Okay.
Yeah.
And
there's city-owned sites too.
Right. So that maybe isn't a bad example.
That's a different.
Yeah. So, but the question is if R2 zoning, is that enough of an incentive where a developer would actually want to redevelop a parking lot with just R2 zoning?
I think that we're looking at these also as a way to unlock the potential of these sorts of things where if you look at this lot and like you could only get 4 units on there, that's definitely not going to happen.
Right.
Right, on such a large parcel. But we're also looking at it as a transition to adjacent residential neighborhoods, because beyond that, then you're sort of like in the middle of a lot of multi-unit housing between boulevards. So it's not that, we wanted it to be the same scale as what you could get on the boulevard, but it's an opportunity to still get, some sort of, medium scale development, if you will, in these surface parking lots. So you can still get a lot of units out of it, especially if, you apply density bonus and what have you, but at a scale that is reasonable and transitions to the neighborhood.
But you mentioned that if, say, the total you could get out of there was 4 units, it probably wouldn't happen at all.
Right. But in this case, because the 4 units wouldn't apply if you're a surface parking lot that's residentially zoned.
Okay.
So that 4 units wouldn't apply. You would be subject to the 1 per 2,000, which gets you more density.
So long as it's more than 8,000 square feet, for instance.
Yeah, right. Which in many cases, these lots are pretty big, yeah.
Okay. And you're saying that all the parking is required to be replaced?
In this case, yes, yeah.
Isn't that a large disincentive?
Although, unless it's AB 2097, then it wouldn't, right? Yeah.
But actually, what was in the zoning amendments that we did not mention was that the replacement wasn't it like 50%, I think? Yeah, we changed it to 50%, that if the parking was removed, it would be replaced at a ratio of 50%.
So that includes this program now?
Yeah, and that would, this program refers back to the parking section, and that parking section references the 50%.
I see. So there would be a 50% replacement
And I
requirement
think on top of that is if they fell within that half mile, then there's no minimum
for the new development.
for the new development, yeah.
Right.
But you'd only have to replace half of what.
But the fact that we're requiring the replacement is at our discretion.
Yeah, that's right.
And I mean, that overall, the more we require the parking to be displaced, the more we're disincentivizing the development of this lot.
I think it's also more because in many cases, these parking lots are like the parking for the commercial use, so that owner would probably build that parking regardless to make their commercial use like leasable.
Sure, but if they build it regardless, we wouldn't have to require it.
Yeah, right.
I mean, I just feel like in general, obviously the state, the city, we've all decided that we're moving towards a place where we don't want to be requiring inordinate parking or parking that goes beyond what the developer might just choose to build. So I'm just curious why we're imposing this additional thing, which seems to me like a disincentive, and not letting the developer decide how much replacement parking they need.
Yeah, I mean, I think certainly council could give that direction to not require the replacement. I think this concept came from, these lots sort of like more like they're the parking for their commercial use, and to the extent, we're not trying to like expand like parking impacts in the neighborhood, for example, to require some percentage of replacement, but certainly if we didn't want to require it at all, that could be a policy direction.
As you stated, the commercial property owner might want some parking regardless for their building.
Even if you don't establish the minimum, they may build it anyways.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember De La Torre.
Yes, on the SB9 lot split, why are we using the 10,000 square foot threshold, and are other cities in the region using a lesser threshold?
That was actually a threshold that was directed by council as like the larger parcels, to the extent that like 6,000 to 7,500 is a very typical lot size for R1. 10,000 kind of kicks you into the, what I'll call maybe the estate lots. So think like north of San Vicente, some of the streets on north of Montana with like larger lots. I think the idea was, what lots would be big enough to make an SB9 project even feasible, because you can see it's a lot of units, potentially, like, is it even physically feasible to fit that number of units? And I think, just our practical experience with ADUs, there's only so much physical space on a typical R1 lot. So, the 10,000 was sort of like the atypical lot. But it could be nothing magical about 10,000, it could be something higher, certainly, that we could look at. And it's a question for our city attorney. Some of the exclusions, sort of like on the R1 zones, and even like for those of us on the dais who are property owners, where we might qualify for, let's say, doing an ADU, is there a conflict of interest for any of us voting on these matters? I mean, it's just a question on that.
Well, this is a citywide application. We're not talking about a particular site that might be near you, so probably not, no.
Okay. Yeah, I just wanted to clarify that, because in a conversation earlier, somebody mentioned it, and I said, yeah, I don't know, so I wanted to ask you that. That's all. That's the only questions I had. Thanks.
All right, Councilmember Brock.
Okay, so I'm going to start at the back again and work forward just for the hell of it. So SB 9. Councilmember Negretti brought up the affordable housing fee. I have a question about the other fees, because I know the value of the Parks and Recreation impact fee and childcare linkage fee and transportation impact fees and all the other fees that really impact our city's ability to keep current with the amount of people we have in our city. So what is the total amount of those fees?
That's the $12,000 roughly, and that's assuming like it's a 2-bedroom unit. And we put a table in your staff report actually in that section that lists out what the fees are.
Okay, so considerably lower. Here, I'll simplify. You don't have to get the study out. Okay. But to simplify it, the affordable housing impact fee is by and large the largest fee part of that.
Yeah.
So could that be split? We have a yes and we have a no. Could we void the affordable housing fee while keeping the other impact fees?
That's absolutely a policy decision. You can.
But that can be done.
Yeah, you
So
could
we
reduce
could
it.
have a yes, no alternative.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Okay. All right, then let's go backwards. And that was my only question on SB 9, but I was concerned about the waivers. And I think the 10,000 square foot, I think, is a reasonable amount. On a smaller property, you wouldn't be able to build those anyway, right?
Yeah, I mean, when you put an ADU on there, I'm not sure how you can fit more and still want a yard, maybe.
Yeah. The minimum parking requirements. So I know what the state has said, so I'm on, well, reducing and eliminating parking requirements. You know, I've said this over and over again. I've used my neighbor on the right as an example. She has 3 young boys, and I don't understand how she would be able to survive in the city with no car. So by eliminating minimum parking requirements in Santa Monica, when almost every single block already has permits on the block and people can barely find parking now, by building and adding more housing, it's naive to think that none of those people who are moving in will have cars. And I know I heard last year and the year before anecdotal evidence, which take that for what it is, but that some people were moving out of the affordable housing complexes because the parking tickets they were getting were offsetting the fact they were living in the affordable housing complex. So I'm not sure.
I'm waiting for the question.
Oh, sorry. I was trying to figure out what the other stuff is. So how many parking spaces do you believe will be eliminated if we go to not only the state requirement of the half mile, but you were suggesting the pockets that were not within the half mile be eliminated for parking as well? Are we talking about what kind of significant impact do you believe there will be on our residents?
So I think, to be clear, it doesn't mean that that developers are prohibited from building parking.
No, I know that, and I understand exactly what you said in the commercial zones. Mm-hmm. And I also, I laughed a little bit when someone mentioned Gilbertsville, Indio, and thinking that there would be an armed uprising in the city if that restaurant disappeared for housing.
They have a great outdoor space.
But the question is, how much of an impact do you believe those new state policies and any local policies we adopted would hurt the ability for people to park in the city?
I think we can use the DCP as a real local example. Okay. So the DCP was adopted in 2017 with no minimum parking requirements. Basically, build whatever you need in the downtown, and there's maximums in there. I think in the 6 years since it's been adopted, I can think of maybe one project that did not build parking. No, and it's still the pipeline. It's not even built yet.
But I was thinking of the only one I could think of was Capital One.
Capital One. Well, that was actually like a remodel and addition, which was different, But what we are seeing by and large in the downtown is, quite frankly, developers are telling us my lender requires it. They're like, I can't rent this unit. Like, it's not leasable without parking. So I think the answer to your question is, time will tell, right? Housing providers are not going to build projects that they can't lease, and I think that's really what we're seeing in real world experience. So if it were to be expanded citywide, I would surmise, that we're probably going to see some of that similar experience, until there's sort of like you hit kind of a happy medium, in terms of availability of parking and, sort of our transportation systems adapt to that and people feel like, there's the market for that. Because I think, again, by and large, our experience has been even when there's no minimum parking requirements, people are still building parking.
Okay, thank you. On program 2E, You mentioned certain parking lots, and I was curious about the Wilshire parking lots. Where are they? What are those lots?
Oh, those are, they are the ones behind, like 14th and Wilshire, I think Euclid is another
So the
one.
old opportunity site type parking.
Yeah, they're behind like the pet store and
Oh, are you talking about the city lot?
the city lots,
So at Euclid,
yeah,
and it's just south of Wilshire.
surface parking lots, yeah, south of Wilshire.
So they're city-owned.
That's right.
That's what I didn't,
Yeah.
I missed that part, that they were city-owned.
Yeah. This program is all about city-owned sites only. And it's not about the program for developing city-owned sites. It's just exempting them from the zoning ordinance and saying they're going to be subject to a process to be determined by the city council. That's all.
And they would still have to replace at least half the parking that they took away?
I think that's
No?
going to be part of your discussions in terms of, how you want to shape the redevelopment of those city-owned sites.
Two different things. The city sites are just.
Okay, and then, see if I have anything else. On Housing Element Program 1C, that's where you said 50% of the parking has to be replaced right now?
Let's see.
Is that what you were saying?
Yes, right? That's the 50%, yeah.
Okay, and on the moderate income housing overlay,
The replacement?
explain that, because that says,
This is not about surface parking lots. This is basically.
no, I understand it's a
overlay, yeah.
different thing, but
Right. Yes, but the idea is that if they are replacing a surface parking lot, it is the.
let me
50%
give you a
requirement.
more specific question, just to make sure I understand. So right now, that is limited to the half mile around transit stations. What you're asking or suggesting is that it be expanded citywide and not have to be around the expo stations.
Correct.
Can I ask why?
It was really about giving the most opportunity to these moderate income housing projects. I mean, as we had a long discussion about it before, we don't know what works, and by allowing them citywide, we're just seeing if we would even get them. There was discussions about, like, if we were to limit it to only a half mile, would we really see much of it? Because, some of these, they may be more marketable to provide market rate housing projects on these commercially zoned, because most of the parcels around the half mile are commercially zoned. And so you might incentivize more of the market rates. So our objective expanding in citywide is to provide the most opportunity.
Do you believe that, is there more opportunity there? I mean, do you think it will incentivize housing?
Yeah, and time will tell. I mean, we'll have to.
You can always come back
check
to us,
in.
right?
Yeah, because as we said, this is a brand new program. We haven't had any moderate income housing projects in the city, and so we want to expand that opportunity. So for when developers do come in and they're interested, that they're not just limited to a certain area around the half mile.
That makes sense. Thank you very much.
All right, Mayor Pro Tem Negrete.
I have a really quick question. Going back to parking in the commercial zones, is anyone prohibited from charging for public parking in those parking lots? Because I mean, essentially, then it could be considered a money maker and an incentive and not a disincentive to have parking.
You
I
mean
guess.
if they replace the parking.
Well, like if they have the retail, Councilmember Zook was saying that it could be it would disincentivize people if they had to put this parking because it's costly, but you were saying it provides access to the retail that's on the ground floor, but can't they also charge the public to park there as well? Because I've seen
I don't
those.
see why not, yeah. You
Okay.
could, yeah.
That's all. I just wasn't sure if it was precluded for some reason.
Okay, great. I have a few questions. On AB 2097, can you put up the map of where it currently applies? I know.
So that's the blue blobs that you see, like the circles.
Right, the blue blob.
Yeah.
And interestingly enough, the blue blob covers the Pico neighborhood, some of mid-cities. Is that correct?
Correct.
And so if we don't expand AB 2097 beyond the blue blob, I love that phrase, what we may well be doing is driving, again, some of this development into the neighborhoods where maybe it's already for lack of a better term, been subject to more development, in other words. I mean, one of my concerns is that, if I'm a developer and I go, wait a minute, if I build in the Pico neighborhood, I don't have to build parking. But if I go into Wilmont or part of Sunset Park, I do, then displacing people in the Pico neighborhood is going to be financially more attractive to me than perhaps building somewhere else.
Yeah, I mean, likely parking is a huge part of the construction cost. It costs a lot to build parking, so that is definitely a factor that developers consider.
So if we were to expand AB 2097, we would then be, in effect, sort of equalizing
Yes,
that.
like an even playing field, yes.
Right. So somebody might say, okay, maybe I don't go displace people in the Pico neighborhood. Maybe I go somewhere else in the city that's a higher resource area, but also has suffered less burdens than the Pico neighborhood.
Yes, potentially.
Okay, great. And on the moderate income housing overlay, now, so we've already committed to doing that. The only question is, where does it expand within the city, correct?
Correct. Yes, we've committed to at least implementing it within the half mile at stations.
Yeah, and I guess the question is, especially given that it sounds like from this discussion we have some uncertainty about whether it's even going to produce any housing, why wouldn't we try and do it throughout the city so we could sort of stress test where it might produce? I mean, if we say it's only going to be within a certain amount of an expo station, we might not get any. The land near expo stations is really premium land because you can walk to an expo station.
Correct.
So we're sort of doing an experiment that we're setting up to fail, in my mind. I mean, it seems to me if we're not sure if this is going to work, why not do it throughout the city, and then we'll see where it's going to work.
Yes, and I think that's where this policy question came from, is that, when we want to provide the most opportunity, because within the half mile expo station, as you said, it is prime opportunity, and developers might be more inclined to develop a market rate project rather than a moderate housing project in those areas.
All right, and then, and I'm sorry, I apologize, I'm skipping around a bit, because I just wrote wherever there was blank spots on the page. The ADU program, so if a lot's over 10,000 square feet, we're going to let someone develop an extra ADU, but they have to deed restrict it to be a rental unit, correct?
That's correct on the deed restriction. However, the extra ADU is not tied to 10,000 square feet. That's applicable to this housing element on the screen right now is the combination of SB9 and
Right.
ADUs. If you go back to this one,
Right.
If someone just wanted to do an extra ADU, they could do it on any size lot. There's no lot size on
Oh,
this
okay, I
program.
was conflating the two,
Yeah.
I apologize.
They overlap.
Okay, well, and actually the 10,000, I have another question about the 10,000 square feet, but, so you get a second ADU if you commit to deed restricted to rental.
Correct.
What does that mean? If I want to rent that extra ADU for $1 to my 26-year-old son, does that count?
Potentially.
So are we really creating rental housing with that?
Originally we thought about requiring it to be deed restricted as affordable, but then when we looked into it, we felt like that would be a burden that no one would take advantage of the program because it would just not be feasible. So we were trying to find a way to make sure that ADU was being properly rented. There are limitations when it comes to that. I don't think we have crafted what that deed restriction will look like. Maybe there could be provisions regarding that, but that has not really been thought out yet.
So, for example, just thinking out loud, and I don't know if this is a good idea or not, it might be a terrible idea, we could put a deed restriction that it had to be rented at market rate, because in the single-family neighborhoods where you're going to see this, the market rate, I mean, it would still be cheaper than buying a house north of Montana. You could rent an ADU, so you're creating some affordable housing, right?
Yes, I mean, ADUs by nature are, the lower case affordable, right? Just given the size, they're not the main unit. I would just be cautious that the more the more layers we add to the program could keep someone from taking advantage of the program. And in these programs, we do have a goal of getting to 47 new units in the R1 every year. So I would make sure, to just be cautious that we are not, not meeting those goals.
Right, but the goal of the 47 ADUs is not ADUs qua ADUs. In other words, because we want ADUs. The reason we've committed is because, and I don't think this is good enough, but the reason we've committed to that is because that's the linchpin of our affirmatively furthering fair housing, correct?
It's one.
It's a component, yes, for sure.
Yeah, it's a pretty big component, right? So that's my concern, is if we're incentivizing people to build ADUs, but we're not really affirmatively furthering fair housing. We're saying, my son, who makes a very good living, thank you, U.S. Army, can live in that thing for $1. We're not really affirmatively furthering fair housing, are we?
I mean, I think that we could establish, there's certainly nothing to stop the city from establishing kind of rules around what it means to rent. I think the other thing is council did give direction to establish basically a rental registry. That's kind of an ordinance that is in the works. And that could be a way to, sort of track what's happening because, right now we don't really have a lot of information. We did try actually just to survey ADU owners, how much are you renting for? I mean, the response was abysmal. Didn't get a lot of good data, out of it. But I think in going down that road, we have a better understanding of how those units are used. And that certainly the city has discretion to say, it has to be at fair market value, other rules around it, just so it's actual rental housing as opposed to someone's office, or an extra bedroom or, whatever the case may be. That's really the intent of this program.
Okay. So let's talk about the SB 9 impact fees. So if I build a single-family home, I have no impact fees, right?
Correct, because the affordable housing fee would not kick in because you're not constructing two, and every other impact fee is only a net gain of units.
Right. So if we want to incentivize SB 9 units, and I'm going to put aside Councilmember Brock's idea about maybe splitting them up. I mean, it seems to me, and ADUs don't have to pay, correct?
Correct.
So and correct me if I'm wrong, but it seems to me one of the attractive things about the SB 9 program is ADUs do tend to be somewhat smaller, as you just said.
Correct. There are size limitations that SB 9 doesn't have.
Right. SB 9 could create 2 real family-size units on a single lot. You could have 2 2,500 square foot units on a single lot, right?
Correct.
And yet, as Councilmember Zwick pointed out, you could impose a $120,000 burden on someone building what's real family housing in the neighborhoods if we impose those fees, right?
Yes.
Okay. And it seems to me that, I'll just leave it that for comment. One of the other questions I have isn't one of the benefits of SB 9. I mean, we do have a lot of people who live north of Montana who bought perhaps when it was less expensive. And now they live, in a very wealthy neighborhood. 90402 is the 7th most expensive zip code in the entire United States. But now we have an opportunity for maybe people who want to stay in that neighborhood, but want to get some income so they can live comfortably in the 7th most expensive zip code in the entire United States. And they could build a second unit that could generate some income, right?
Yes.
But if one of their issues is I want to build retirement income, wouldn't doing something like imposing these fees make it harder for them to do it?
Yes, it would definitely add to the construction cost.
And the fact is, in a place like north of Montana, in the R1, given the way that housing was constructed there, it's unlikely people are just going to add on to the house and say, that's my duplex. It's going to be awkward because either the duplex is going to be in the back or it's going to be, because they have pools and they have garages if they have an alley that's in the back. It's really much more likely that if someone wants to create two real livable units, they're more likely to say, well, I can get income from the second one, which makes it financially possible, but I'm going to have to tear down at least part of my house and maybe enough of my house that it becomes new construction, right?
Yeah, potentially. Yeah.
I used to live in the 90402, and I was told that remodeling my house, the only way to do it was to tear down half of it. It's just kind of the way things go up there.
I guess it might be difficult to take an existing structure and easily cut it into two. It might just be easier to start new.
Exactly, especially when you're going to have to do two kitchens and that sort of thing. Okay. Let me just double check here. No, I think those are all my questions. Thank you. And seeing no one else in the queue, I think we're ready to start to the discussion section. All right. So as before, we're going to go through it policy question by policy question. So the first policy question, should the moderate housing overlay be expanded citywide instead excluding R1 and OP1 zoning districts? And here we have both Planning Commission and staff recommending yes. Does anyone have any comments? Does anyone have a no vote? Maybe that's it, since there seems to be some. Yeah, Councilmember De La Torre.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't.
That's okay. Go ahead. I see your hand up.
Okay, yeah. In terms of what it says here, it talks about but with tenant displacement protections. What exactly are those tenant displacement protections?
Yeah, we basically model it after the Senate Bill SB 9 protections, which you can't alter or demolish the deed restricted or rent controlled unit, and you can't demolish any housing that was occupied by a tenant in the last few years. It's basically on the slide, and any housing on parcels with an Ellis Act eviction. And so this was taken from SB 9, and I think we added a little bit more to it, right? It wasn't it 5?
Yes,
Yeah, I think it was SB, but it's basically these, and ensures and I think it actually includes housing occupied by a rental household within the last 5 years. I think that's what it includes. Yeah, sorry, but it includes an extensive array of of displacement protections to ensure that we're not displacing any existing tenants.
And can someone remind me what moderate housing or moderate income means? Like what's the price point on that?
Yeah, it's up to 120% AMI, area medium income. But above 80, yes. Between 80 and 120.
80 and 120,000.
Yes. Yeah, anything
Per
80%
person, no?
and below is lower.
Oh, of AMI.
Isn't AMI like around 90,000 right now?
I'm not. We're looking at that. Just to answer your question about the displacement protection. So there would be protections on deed restricted affordable housing, rent controlled or housing subject to any other form of price control, housing occupied by a tenant in the last 3 years, or housing on parcels with the Ellis Act in the last 15 years. So that one with one extra one.
And in terms of, do we have any assessment in terms of the impact that this would have on rents in the city?
You mean the moderate housing overlay?
Correct, yeah.
I mean, no, we didn't analyze that. Again, we have those tenant displacement protections in there. Are you talking about just in general, if a moderate housing project goes up in the neighborhood, what it would do to rents around the area?
Yeah, what does it do to rents in the?
I would think it's a positive thing because you're.
I think it probably, again, these are deed restricted.
Yes.
So they're required to be deed restricted. It's not just like free to the market. They would be subject to like the 55-year deed restriction for moderate income. So any tenant would have to income qualify as moderate income, and then there would also be, they would be subject to the rent limits as published annually as well. So, to the extent those are probably lower than fair market rents, I don't think it would have the effect of increasing, the rents around it.
Okay, all right, thank you.
No one else seems to be in the queue. Is anyone a no vote on this? Let me just ask that, given that we have unanimity between Planning Commission and staff. Not seeing any no votes, it looks like we've got a yes on policy question number 7. All right, so that takes us to policy question number 8. Should the moderate housing overlay projects allow some percentage of market rate units? And I think you put up there the 33% of total floor area and no more than 25% of total units was staff suggestion. Is that correct? And again, we have PC and staff both recommending a yes. Councilmember Zwick.
I would just reiterate that, I mean, not only do I think we need this market rate to even have a chance of seeing these units, I'm still highly skeptical we'll get it with these percentages that are being prescribed. The state density bonus for ownership allows density bonuses for projects with only 44% market rate. Sorry, only 44% moderate income. The other 56% are allowed to be market rate in the state density bonus program for ownership projects. And I know the calculation is different when we're talking about ownership versus rental, but the rents commanded by moderate income projects are very low. There's no tax incentives that affordable developers can take advantage of to build these units. I would be surprised if we get any with this, but the only way to give it a fighting chance would be to at least allow this amount of market rate units in the project.
All right, Councilmember Terosis.
At the risk of being repetitive, I was going to make the exact same point. I would just say that I moved to Santa Monica and became involved in Santa Monica community because I want to live in an area that's economically diverse. I want to live in an area where we invite everyone to succeed and thrive here. I really very much support the moderate income housing overlay, but I realize that we're not going to get it because there are no tax credits and subsidies for moderate income housing currently, unless we provide some way for a developer to want to do this, and there needs to be some sort of market rate unit. So I would just strongly support the yes.
Councilmember Zwick.
Sorry for piling on. I just would say that I've been in a lot of discussions recently with the early childhood care centers in our city, and with the police department, and with many different employers of people who might potentially fall within this income range. And one of the things I hear across the board is that we are having a really hard time attracting and retaining employees in these income ranges because they can't afford to live nearby. The commutes might be 1 hour, 2 hours, or more. The growing place nearby has extra classrooms that are going unused because we can't find enough early childhood education teachers to teach those classrooms. So for me, it's very important that when it comes to our teachers, our nurses, our cops, these are people that really contribute to the civic fabric of our society. And I want to make sure, as well as Councilmember Trost has said, that we're doing everything possible to have housing for people whose incomes fall in this range.
All right, no one else has any comments, but I have a couple. One is I do want to echo what Councilmember Zwick and Terosis said, that the people who's likely to live in these deed-restricted moderate, maybe, for example, entry-level teachers, nurses, that sort of thing, or people who may not even be registered nurses but are like LVNs, that sort of thing, who work in our hospitals. And so I think that there's a real immediate need for us to try and do everything we can to incentivize this kind of housing. And I do want to say that I think allowing some market rate housing, it's unlikely that you're going to see super luxury housing built in the same project with deed restricted moderate. I mean, you might, I suppose, but I think what you're likely to see, even the market rate housing may be somewhat more modest, somewhat less amenities in the building, maybe not a big swimming pool or something like that, or a fancy gym, because that's not the kind of thing you see in moderate level housing. And so we may even, by allowing some market rate, get some more reasonable market rate in addition to the deed restricted moderate. So I think this is a good idea. Any other comments? I'm not seeing any. Do we have any no votes on this one? All right, so we have a yes on policy question number 8. That takes us to number 9, expanding on AB 2097, and for ease of implementation, should minimum parking requirements be eliminated for all housing projects, alterations, additions to multi-unit dwelling buildings, and accessory dwelling units citywide except for R1 zones. I'm not seeing any comments on this one. I think both Planning Commission, yes, and staff recommended a yes. Are there any no's? Okay, Councilmember Brock, did you want to make a statement or did you just want to vote?
You'd rather me just vote.
No, you can make a statement. That's fine. We're cooking here. We're moving along. So, Councilmember Brock.
I still believe, as I said earlier, I'll echo what I said earlier. Some people are still going to have cars. We will disincentivize people from getting good jobs because jobs we're not an island. Jobs are also in LA. Jobs are not always by the metro. They're not always by bus lines. And if they have children, if they're elderly, they may still need a car to get around. I know we'd all like to see a world without cars or a city without cars. That's not going to happen for a while. So I think we have to be considerate of the people who live here and hopefully the people who are going to live here. And while we hope they use their bicycles more, we hope they use public transit, we hope that public transit is safe for them to use, we hope that our streets are safe for them to use. But I'm also concerned, as I said, that people have jobs and they may move here because they have a job in Santa Monica and then 7 weeks later that job picks up and moves to Culver City or Manhattan Beach or Beverly Hills or somewhere else, and they're going to have a car to get around. So I think while we may have ideals, I think we deal in common sense and reality. So I'm voting no. Thank you.
All right, Councilmember Zwick.
I would just reiterate that, we don't have a law that says for every bedroom we need to have a bathroom in a house. Some people might want a house with 3 bedrooms and 3 bathrooms. Some people might be fine with a house with 3 bedrooms and 1 bathroom. We're not requiring or taking away people's bathrooms or their parking spaces by this. We're simply letting people choose what best suits them. And while I totally agree with Councilmember Brock that many people, for various reasons, may still have to rely on cars, all we're doing is trying to give an option to people who might choose to live without a car to not have to pay that bundled in cost of parking if they're not going to be taking advantage of it. And I think we should be allowing options for every kind of person in our city. Councilmember Brock mentioned we would love to live in a city without cars. One way to get closer to that is to give people the option of whether or not they want to pay for parking when they decide to live here.
All right, Mayor Pro Tem Negrete.
I just wanted to point something out and say that by supporting what both staff and the Planning Commission is recommending here, just to be clear, because I am one of those people that support I have kids, I have a surfboard, soccer balls to drive around. I'm unfortunately public transportation, even though we feel like we just drive around in a circle all day, is not an option for me. But I think what we're talking about here is something we can all agree upon, or those of us who might differ in philosophy, and we're not getting into that tonight about density and building. I think what we're talking about is, do we only allow certain things where it's already over-densified and all these projects are being built, like the Pico neighborhood, or do we relax these rules everywhere so that everything's not being pushed into one area? And unless I'm misunderstanding that, that is the biggest concern. We're always talking about protecting the Pico neighborhood in certain areas where all these development projects are happening. And by simply saying now you can make this choice of whether or not you want to have parking all over the city, you're not forcing it all in the Pico neighborhood. And for me, that's extremely important. So that's why I'm supporting the yes vote, because I have the same sentiments around, not just eliminating parking and all the things you're saying, but this is specifically talking about opening it up? Because right now, if I understand correctly, those blue blobs represent where you don't have these parking requirements, and the rest of the area that's not blue blobs represents where you do. So it's cheaper to build in the blue blob area right now, ultimately with these parking restrictions. And so by releasing that, you're opening up the development to happen, whether we like that or not. It's not going to be all, it's going to happen. It's just not going to be all concentrated in one area that it's been happening forever. That's how I understand it.
All right. Councilmember, I can't tell, Councilmember Brock, you already spoke in.
And I've already put my hand up.
Yeah, Councilmember De La Torre?
I mean, you can reduce the minimum parking requirements, and people are still going to have cars. They're just not going to have parking spaces on the parcel. They'll be parking on the streets. And I mean, you know, you have to think about for families, it's mandatory, like to get, you know, the kids to school, take them to soccer practice, go to the grocery store. When it starts raining, it's not feasible, you know, to go and get on the bus, you know, to go to shopping and so forth. So, I mean, we should. I mean, I get it, you know, it's, you know, in terms of trying to eliminate cars, but and having diversity and sort of options and all. I just feel like, you know, the no means that you still have the minimum no minimum parking requirements for those housing projects within half a mile, right, of major transit stops, right? Yeah, that's all.
Okay.
Yeah, but anyway, I mean, I agree with Councilmember Brock.
All right, Councilmember Parra.
Well, I recognize, you know, our need and our desire, you know, to be more sustainable. And I recognize our need and desire to create more affordability in the city. But I also am reticent to give all the power to the developers to make decisions on what my city is going to look like. And so, you know, with that being said, we have this abundance of single and one-bedroom apartments. We have created a transitory city because they have the power in terms, or they have had the power in terms of what the landscape looks like in our city. And as a result of that, we have minimized the amount of family units, if you will. And I've had this conversation on this dais many times. We don't have as many 2 and 3 bedroom units. And I've spoken to staff about this, you know, continually, you know, to ask to please help me, you know, frame that when we're talking to developers, when new projects are coming forward, you know, that we want to be able to really move forward and bring families here and create this community for families so that it is more friendly, so that we have more units. You know, the population in our schools has diminished. You know, we've gone from 11,000 to 9,000. We want to create this community that is inviting for our families. And we, you know, and this is very important to me. And so, while I get, you know, we're trying to entice, developers to develop affordable units in our city. But at the same time, I also want to make these units, you know, to be enticing for families. And so bigger units with parking. And so again, I'm not going to give away my city to a developer. And so I'm going to be voting no on this.
All right. So I guess we're going round 2 here. Councilmember Brock.
So I think one thing that is possible is in many of these newer apartment houses, they can uncouple parking so that you can choose to pay for the parking spaces if you wish. And thereby it accomplishes part of Councilmember Zwick's request that it would make it cheaper to develop. Well, it would make it less expensive for some residents. If they don't have a car, that's fine. But then if you're going to build apartment houses in Santa Monica with no parking on premises, then those tenants should also be denied parking permits. And I think that runs in line. In other words, if you're choosing to rent an apartment with no parking and your streets are already permit parking because there's not enough parking for the people in that area, why are you going to be allowed to buy a permit when the streets are already overburdened? And so I'd want to put that in, but I think you could reduce the parking requirements slightly and allow uncoupled parking, but without the option for the tenants of those buildings to get permits. Now, and I will repeat what I said, and I've talked to numerous people over the last few years, and people who are so upset about parking. And it's not just the anecdotal thing that I gave of the woman who lived in a all affordable housing complex on Lincoln Boulevard between Colorado and Olympic. There are other people around the city already who can't find a place to park, who have to park a block or two away. I have, in my neighborhood, almost all the waiters on Montana and on Wilshire and in the promenade walk up to San Vicente, walk up to Georgina to park. They're walking back to their cars at midnight. And you know, and the schools, you know, there's a private school in my block that has 80 employees with 80 cars. 80 cars. They have 35 parking spaces. I mean, that's sort of absurd. So the need for cars is still there. The need for parking is still there. And Councilmember Parra had a great point. How do families live in this city without a car? How do they get their children to school? Imagine if you're one of those new kids, you managed to find a family apartment in downtown Santa Monica. There are no schools downtown. There are no parks downtown that are useful for those kids. They have to go to John Muir when it reopens, or they have to go to Santa Monica College, or they have to go to McKinley or Roosevelt, none of which are in walking distance and none which have convenient bus service to them. And if you have a 7-year-old child in Santa Monica, you're not putting them on the bus right now. So I understand the idealism, but I don't live in idealism. And so I will vote no.
All right, so I'm a little confused because I don't know if people have just taken themselves out of the, or failed to take themselves out of the queue. So I'm going to go to Councilmember Terrosis, and then De La Torre, then Mayor Pro Tem Negrete, and then Councilmember Parra. Do you want to speak again?
No, I'm sorry.
Okay, I'm just trying to clear that up here. So now we go to Councilmember De La Torre.
Oh, wait, I thought I was next.
Oh, I'm sorry, yeah, don't take yourself out of the queue till after you're done talking. Okay, you're next.
I don't think I had commented on this issue. I just wanted to very quickly say, if we care about affirmatively furthering fair housing, if we care about creating opportunity in other areas of the community, I have to agree with Mayor Pro Tem Negrete. It does not make sense not to adopt this. I actually looked at a map of where all of our current deed-restricted affordable housing units are, because actually, I think it's Appendix B of the housing element, you note where all of our affordable housing or deed-restricted units are, and they pretty much line up exactly with that blue area. We are not creating housing in the highest resource, highest opportunities of the areas of the city. And the reason I say that is because if you look at a lot of other countries, they have parking standards. Not parking minimums. The market will dictate how much parking we need in a certain area. I don't believe that if we say we are not having a minimum, no parking will be built, the developer will decide what makes sense for that community and for that building. And we know that a lot of folks, families will not rent units if there is no parking. So we've seen in places like the UK, when you have parking standards or parking maximums, parking is still built. And I see people laughing over here on the dais. I think that's a little disrespectful when I'm commenting to have a side conversation. But I think we all need to have a little decorum here. I think that would be polite. So I'm making a comment. I listened to Mayor Brock Councilmember Brock. I would hope you could listen to me, but apparently not. And so for that reason, I'll be voting yes.
All right, Councilmember De La Torre.
I'm thinking, if there's a creative solution for this, right? Like maybe there's some fees or some community development, community benefits packages, for development projects where we might be able to create a fund so that in those zones where there is no parking, for those, families, specifically I'm thinking of people that, that have kids, that you need a car. It's kind of hard to get around without that. For the people who are single, they have no children, I think it's a lot easier, get on a bike, get on a bus and so forth. But maybe there's something that we can do in terms of like, you have the Uber, you have, these Lyft, you have the different methods that you can, without having a car, you can get around, and get transportation. Maybe there's a fund that we can create for those situations, right? So that, I don't know, so there's a way to tap into that. I even saw there's this new Waymo or whatever car, like a driverless car that's going around the city. I don't know when they're going to be in operation, but maybe there's some type of funding, some way that we can help, families out in those situations. The other thing too, there's we have parks and those parking lots are empty. You can't park there, I think, after 10 p.m. or there's rules about that. But what if there was ways to get permits, for those individuals again who need the car, because they have families. I mean, you might start off as single in Santa Monica, and then you have a child, and then now you find yourself, man, my situation changed, and maybe there's a way that we can help in those situations, allowing parking in the evenings, adjacent to their homes in public space, for example, or some funding that can exist to help those families that are in need. That might be one way to eliminate the car if there's people have access to something that's affordable like that for those families that qualify. I mean, I don't know. I'm just trying to think of how we might be able to compromise on this and support, support those families that have those needs. But I don't know if that's probably too complicated for this conversation, but something we should think about,
Yeah, no, and I think there's a lot of ideas floating around. I just want to bring everyone back. We're talking right now about the zoning code. So, there may be other things we can do and talk about at later dates. Mayor Pro Tem Negrete.
Well, I didn't expect for this conversation to go this far apart. I feel like we're talking about different things because I am in complete alignment with the idea that I need a car. I live in an apartment. I've lived in an apartment where I didn't have a parking space, mainly because somebody else had that parking space before me. So I totally understand that. And I've always been in agreement with the idea that I think it's ridiculous in some ways to say we're not going to have parking and somehow rent a 2 or 3 bedroom to a family. But I feel like we're getting far away because I agree with you guys on that completely. I think, and I would love for somebody to really just be unbiased and correct me on this. What I am understanding is that we are just talking about expanding the zone beyond what is already, like these restrictions already exist in a very specific area, which happens to be the area that always gets the affordable housing projects all crammed into one area. Apparently the projects that don't have the parking requirements, which happen to be next to SMC, which also happens to be where I live. So everybody's parking in my neighborhood because maybe potentially they don't have parking in these buildings. But more importantly, I would imagine, I think the conversation is, and let me ask this, and I don't know if I'm asking it to staff or to the dais, but I'm just asking the question. It sounds like the fear is that if we eliminate parking requirements across the city or all across the city, right, then we are eliminating the opportunity for 2 and 3 bedroom apartments where families would reside. And I don't think that that's what we're talking about, because that, whether someone builds a 2 or 3 bedroom to have a family in there, might actually be attached to the feasibility of building a 2 and 3 bedroom and eliminating a parking space for the single unit, but providing it for the 2 and 3 bedroom. Like, I would never rent an apartment that didn't have parking because of that reason specifically. So again, like, nobody's building a project that's not going to be rentable. So I don't, like, I'm not in fear of, I get what you guys are talking about because I feel the same way, of, you know, seeing all these units go up in my area, which is where the blue blobs are, that don't have the parking requirements. By not, but just hear me out, because we're on the same page all the time on this stuff. That's why I'm having this confusion up here. That, I understand where Planning Commission was coming from, because I listened to those discussions, and by expanding it, it just means that now it's not all concentrated in this area. I mean, I look at the projects that are going up. We already deal with the fact that people buy, you know, passes off of people, and there's like no visitor parking where I live off of Pearl because there's students. And then the more the projects go up with no parking, that could potentially be a problem. But by expanding it, then it's not all condensed in one area. I just think we're talking about two different things, it feels like. Like the idea that families need cars, I agree with that. Families need cars. Not everyone can live in this city without a car. I'm, for one, can't, and I literally drive in a bubble all day, and I have to use my car. Sorry, everybody. But I agree with that. But I think we're talking, and then we also look at housing, and these projects are all condensed in one area. So now where these two worlds collide, we're saying, okay, well, if we expand this blue blob, then we're opening it up for these projects to happen elsewhere in the city because there's less constraints. But it does not mean that it eliminates the potential for family units or parking, because a developer might say, well, now that I don't have requirements, I'm only going to build parking for the 2 and 3 bedrooms and no parking for the single units. I don't know.
Yeah, and I think the other part is, you know, you're right, like the blue blob represents, like, this is state law. You know, we don't have a choice. Like, we cannot impose minimum parking requirements even if we wanted to. So what we're really talking about is, you know, put aside the yellow areas on the map are your R1 zones. So those will retain minimum parking requirements. What we're really talking about is, you know, to the left side of the map, if you will, right? So basically, you know, 27%, more like 73% of the parcels in the city that are non-residential and multi-unit are in the blue blob already. So it's really kind of like a minority remainder that's kind of left out there. So it's not a huge amount of parcels that, you know, we're talking about in terms of expanding to, because it covers already so much of the city.
What is its street? What's that pink line that butts up against R1?
Which one? That's
Like,
Montana Avenue,
Right.
where the yellow and the orange changes color.
Right.
Yeah,
That's where you're talking
Montana
about.
Avenue. Yeah, yeah.
But I mean, in Wilmot, for example, there's already an issue with parking. So if I were to build a unit as a developer, I don't know that it would make sense.
Yeah,
But I guess what I'm saying is, like, just by allowing it, the real impact, the fear is that by doing this, someone's not going to build in the Wilmot area where it's already hard to get parking, right? And then
And I think
they'll,
where we've seen redevelopment in Wilmot, like, you know, to ownership units, I think probably more commonly, they'll
They're condos.
demolish like a small, you know, I have never seen a condo project that didn't have parking in it. I mean, you would not be able to sell that unit without parking. You know, that's just not what we've seen historically in Wilmot.
I have a lot of fears around a lot of this stuff about the future of what things will look like, but I think this is where one of them, I'm a little confused. I'm just trying to get on the same page here because I hear the fear of this will eliminate families from units being built that will welcome families because of the fact that they'll be built with no parking. But that's not how I'm understanding it, so I'm just wanting.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, it's kind of two different issues. I think, you know, really what it is, it allows, it doesn't prevent the construction of family size units by any means. You know, it just allows the choice for that developer to build the parking that's necessary. And again, you know, I think what we offer as like practical experience and just sort of what we've seen, you know, in the downtown where we have experience with no minimum parking requirements is, you know, developers are still choosing to build the parking, you know, because that's what's needed to lease the units, you know, so I wouldn't expect to see kind of like a different outcome in the rest of the city. But yeah, it is sort of like two different issues in terms of, you know, family units, you know, and parking. I think that if someone were to build a 2 and 3 bedroom unit, They probably are going to build the parking with it, because how would you lease that unit, otherwise, yeah.
I also I keep looking at that area and thinking about where the most impact already is, and that's also my biggest concern. That's what I didn't understand, how we were
Yeah,
coming to.
that's certainly, I think, a component of this too, for sure, yeah.
Okay.
Councilmember Swick.
I'll try to keep this brief so that we can get to the rest of the questions. But yeah, I understand that there are strong feelings around parking and the fact that people need parking, and that makes a lot of sense. There are lots of different people for various reasons who need parking. I think, as staff has mentioned, the best natural example of what we've done so far with the elimination of parking minimums downtown has resulted currently in exactly 0 buildings that have been developed without parking, and perhaps 1 in the pipeline in the area that has the most transit accessibility as anywhere else. I think what we're currently trying to get rid of is our current really outdated standards around parking that mandate far more parking be developed than is needed. I think it's 1.5 parking spaces per bedroom or something like that in our current standards. It's all about giving people the freedom to choose what best suits their needs. That's all we're trying to do. And as Council Member Negrete said, we're looking at narrow slivers of the city, most of it because Santa Monica is blessed to be a high opportunity city in regards to transportation. Most of this has already been decided for us. It's really just a matter at this point of equity.
Councilmember Brock.
So a couple of points. One, the Wilmot area is the densest single area of our city. It comes to mind that the Miramar will be building 42 affordable units on 2nd Street. I can't remember if they have parking. They do. But imagine if they were built without parking. And that neighborhood already suffers from no parking every single day. So the Wilmot neighborhood feels that. The Mid-City neighborhood, if it's north enough of the train, of the rail stops and bus stops that take it out of the transportation zone, they have very little parking too. I can tell you, my mother, who turns 95 tomorrow, lives on 12th between Arizona and Santa Monica. Her street has no parking every day because the auto workers at BMW and the other dealerships in the area all park on those residential streets. I've heard that residents across the street in other apartment house sometimes have to park 4 or 5 blocks away from their apartment house. So that concerns me. Downtown, there's unless it's been changed, there are people in apartment houses downtown who also use city parking structures. And they were, I don't know if they still are, but a couple of the parking structures, the reason they couldn't be closed overnight is because residents leased parking in the structures because they had no parking on the property and they were paying $150 a month, $75 to $150 a month for parking downtown. So I think we have a serious problem. It is different if we were in a rural area or had a lot of open space in the city and you had pasture land where you could park next to the local cow. We don't have that. We have no extra space. And that is the concern. And yes, I would love the planning department to come back to us at a later date and talk about more uncoupling of parking and talk about other incentives that we can do to reduce, if it's 1.5 spaces per unit, someone there, 1.5 spaces per bedroom. Yeah, that's excessive. So we can change that. I would vote to change the standard at a later date, and I think we can do that. And I would encourage planning staff to come back to us with some incentives to change the amount of on-site parking, but not eliminate the on-site parking. So I'll still be voting no.
No, so my turn. So a couple of things. One is, I agree wholeheartedly with Mayor Pro Tem Negretti. For me, this is an equity issue. Why are we treating people in the blue blob different than we're treating people outside the blue blob? Especially when the people inside the blue blob are most economically disadvantaged. Councilmember De La Torre frequently talks about the burdens those neighborhoods have had to bear. So why are we treating them differently than people who lived in the better resourced, still multifamily areas? I don't understand that. You know, and I find it, in all honesty, a little, I don't know any other word to use than offensive. That somehow, because, you know, you happen to live in a less resourced area that happens to be near transit, which is good, but we are now going to create an incentive for people to go into your neighborhood and displace you, as opposed to other neighborhoods simply because they might be slightly farther away than transit. And by the way, not so far away from transit that people in Wilmot can't use the transit, but just far enough away that they're outside the range of AB 2097. And I think that is really troubling to me. The second thing I want to say is, every empirical study I've seen, and I haven't seen them all, but every empirical study I've seen, the best way to reduce people's dependence on cars is to reduce parking. Because when you reduce parking, they find other ways to get around. A significant number of people in this community already don't own a car. Doesn't mean they don't use a car. You know, we have zip cars here in Santa Monica. So they use zip cars or they use Uber. And I do think, and I think we've gotten a little farther afield talking about family housing, but since we have, I'm going to feel compelled to say this. I actually know people with 2 and 3 young children in this city who do not own cars. It is not necessary to own a car if you have a family. It may be more convenient. I will grant you that. I certainly had a car when my son was growing up. I still own a car. But my point about this is that I think that we start to conflate all these things, that it's somehow family unfriendly to not have parking. And to Mayor Pro Tem Negretti's point, again, we're not talking about no parking. No, but we're not going to see developments, particularly developments that are aimed at families that have 2 and 3 bedroom units, coming online with no parking. No developer's going to do that. No developer's going to get financing for that. So the question is sort of, you know, and I want to, Councilmember Brock talks about idealism versus reality. I want to talk about aspirations. What do we want this city to look like? And I may be alone in this, I want this city to be a city where people don't have to have a car, even if they do have a family. We need better transit. We need a more walkable city, and we have a fantastically walkable city, but we need to extend it throughout the neighborhood. And so for me, part of that, knowing the fact that every piece of evidence I've ever seen says the best way to reduce a city's dependence on cars is to reduce parking requirements. I just don't see, again, why we wouldn't get rid of minimum parking requirements, which does not mean we're going to get rid of parking. People are still going to build parking. They're just going to build right-sized parking. Because if you do have a development that is mostly small units, that is going to house people who are younger, maybe they're just out of college, who may be much more likely to get around without a car. I mean, young people some of them don't have driver's license. And if you're going to build a project that's got family units, then yeah, you're going to build parking. But the problem is we, as a world, not just here in Santa Monica, but every city has had this sort of one-size-fits-all, to Councilmember Zwick's point. 1.5 parking, one parking space for every 1.5 bedrooms. You know, without regard to who's in those bedrooms or how big the unit is or who the units are aimed at. So I believe that in the name of equity, I think in the name of our aspiration to be a sustainable city, and I think quite honestly, again, it costs a lot of money to build parking. If we force developers to build parking that ultimately, sure, someone will park in it. I mean, that is the problem, is if you have a parking space, you're going, okay, well, I'll have a car then. But if you don't have a parking space, then maybe you go, okay, I can get around without a car. A lot of people do. And so I think that minimum parking requirements, and again, that is not eliminating parking. It is just getting rid of the minimum parking requirements. It should be expanded throughout the city. And again, for me, actually, the biggest driver is just the equity. I don't know why we treat people in our better resource neighborhoods than we treat people in some of our lower resource neighborhoods. But it sounds like we have a division, so Madam Clerk, can you call?
What this does when we vote, because I think there's also.
Well, okay, so what we're doing, if you look at the map, right now, well, I mean, we want people to understand, so under, well, the blue blob, we already have no parking requirements. We can't change that, that's state law. So all we're doing is moving the AB 2097 no minimum parking requirements not into the yellow zones. The yellow zones are the R1s. It does not apply to the R1. We are only moving it into the multifamily neighborhoods that are not subject to AB 2097, which is represented on that map. So it's not like we're covering the whole city. We are just moving it into the areas that are not already covered by AB 27, and we can't do anything about AB 27. And I just want to make it clear so everyone knows a yes vote means that just all housing projects in the city except R1 would not be subject to minimum parking requirements, and it would ensure an equitable application of minimum parking requirements in limited remaining non-residential and multi-unit zoned parcels outside of the half mile of major transit. Are we all clear on what we're voting on? What a yes vote means, what a no vote means? All right, Madam Clerk, why don't you call the roll?
Councilmember De La Torre?
No.
Councilmember Terosas?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Negrete?
Yes.
Councilmember Brock?
No.
Councilmember Para?
No.
Councilmember Swick?
Yes.
And Mayor Davis?
Yes.
That's 4
So
yeses.
there are 4 votes for yes and 3 votes for no. Yes, Councilmember Brock.
I just want to mention one thing, and I think maybe we forgot that during this discussion. I believe it's an equity and diversity issue as well, and it's a way for our people who are of lower income to be able to advance their status and advance their jobs over time. That's why I voted no. Thank you.
All right, we're moving on to question number 10. Should parking maximums within a half mile of transit and for housing projects outside of a half mile of transit be eliminated outside of downtown? So we've already had a pretty robust discussion about parking, so hopefully we don't have to beat the dead horse of parking anymore, although there may be some specific comments related, pardon me, to this particular question. Here, Planning Commission and staff are in agreement that there would be no maximums to limit how much parking could be built outside of the downtown, which provides flexibility for housing providers to provide the parking that is necessary for the project. And a no means that maximum parking limits would be established similar to the downtown.
This is maximums, not minimums.
Right. This is whether or not we have maximums in the downtown. And so this is a question is we're going to extend maximums throughout the city. Am I correct? All right. Now, discussion about that? Councilmember Zwick.
Excuse me. This might have better been a question for staff, but I'm curious because, you know, we see autonomous vehicles driving around our city, and we see Tesla charging lots coming on. And I mean, I feel like we're looking at a not too distant future where those companies might want to warehouse a whole bunch of cars somewhere in order to service the west side. And I am concerned that without maximums, we might be looking at uses that we don't even see now that might pose a risk in the future when it comes to wanting our city to not be, say, parking lots or parking structures for autonomous vehicles or things of that nature. So that's just, I'm not sure if we've considered that, but it's something I'm concerned about.
And do you want to find out if staff did consider that?
I think to be clear, this is about parking maximums like within the half mile and then housing projects only. So it wouldn't apply to like vehicle storage lots or what have you, which incidentally, we are actually seeing exactly what you're describing already. That's kind of a separate discussion matter, which we can get into at maybe a different time. But this policy question really is just about housing projects.
Seeing no one else in the queue, I actually generally am a fan of maximum parking limits, to my point that the way we incentivize people, empirically, the studies show that reducing the availability of parking. But I think from the conversation on this dais, we can tell that there's a fair amount of dispute around that, and maybe sometimes incremental change is better than dramatic change. So while in the future I might want to suggest parking maximums, and certainly I want to see how this works out. If we start to see 1.5 tons of parking being built, then maybe that's something we need to revisit. But I think at this point, as much as I like parking maximums, I think let's give the flexibility to the housing providers. If we find that they're building 1.5 tons of parking, then I think that's something we can revisit in the future. All right, so I don't know if we need to take a vote. Are there any no's? You're a no?
I believe so.
You want parking maximums?
Wait, hold on. I'm sorry.
A yes vote means we will not expand parking
Yeah,
maximums.
no, I'm fine, I'm sorry.
Okay, all right,
We're fine.
I was about to go into cardiac arrest there.
My bad.
After all the conversation, I was about to, whew, it's the big one, Elizabeth.
Contrast.
Okay, all right, so I don't see any enthusiastic no votes, so I think we have a yes on program policy question 10. All right, this gets us to number 11. Should SB 9 projects be incentivized through development impact fee waivers to include the affordable housing fee, transportation impact fee, parks and recreation development impact fee, and child care linkage fee? Councilmember Brock.
I'd like to propose that we eliminate the affordable housing fee, but keep the other fees.
Okay, is there any other discussion around any of this? Councilmember Swick.
I think we should be incentivizing these by any means possible, but I hear Councilmember Brock on these other fees. They're within a scope of reason. They benefit the community, but they don't make these projects infeasible.
All right, so we don't really have a slide that has Councilmember Brock's proposal. I don't see anyone else in the queue. So, sure, Councilmember Terosis.
Yeah, Councilmember Brock, just so I'm clear, you would like to waive all impact fees for SB 9 projects except for the affordable housing?
No, reverse that.
Okay.
We desperately need the recreation and parks impact fee, the other impact fees. I think we are, as someone said earlier, maybe it was you, disincentivizing, and it was Councilmember Zwick as well. That fee is an onerous fee for that kind of construction that we want to incentivize in the city. The other fees are smaller, minor, and they are helpful to the transportation, to recreation, parks, et cetera. Thank you.
So are we all clear on what Councilmember Brock is suggesting? Councilmember Zwick has weighed in. Does anyone have an objection to Councilmember Brock's proposal? I'm not seeing any. Does staff understand Councilmember Brock's proposal? I got a thumbs up from staff. So Councilmember Brock, thank you for the creative thinking on that one. So we're going to answer that with we are going to incentivize development through impact fee waivers only for the affordable housing fee, but continue to assess transportation impact fee, the parks and recreation development impact fee, and the child care linkage fee. All right, and I think we have consensus on the council on that. We have gotten through all of staff's questions. Now, as promised, there is an opportunity. There may be other things within the proposals that other council members want to raise. I want to point out that it is 11:23 p.m. It's past somebody's bedtime, maybe not mine, but past somebody's bedtime. So, and I see the city managers out there negotiating with our planning director. So we have two options, and I'm happy to entertain both. One is we can soldier on and raise issues to the extent people have them that are not that have not been part of the discussion so far this evening. And again, a reminder, it would be very specific amendments to what's been proposed by staff. Or we could run the risk of putting it over to another meeting and perhaps burdening ourselves on another evening with that. So I'm just sort of opening that up for discussion. I know we've done agenda planning, the Mayor Pro Tem and I have, and the next meeting has a substantial matter on it already, the study session relating to our resource and recovery, solid waste fees. But there might be room there to accommodate, if we were all disciplined, further discussions. So I'm opening it up for that, because we are at 11:24. Councilmember Brock, then De La Torre, then Zwick.
I would like to keep going. I have two maybe minor issues, but one issue we received over 600 emails on over the last 2 weeks. I think the neighborhood commercial zones have to be brought up. They can't be put off again. Residents expect us to discuss this and take action. I'm ready with a proposal. I'm ready with a second proposal. And am echoing the Planning Commission in those proposals. So I personally think it may not take that much time, but I think it's very important. And I think that the residents of the city expect us to work on this evening. They expected to work on it last week. I don't feel comfortable putting off an issue that many residents weighed in on.
All right, Councilmember De La Torre.
Yes, I also agree that we should direct staff, to propose an amendment.
Well, we're not substantive yet. We're just talking about whether or not we're going to continue tonight or whether we're going to put all of these things off to another meeting. So that's just the question.
Yeah, no, I think we should deal with that issue tonight.
Okay, and Councilmember Zwick, you're the...
Yeah, let's keep going.
Okay, let's keep going then. So this will encompass anything that was not encompassed within the questions proposed by staff. And again, I just want to remind people that we need very specific discussions. It's not going to be, I have an idea, let's go forth and discuss it. These are things specifically relating to the proposal that staff will be using to create the zoning code. Councilmember De La Torre.
Yes, I'd like to pursue a housing element amendment from HCZ according to the approved procedures laid out by the state. 4 amendments to ensure a compliant housing element. The amendment shall be limited to maintaining existing zoning standards in the city's 4 neighborhood commercial zoning districts, but may include other adjustments directly related to neighborhood commercial districts that support the goals of the amendment. Staff shall work with the Planning Commission to refine the red lines for the amendment and to develop appropriate arguments and documentation as HCD might need in order to ensure full consideration of the issues raised by the Planning Commission, that they get due consideration. The planning staff shall return to City Council with amendment proposals within 60 days. And the red lines relative to neighborhood commercial districts in order to maintain housing element compliance. So we don't want to risk falling out of compliance. But to adopt an IZO that suspends the upzoning until October 15, 2023. And so we got a lot of emails regarding, how we can protect our commercial districts. Residents don't want to see the upzoning of Montana Avenue or Pico neighborhood, and we've talked about that in the past, or other boulevards and other commercial districts. We're concerned about the displacement of small businesses, which are part of the fabric of the life of our communities. We're talking about creating affordable housing. But if you have low-income people living in our city, but they can't afford to participate in the economic ecosystem of our community, we end up creating, a zoning code that essentially allows for more low-income people to live in the city, but they can't shop here. They go outside of the city, to shop and so forth. And we don't want that. We want people to participate fully in the community. So that's why I think this amendment would be important. And again, we don't want to fall out of compliance, but I think that also our city attorney gave some recommendations on how we might be able to accomplish that. So I know staff is aware that we can do this in a way where we don't fall out of compliance. And so I'd like to see us support that direction so that staff can come back, make the request to HCD and let us know if it would be acceptable or not.
So I just want to ask a clarifying question because I just want to make sure we're all clear. So currently, our proposed zoning code includes upzoning of the neighborhood commercial.
Correct.
You're not, at this point in time, suggesting changing that. You're only suggesting an IZO that would suspend that. And then Planning Commission presumably would determine what? What are we asking Planning Commission to do?
Well, it says staff shall work with the Planning Commission to refine the red lines for the amendment and to develop appropriate arguments and documentation as HCD might need in order to ensure full consideration of the issues raised by the Planning Commission.
Okay, I'm still a little vague about that, but
yeah,
Councilmember Zwick is in the.
Well, we have the city attorney, Doug Sloan, gave us some options in terms of how we might be able to move forward with that type of request to the HCD.
So essentially, are you suggesting that the upzone of NC be completed to be in compliance, but also then request the consideration of HCD to amend the housing element to not do that, and then do what has been suggested as an option, an IZO to suspend that upzone until that's resolved with the state?
Correct.
Is that essentially what you're saying?
Yes, correct.
And my question is, but we can go into this, is I'm not sure, I mean, that sounds like a statement of what he said, but there's in there about going back to Planning Commission. I'm not sure about that, but we'll work through that. Councilmember Zwick.
Excuse me. There's a lot of issues baked into this, but I, like all of you, received a lot of emails describing an upzoning of the neighborhood commercials. But I think it's important to state for the record here that what we're talking about now is a downzoning. Every height and density that we are considering tonight was printed verbatim in the housing element document that everyone on this dais, with the exception of Carolyn and I, voted for. And everyone on the Planning Commission, in fact, voted for multiple times last year to adopt this housing element, which was approved on the basis of those heights and densities. And I think it's really important for everyone to understand, as was referenced earlier, that our ability to get a passing grade on this issue is not just based on a certain number of units that we plan for. It's based on the concept of affirmatively furthering fair housing. And I think it's worth talking about what that means. It means allowing for more homes in the highest opportunity neighborhoods of our city where historically minority and low-income people have been excluded. And as city staff explained in their staff report, the housing element that we first submitted to the state was rejected on the grounds that it made insufficient efforts to address our AFFH requirements. HCD did not believe we were doing enough to address historic patterns of segregation and discrimination and asked us to do more. Now, if you remove the neighborhood commercial zones from this map, where do you see all the new housing going? Exactly where it has always gone. The exact same pattern of historic segregation that has always occurred in this city. It's literally the only thing colored in outside of that zone. And I think because of this, it's important to realize not only is this a legal issue that I am almost 100% positive we will lose in the end, and as Mayor Davis has pointed out, AB 2011 will upzone these areas anyway, but this is also a moral issue. Our city and this council talk regularly about the need to address historic wrongs in our community, not just apologize for past racism against our Black and brown community, but actively work to undo it in the present. And we all know, based on the historic research of Planning Commissioner Nina Fresco, that the city consciously created those single-family zones on the periphery of our city as a tool to exclude people of color from large swaths of our city. That's the historical record. But now, confronted by a concrete policy designed to allow rental units for moderate income and low-income families in the highest resource parts of our city, what are we contemplating as a council? The opposite, rolling over, making excuses, trying to get out of our past commitments. And by doing so, I would say we are spitting in the eyes of civil rights activists who fought to desegregate our neighborhoods half a century ago across this state. We're making a mockery when we call ourselves a progressive city, and we're risking serious legal jeopardy from California's Department of Housing and Community Development and the State Attorney General, both of which have indicated in recent weeks, that they're not playing around. South Pasadena just got decertified based on political chicanery in their housing element. Huntington Beach is coming under fire from Attorney General Rob Bonta. I'm not sure why we're asking to be next. Sure, we can ask them for clarity on this issue. We can ask them if there's a possibility of changing it. But to not move forward now and do what we've promised risks decertification, and it also, I think, paints our city and our values in a really negative light. And that's all I'll say at this time.
All right, Mayor Pro Tem Negrete.
Okay. I just want to point out, I don't want to use this phrase, but I can't think of anything else, like the gaslighting that's happening around we're going to be out of compliance just by simply submitting a letter. I mean, Jing had the conversation with HCD, and I think it was pretty clear. I just want to reiterate that by requesting that we're still in compliance, we have till October deadlines, right? So simply going back and saying, and I just want to go back and say that I acknowledge that being on this dais, and the Planning Commission members, I think, acknowledge as well that, yes, it did go forward, but we messed up. And a lot of community members spoke up and said, hey, you're not thinking about this. And so here we are now talking about it again. But this idea that we keep getting this fear mongering of like, we're going to be out of compliance just by asking about it is not true. And I don't know why we keep talking about it. I mean, that has been confirmed that just by bringing it up to HCD that we're not going to put ourselves out of compliance, correct?
Yeah, we did confirm that, by requesting an amendment or feedback about a possible amendment doesn't automatically put the city out of compliance. So, we asked the question because we have a certified housing element. Even if you submitted a revised draft for consideration, it doesn't affect, the certified housing element you do have. It provides the opportunity to basically like ask the question, and not go out of compliance on it. Obviously, if the city were to take an action that was inconsistent, with your certified housing element, that would be a different issue. But just asking the question in terms of like a proposal and some feedback, wouldn't kick us out of compliance.
And I would imagine that with that proposal, we would also put forward supporting evidence, if you will, that says historically these areas, like I think about Pico and Ocean Park, the comments that were made that we would be doing the opposite of reversing what we're saying. We would ultimately be opening up, eliminating small businesses in a community where people can walk and still afford to grab a bite to eat. Smaller entrepreneurs can afford to be in business in Santa Monica. And that is the concern, is that we would be eliminating those entry-level business opportunities. I've heard people talk about the right to return for businesses. I can tell you as a small business owner, picking up your business and moving is not cheap, and no one's going to be footing that bill. And even if they did, the cost of business that you lose from picking up your business and moving it somewhere else, that decimates people. I don't know if you guys remember the Midnight Bookstore that moved from the promenade. And then by the time they did finally open up, it was gone. People had forgotten about them. And that happens all the time. People are in one place for 25, 30 years, they move, and that alone hurts their business. The idea that you could say, oh, hey, business, go ahead and move down the street, and when this project's over and everything's all set and done, you can come back, is ridiculous. I think, first of all, we have to stop the gaslighting of us making the assumption that there's certain council members that are trying to put us out of compliance. That is not happening. We're simply saying, you know what, after further consideration, by upzoning those neighborhood commercial zones, we're actually eliminating entry-level businesses and affordability for not only those entrepreneurs, but for the community around it. Being able to walk to Bob's Market, look, there's some new places that have gone in, and I'll tell you, to go have a simple breakfast is at least $20 nowadays, and any new project that goes in is going to have to rent that retail space for enough money to be able to recoup. It's whoever's in there is not going to be selling, affordable slices of pizza, or it's either going to be an office that's generating some sort of other income, but it's not going to be your neighborhood local retailer, like we're used to seeing, like Bob's Market and things like that, like the Pandaria that's on Ocean Park. I mean, that would be gone. And so I think while we're talking about, we're throwing big words out there about racism and equality and diversity. I mean, I speak from experience. I'm not just saying that because they're buzzwords. I walk in that neighborhood, and I would hate to lose Bob's Market. I would hate to lose the Pandaria. I would hate to lose the local shops that we have that my kids can still afford to walk to and eat at and shop at, Brook Rod. So for me, I think it's actually the opposite. By upzoning, we kind of expose those local neighborhood corridors, those commercial districts, to being eliminated for big, tall development projects, unfortunately. So that's my position on that.
Councilmember De La Torre.
No, I'm Councilwoman Negrete said a lot of what I was going to say. I was just going to say, this is just a request to the HCD. We're not making the change, and it gives us an opportunity at the neighborhood level to envision sort of what we want those commercial districts to look like, and to protect those small businesses. And I think it's much more responsible. It gives us an opportunity to do that. I mean, we've identified multiple other sites. I think it's like 13,000 units of housing that have been identified. We're only on the hook for like 9,000. I mean, staff has identified a lot of other sites. We know that the airport's going to come back, right? Like that'll be in play, not for this housing element, but in future housing elements. And I know we can't talk about that right now. There'll be opportunities, to expand affordable housing, and that we're not shying away from that commitment. But I just want to reiterate that, low-income people in the city need more than just housing to live here, to feel a part of the community. It's not just housing. Like, you need jobs, you need places to shop, and affordability is so important, because really the big problem is income inequality. And we want to talk about that. You got to talk about, there's a whole history about that, and we can't fix all of that tonight. But one thing that we can do is provide some breathing room for us to have a more responsible plan. And all we're asking here from the state is to say, hey, give us an opportunity to do that. And we want to know if you allow it, and that's it. We're not going to fall out of compliance, and I think it's real important for us to, to think about how, what the impact is when we displace, these small businesses and disrupt the economic ecosystem that people depend on, in our city, and it's really at the neighborhood level where we need to allow, residents to have that discussion, to envision the future of those commercial districts. And that's all we're asking, is an opportunity to do that.
Councilmember Terosas. And if you've finished speaking, can you please take yourself out of the queue?
Yeah. So I would just say that maintaining our cultural anchors, our small businesses, our small community serving retail corridors has been kind of the anchor of my work and what I've been doing throughout the entire pandemic. I think, I care quite a bit about this, and I understand the tension here. But I would say, I feel as though we were elected to be responsible stewards of our obligations as a city and also, of our budget and our ability to build more affordable housing. So, for me, this is a difficult issue. I will say that previously with our non-compliant housing element, the state did say that we had to add housing, and we had agreed that we would put it in the commercial zone. Upzoning Maine, Montana, these corridors we're talking about has been in our housing element since June of 2021. And so for that reason, I really would only feel comfortable. For the benefit of the public, our city attorney laid out a few options for us to make sure, because again, no one's saying we want to be out of compliance. We absolutely don't. We do not want a builder's remedy 2.0 situation. I would feel more comfortable if we approved the staff recommendations as set forth in the already approved housing element, including our neighborhood commercial, because I think just given our relationship with HCD, given what I've heard from my colleagues and around the state, I think our reputation, of course, at this current moment isn't the best. I don't know that we're the most credible. So I don't want to do anything to jeopardize our relationship. I think that we need to adopt the adopt the recommendations so that we can be in full compliance with the housing element, but then direct staff to pursue an amendment to the housing element, starting with submitting a question to HCD. So I want us to be in full compliance and continue to be in full compliance, and continue down that path and concurrently. So that would be option 1 plus point 2 on the proposals that were given to us by the city attorney, just for clarity. So if HCD does approve, fantastic, great. We can kind of unwind the previously committed to zoning. But again, we've already committed to this. So I think for us to have a compliant housing element and continue to have a compliant housing element, that's what I'm concerned about. I would also just say, we've employed a number of tactics, including deed restricting commercial rents for small businesses, et cetera, at the county level, especially if there's any sort of community benefit or funding attached. I would love for our planning department to work with the economic development folks, and I think they are because I see them here, just on how we can help shore up our neighborhood commercial businesses, our small businesses that are cultural anchors in our community, several of which have been mentioned tonight, and to make sure that they're supported financially and to see within the full letter of the law how we can keep them in their existing leaseholds. So I'm happy to talk more about that and some of the different funding sources available, but I think this is a both and approach for me.
Councilmember Brock.
Well, I'm reminded of a lot, and I'm not going to try and unpack it all. But I do, first of all, sort of hear from at least one council member, Big Brother is watching. Give up the fight for your city and comply with Big Brother. I don't feel quite the same way. I don't feel that losing small-scale retail, neighborhood serving retail on Montana, on Ocean Park Boulevard, on parts of Pico Boulevard, on Main Street is being racist. Giving that up, wait, let me reverse that because I actually lost my place. But the simplicity of it is that neighborhood serving retail is exactly what the state of California wants. They want neighborhood streets. They want streets where you can walk, where you can bicycle, where you can use a scooter, where you can use a wheelchair, where you can go to your local small store and shop. That's the essence of what's good about our city. Those streets are neighborhood serving streets, not tourist-serving streets, not visitor-serving streets, but that's the street, those are the streets where our neighbors go. I happened to walk Ocean Park Boulevard a week ago, started at Mary Hugh Nursery, Santa Monica Institution. I walked east. I saw the new bagel shop and the pizza place and the wonderful, amazing bread shop, the baker. So I saw a baker, a pizza maker, a bagel maker, and went to the neighborhood market where 90-year-old Bob has a market that started off as Royal Market, passed by the Moose Lodge in between that started as Sunset Market, and then I walked through the wonderful Panaderia, and I just misspelled that, Lana, I'm sure, mispronounced it, but and stopped in there because I had stopped in there a couple of years ago and taken pictures and posted them on Facebook. And I walked down to Good on 20th Street and talked to the Serbian woman who owns that store and talked about the small businesses and walked in every store on the south side, walked down the Centinela, and then walked back on the north side of the street and stopped in at the Japanese restaurant and the Middle Eastern restaurant and all the little places along the way. There's a couple of art galleries scattered in there. And that is the essence of what many people who live in Santa Monica want to see in their city. So we have streets that can be upzoned, that are upzoned. And in fact, if I asked a question of staff right now, I think they would tell me that the actual zoning for Ocean Park Boulevard allows for offices. It allows for other things on that boulevard right now. So there's no guarantee we would get housing on that boulevard anyway. And I'm not sure if there's a lot consolidation policy to prevent excess lots, but I would hope that it would be 15,000-foot maximum contiguous property lot consolidation there. If it isn't, it should be. And, you know, the stuff about our residences, our people who live here, yes, I know there's an absolutely zealous, policy to create more housing. And like Councilmember Terosas just said, I absolutely believe, yes, we passed the housing element through. And at the same time, we asked Jing, before she goes on maternity leave for months, to make sure that she does her best to try and send a letter to HCD asking for that change in our residential streets. The state may say no. We have no real power in this. The state has taken away the city's right to zone and plan for their own city. And I hope residents hear that loud and clear. But within the limits of what we can do, I think we have the obligation to ask Housing and Community Development of the state of California to try and exempt those shopping areas from upgrades, from seeking the upzoning on those streets. And I think, look, we have other places in the city that if we need to substitute, we can find substitutes to add the additional housing. So I strongly support this. I have to say this, I strongly support our residents. I don't know how many were in the city file, but I received 715 emails. I received calls. We all did, I hope. And I don't want to ignore residents. They already feel ignored. With the housing element, with the changes that are going to come rapidly to the city, they're going to lose of what they felt was the character of the beachside ambience of Santa Monica. And when I walked by the bagel line into the bread shop and then stopped at time to eat breakfast that morning, I think I saw at least 15, 16 people I knew. That's a neighborhood, not a tourist stop, not the place that residents sometimes feel that is not part of their city. But those areas they feel are part of their community, part of their neighborhood, part of the places that they can go every day where they see shopkeepers, where the barber knows them the hairdresser knows them, and they know they can get the best cinnamon bread on the west side. Those are the stores we need to keep. That's the part of Pico Boulevard, for instance, that we need to make sure blossoms, that grows stronger for those neighborhoods. For the neighborhoods throughout our city, we're asking to preserve parts of 4 streets. And if I can ask a question of planning, what is the current zoning height on Ocean Park Boulevard, let's say at 16th, 17th, 18th Street? Do we know approximately? Because it's not like it's 1 story there, just so you know.
Here it is, right here.
Oh, sorry. Am I wrong?
You have a slide.
It's 32 feet.
Huh?
You can see right here, actually, the NC Ocean Park. So you can see here the maximum height of 32 feet. And if
with
you did
density bonuses?
And 1.0 FAR.
So there still could be a 3-story building on the street without any change to the zoning.
Generally, within 32 feet, you probably couldn't fit 3 stories. It probably.
Or is there mixed use allowed?
Mixed use is allowed, yeah. So housing is a permitted use in the NC already. And the standards are what they are. So it's not, we're not proposing housing is a newly permitted use. It's already permitted
By the state?
in these zone. No, not by the state. This is in our zoning code. So housing has been permitted in the NC for a very, very long time.
Well, because the lots are small. And people have been, look at people have to want to buy. And we're not, hopefully, we're not giving away all of our power over our city to the state willingly. I really, it's distasteful that our city won't stand up at all. So I'm going to stand up for our residents. I want us to pass this and look at, all that's going to happen is our planning department will send a letter to HCD and ask for their help. And we will pass the housing element, as Carolyn, as Councilmember Terrell said, we should. I don't want us falling out of compliance. And I want to make it clear, there's absolutely no thought of falling out of compliance with this. But writing a letter to HCD and asking for their help, their advice, is not against the law, and it's not against HCD. It is perfectly okay to ask them questions, perfectly okay to talk with them. I know it's extra work for the planning department, but you'll have our eternal thanks. Thank you.
Councilmember Para.
Thank you. So I'm not going to repeat everything that's already been said, but what I am going to talk about briefly is just some of the work that we've already done. I mean, for the last couple years, as a result of the pandemic, we've done a lot of work around economic recovery, working hand in hand with a lot of these businesses, especially the smaller businesses, to try to help them recover. And it's very disheartening for me personally, and also personally because, in the city that I work for, I was also working with them hand in hand, trying to help them recover and to get them back on their feet. And to have these conversations here today, to essentially, what feels like a disregard to say, okay, well, we're going to upzone you and, goodbye. And that's not what I want to see happen here at all. After years, the last couple years of working with them to try to help them recover as a city, and then essentially, making a decision today that could, disrupt their livelihood after bringing them back. Another thing that I wanted to bring up also, and I'm sorry, I'm tired. I wrote down some notes based on a couple conversations that I had with people. And these are going to kind of be all over the place, but these are some of the things that I heard from people. So this is one thing. These are a couple bulleted points. This upzoning is not needed to meet the RENA numbers or to affirmatively further fair housing goals. In other words, massively upzoning the NC zones will be the 2023 equivalent of the Santa Monica Freeway expansion 60 years ago, which destroyed the Pico neighborhood. Now we would be destroying 4 neighborhoods, Pico, Montana, Ocean Park, and Sunset Park, including one for the second time. Our city should learn from its mistakes and not repeat them again. That was from one resident. From another resident, a housing element is not cast in stone. It has been built with the ability to be modified, but the modification must be done with the state's approval and in a timely manner in order to avoid penalties. Numerous, 700 and some odd emails of ideas and suggestions. And so again, as I sit here and reading, numerous emails and notes from concerned residents and businesses, I'm happy to pass and to approve the recommendations, but I also would like to recommend a letter to be sent requesting the amendment to the upzoning. So thank you.
Councilmember Swick.
I'm hearing a recommendation. I'm not sure if it's the same as the one that was proposed by Councilmember De La Torre, but I would just point out that the Planning Commission, which also has some of whom have asked us to send this letter, did vote unanimously to approve the housing element as is and then seek advice from the state. And that's a proposal that's slightly different than the one that I heard from Councilmember De La Torre. So I just want to distinguish those two options. But going back to some comments from Councilmember Negrete and Councilmember Brock about a stretch of Ocean Park Avenue that I also happen to live near and enjoy very much. Excuse me, you're right. Boulevard. I live near the bagel place and the pizza place and the bread place, and I frequent them. And there are a few things that all these places have in common. First, they're incredibly expensive. Second, they are all brand new. They all replaced older legacy businesses that used to live on that block. Interestingly, this didn't happen because of upzoning. This happened because the businesses changed over to serve the increasingly upscale clientele in our increasingly upscale neighborhoods whose home values have soared due to a lack of housing. These places haven't been redeveloped, but they are very, very expensive. We worry all the time about whenever our built environment changes form, what will happen to the people and the businesses that are there. We never account for the change that is happening under our feet every day when our buildings are staying exactly the same. I, like Councilmember Brock, love the bagel place, love the pizza place, love the bread place. They are not old legacy businesses. They are brand new. I saw them come in my neighborhood. So I find that to be a very specious argument for not upzoning those parcels. I also like to quote a resident who lives north of Montana and has for the last 25 years. Off the top of his head, he said, "These are the businesses on Montana currently. The mom and pop businesses that we want to save include California Closets, Citibank, Wells Fargo, Whole Foods, Williams-Sonoma, Menchie's, Panda Express, Starbucks, Dry Bar, Keels, Massage Place, Chase Bank, Coldwell Bank, Jill Roberts, Nest Bedding, Compass Realty, Engels and Volkers," sorry, I don't know that one, Sprouts, One West Bank, Pavilions, Union Bank, Sprout. What do all of these companies have in common? They're chains, national chains. He said, if we want to go back in time, perhaps we can bring back the gas stations that used to be on Montana 25 years ago when he moved there. So I too care about family-owned and legacy businesses and small businesses, but the idea of equating this with allowing housing on the street or not, or saying that by allowing housing on the street, we will no longer have family-owned businesses, when we see turnover in our business community every day, and we see more chains moving into streets like Montana and Ocean Park Avenue every day. Boulevard. I think we're missing the point here. We all could be working as a council on policies to try to preserve our family-owned and legacy businesses. But instead, we're talking about blocking desperately needed housing, and the two are not the same. And if we have special concerns about the gentrification of the Pico neighborhood, which we've often signaled out and tried to protect in our interim zoning ordinances in various ways, fine, I could entertain that. But why are we contemplating it alongside all of these other commercial corridors that have gentrified decades ago without any help of upzoning whatsoever? Thank you.
Councilmember De La Torre.
Quick question for staff. Can affordable housing be built within neighborhood commercial without upzoning?
In theory, affordable housing could locate anywhere in the city. So, under state density bonus law, they would be afforded if they're within that half-mile or low vehicle travel area under state density bonus law. You could have unlimited density, an additional 3 stories, 33 feet. I think one of the issues here is what we understood when we modeled this is, land costs are high, and to the extent that, Maine and Montana, right, are expensive land, that's probably not where an affordable housing developer is going to be looking first.
Yeah, just the market forces alone.
Right, because they compete for land just the same as a market rate developer. So
Correct. So thank you for that. So it's not that we're blocking affordable housing or the creation of affordable housing. What we're trying to do here is to have more local control. And I think really the problem here is that the states come in with a sledgehammer, and said, this is what you're going to do, cities. And all we're asking is, we've developed a compliant housing element, like that's already been submitted, and it included upzoning of the neighborhood commercial zones. And what we're asking the HCD, and really what we're presenting, the proposal that we're arguing about right now is just work, getting the planning commission who has made all the arguments, they also, yes, they voted to approve the housing element with the upzoning of the neighborhood commercial, but most recently they also voted to not upzone the neighborhood commercial. So there was, sometimes with more information, people change their mind, and that's okay. And so what we want to do is support that and support us moving forward with a request to the HCD to give back somewhat of local control. And here's the thing, I don't want to block affordable housing. I support affordable housing. I just want to make sure that our residents, neighborhood by neighborhood in Santa Monica, have an opportunity to envision how that affordable housing will be built within the commercial districts, within the boulevards and the avenues, that support all the small businesses that we want to, look, and we're not against change. I mean, I don't think anybody can, we live in America, it's a capitalist society, right? So, money and investment and business is going to continue. We're not going to stop any of that. We just want to find a way to have, I guess, for lack of a better term, a sense of self-determination or local control so that we can have, a more responsible vision at the local level, to make this work for residents and for small businesses. I don't think that's an irresponsible request. We're not voting today to stop anything. We're just voting today to ask, the HCD to work with us, to work in partnership with the city of Santa Monica, to make this work for our residents and for our small businesses. And that's it. It's not blocking anything. I mean, I would like to, even on Pico Boulevard, I'd like to engage our residents and those small businesses in a way for them to envision how we can really live up to this concept that we supported, last year around equitable and equitable and inclusive economic recovery. Like, how do we envision that, and we can accomplish that. You introduced me, Councilmember Zwick, to a group called Livable Communities, I believe, and I'm excited about what they're working on and their presentation. I think that fits in perfectly into what we're the proposal that we're talking about today and we're debating today. It gives us an opportunity to take a step back, of course, with the approval of the HCD. So we're going to work in cooperation with them. It allows us an opportunity to step back and to engage our residents, in a real authentic way, to envision sort of what those commercial districts can look like with affordable housing, so that's all. It's not blocking it at all. And by the way, all the emails that we got, I mean, even groups like Santa Monicans for Renters' Rights, and I remember when the Pico neighborhood, when they were trying to upzone the Pico neighborhood a few years back, and I talked to Denny Zane here, in the chamber, and he was against the upzoning of Pico Boulevard. SMER sent us a letter as well, saying that they were against the upzoning of the commercial districts. Because they understand that once you upzone the commercial districts, it's going to displace a lot of small businesses, and it's going to have an impact on the rents within the residential zones as well. I mean, I think this is a thoughtful approach. It's more thoughtful, and that's all. And it's a request. It's not. We're not saying this is the end all. This is, we're in the process here, and we have plenty of time, right? If we suspend the upzoning up until October 15th, we have time, to work on this. So that's all. And I would just like us to vote so that we can move forward, because it's already late.
Well, we haven't all had an opportunity to speak yet, so I think we're not ready for a vote yet. Mayor Pro Tem Negrete.
I just wanted to add for staff that the displacement issue needs to be added, like for the support documents, hopefully, like the idea of that displacing the smaller businesses as part of our reasoning for the request. I think that's important to note. And I just wanted to make a quick comment on, because I was listening to you, Councilmember Zwick, on Ocean Park Boulevard. I live right around the corner. Layla's Bagels is expensive. Gisala's expensive, and so is Isaac. But let me tell you something. They have hired most of the neighborhood kids. And hold on. And Isaac is started by a student that came out from Gisala's, the owner's son. But what I'm saying is how they're able to have their business, because I know the whole story of how Layla's came about, is because of the affordability of that place. So while they are a bit pricier than maybe what the Slice was before, Gisalo has been nice enough to offer the kids after school, because my daughter eats there, a special price for the Jams kids. All I'm saying is that that space is still more affordable than if it were to become something else, which then doubles it, and they can't even do something like that. And those are just a few of the businesses there. And looking at space myself, I've looked at those corridors because it is more affordable than the newer spaces that have empty, open retail space. So just something to think about. But I do want to make sure that we also recognize that while Layla's had a line outside of it and does every day till 11, the other shops have noticed an uptick because of that. And so we're supporting, Brooke Rod's shop. Even the Panderia said that he got people going in there because they didn't want to wait in line for Layla's, and they didn't know what Pan Dulce was. So I think it's pretty cool that we have a mix. But I do think that it's important that we include the displacement needs in the support documents, the displacement issue, around those small businesses being displaced, because that's what we're trying to correct in terms of fair housing. So we should be thinking this in the same way for small business.
All right, well, I haven't had a chance to speak yet, and I'm afraid I might be a little long-winded here. So I first of all have some questions for staff. So I understood part of Councilmember De La Torre's suggestion is that we suspend through an IZO the proposed neighborhood commercial upzoning. Does that in any way create a situation? Because again, why not suspend the whole housing element? Say, we're going to suspend it till October 15th and see what happens. My question is, if I'm HCD, I'm going, wait a minute. You're not in compliance because we had a contract, you were going to do this, and you now have taken an action that is essentially going to take a piece of your housing element, and you're basically saying you're not going to do it till October 15th. Is there any risk at all associated with that?
I mean, I think I can speak to it, but certainly the city attorney can as well. In that situation, it sounds like the council is moving forward with implementing the housing element as stated in the housing element, and then there's an IZO that would basically like roll that back for the NC while this amendment is being pursued. And it essentially like springs into action, I guess, right, for lack of a better word. But then it would like not take effect, you know, if the answer was no from HCD is what it sounds like. So it allows the city to still act in compliance, although, you know, you're kind of like carving out the NC. There's not that there's no risk involved in that. I think part of the issue is, as was probably explained, you know, you would have an inconsistency between the zoning code and your certified housing element. So in theory, someone could still propose a project that is consistent with the housing element, and they would have the protections under the Housing Accountability Act, you know, and the city would be limited in its ability to deny that kind of a project that was consistent with the housing element standards. So,
and I see city.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. So what you just said, now I want to make sure I understand, because I think this is really key for people. So if we adopt the housing element, which includes the upzoning of the neighborhood commercial, and then subsequently adopt an IZO that says, but for the neighborhood commercial, we're going to not really do that. And we're going to wait until October 15th, and if we haven't heard back from HCD or they haven't given us the official okey dokey to change it, then the IZO will expire, correct?
Right.
And during that interim period, because during that interim period when there's an IZO suspending, what if someone submits a program or a proposal in the neighborhood commercial zone that is compliant with the housing element, but is not compliant with the IZO? What happens then?
Yeah, and
that's perhaps, Mr. Sloan, this is the time, or Ms. Cola, to turn to you.
So this is where the Housing Accountability Act says that if you have that situation where you have a compliant housing element, but you have a zoning code that's inconsistent, that the city could not deem the project to be inconsistent for purposes of determining whether it complies with the objective standards. So effectively, you'd have to treat it as if it was in compliance for that project.
So just to be clear, because I want everyone to understand this, if we do what Councilmember De La Torre proposed and someone says, you know what, I've been eyeing this property on Main Street, I want to build something that's 55 feet high, and they come in with a proposal, we could not say no.
We'd have to make the findings, which are difficult to make.
Well, the findings would be, I mean,
you know, adverse impacts, which are very
right,
almost
right, unless they want to do a
make.
smelting plant.
Yeah, exactly. Right. Yeah, effectively, it would be treated as if they had submitted something that was consistent with zoning code and a housing element, and therefore we could not deny it on the grounds that it was inconsistent with objective standards.
So I think that's important for a couple of reasons. And I think people have been getting a little nasty up here, and that's too bad. But one of the things that's really struck me about this conversation is this apocalyptic sense that if we upzone these 4 places in the city, that all of a sudden every neighborhood commercial business will be wiped out immediately. And I've heard this same language as a housing advocate. We heard this was SB 9. If SB 9 passes, the R1s will be immediately destroyed. They will lose their character. Dogs and cats flying from the ceiling, you know, it's over. SB 9's been in effect for a while, and not much has happened. And not just in Santa Monica, and even in the communities that have sort of embraced it and not put restrictions on it. It hasn't generated a ton and a half of stuff, and it certainly hasn't wiped out R1 neighborhoods completely. And I sort of feel like this is where we are. There's a reason that some of these businesses and these buildings, because we're really talking about the buildings. I want to talk about businesses in a minute. But the reason these buildings have sort of stayed the same, these are small lots. They're narrow lots. They're not the place that someone's going to come in and build 7 stories very easily. And I think it's important to remember that the reason these places feel a little old-timey is because just the nature of the physicality of where they are. That is, they're on small lots. A lot of them don't have parking associated with them. They're not going to support, a Costco, because no one's going to go to Costco if there isn't a big parking lot in front of it, that sort of thing. And so, we heard the term gaslighting. Well, I think there's a little fear-mongering going on here, if you want my honest opinion. I think this notion that somehow upzoning the neighborhood commercial is going to wipe out every business on Maine, Montana, Ocean Park, and Pico is really an overreaction. And I want to have a thoughtful discussion about this, and I want to protect our local businesses and our small businesses. And I think there are ways to do that don't necessarily say, let's not do what we've already told HCD we're going to do. I think, for example, that's why I asked about lot consolidation. We know that the hardest places to rent right now are the bigger floor plates, right? Because if nobody's putting in gaps anymore. I mean, and by the way, I'm going to drop a footnote here. You didn't mention the Hastings on Main Street, where we can all go and buy a $25,000 mattress. These are the businesses we're talking about protecting. The notion that there aren't any chains on Montana, when I walk by there, and I do walk Montana fairly frequently because I still have a lot of friends up there in the business community, I get my hair cut up there, I get my nails done. That's a Whole Foods. That is owned by the richest man in the world. And I don't really feel like I need to protect him. I'll be honest with you. So I want to protect our truly local businesses, the Pandaria on Ocean Park Boulevard. I want to protect some of the other small businesses. And I go to Gasallo's. I'll pay $35 for a pizza, but there are a lot of families in this community who can't pay $35 for a pizza. They're not going to Gasallo's, they're going to Domino's. And so how do we protect those small businesses? And do we protect them by saying, let's not upzone, or do we protect them by instituting some other zoning regulations that might protect them? For example, prohibiting lot consolidation to keep those lots relatively small, which will allow the development of some housing. And I think if we all were to look at what the Livable Communities Initiative is proposing, we would all go, oh my God, that's how I want Santa Monica to look. What is it they're proposing is the sort of thing where you have very gentle density over very small lots. You don't get lot consolidation. I heard Councilmember Terosas mention curb cuts. If you ban curb cuts, again, you're not going to be encouraging the idea that people are going to consolidate lots and build big businesses that require lots of parking. So I think there are things we can do with our zoning code to protect our local businesses that don't necessarily say, but let's try and renege on the promise that we made to HCD. And I think that's really important because I do want to protect small businesses. I too believe that economic development, inclusive economic development, is about protecting smaller businesses, whether they've been there for 30 years or whether they've been there for 30 days. But the fact of the matter is, I'm concerned that, one, with all due respect, this proposal doesn't protect them. Because someone can come in, as I am hearing our staff say, you've got an inconsistent housing element. You've got a housing element that says, let's upzone the neighborhood commercial, and we don't want to fall out of compliance, so we're going to pass that. And then we're going to pass an ICO that says, yeah, well, we didn't really mean that. And someone could come in and say, I pick housing element. And what I'm hearing from our city attorney's office is there's not a lot we can do about it. And in fact, I actually think this proposal would generate exactly what people are worried about. Because if I'm a developer and I know I'm going to have this interregnum between when we pass the housing element and October 15th, man, I'm making my move now. I'm making my move before HCD answers that letter. Because if I'm interested in redeveloping that parcel, this is my opportunity to do it. Because I'm getting the benefit of the housing element, and I don't care about the interim zoning ordinance, because I just heard the city attorney say, well, housing element wins. So I actually think we run the risk of actually creating a window of opportunity to do exactly what we don't want people to do. And on top of that, we still have AB 2011. And yes, AB 2011 is a more onerous process because it has labor standards. But if at the end of the day, we're going to downzone the neighborhood commercial, and even if HCD says okay, which by the way, I think there is a snowball's chance in hell that they're going to say okay. But even if they do, then someone can come in and invoke AB 2011. And so I sort of feel like I understand the community's really upset. And I understand that they're fearful that whatever their favorite business is and whatever their closest neighborhood commercial zone is going to go away. I hear that. But I also think that in the reality of the situation is that what we should be focusing on is what can we do to preserve those neighborhood commercial businesses through other zoning things, rather than reneging on a promise we already made HCD, creating a situation that might actually encourage people to start filing applications to upzone those commercial, because we've now created an opportunity for them to do it and a deadline for them to do it by. And three, then, even if we're successful, sit back and watch us lose those businesses anyway, in theory, because of AB 2011. So I think we're going at this all the wrong way. So I'm very uncomfortable with this whole scheme. Let's be honest with you. I don't think it accomplishes what people want to accomplish. And I don't think that it really makes any sense. To me, it's just, if we want to protect small business, then let's do a zoning code that protects small business. Let's keep floor plates small. Let's limit curb cuts. Let's stop lot consolidation. Those are the things that will protect these small businesses, because it will reduce the incentive to redevelop those buildings, unless maybe, and then we can work with people like LCI to say if there are going to be redeveloped, they can be redeveloped in these very modest ways that don't threaten the small floor plate businesses on the ground floor. But I'm just afraid that we're effectively with this, with all good intentions, shooting ourselves in the foot. And we're reacting to this I don't even know what to say, almost irrational fear that somehow these neighborhood commercial zones are just going to be scraped, because it's just not going to happen. And so I am very hesitant to support this. And I'll say this last thing, because I've said it before this evening already, and I've said it before on other evenings from this dais. Councilmember Brock talked about Big Brother. Well, and we keep hearing about local control. And two things. I don't think of state government as Big Brother. I think of state government as state government. And the reason they've passed all this pro-housing legislation is because when the cities had local control, they didn't build any damn housing. They always said, yeah, I support housing, go build it over there. Not in Santa Monica, go build it in Chino Hills. And Chino Hills said, no, go build it in Riverside. The problem with local control is the balkanization, where everyone says, yeah, I want to build housing, I just don't want it built near me. And so finally, we, because of our exercise of local control, force the state into a situation where we're confronted with multi-million unit shortages of housing. And so the state finally had to say, okay, guys, we gave you a chance. We let you use local control and you didn't build enough housing. And so now we're taking over. And I don't think that's Big Brother. I think that's good government. Because if we're not accomplishing what we need to accomplish, using the local control method, then someone else has to do it. We read in the Times that hundreds of thousands of people are leaving California. And when they ask them why they're leaving, They're leaving because of high housing prices. And those high housing prices are a result of the fact that we haven't built enough housing. So I don't see, that we have a lot of choice here. And so the question is, what are we going to do that's best for Santa Monica? And you can characterize it as best for the residents or best for the organism of Santa Monica. I don't think it really matters, because I think our residents would be shocked if we took this action and all of a sudden, look what happened with the builder's remedy. People saw an opportunity and they took it. And I think this proposal creates an opportunity where people are going to say, I've got a window here. It's a short window, but I'm going to use it. And all of a sudden, I'm going to start lobbying in applications to redevelop my property because I can do it now. And maybe HCD will grant them dispensation, but I'm going to get grandfathered in. So I think those, and I do have one final concern, and then I'll shut up, which is, and this is why I asked Councilmember De La Torre about what he wants Planning Commission to do. Because I'm very confident that if we go to HCD and say, we just don't want to upzone the neighborhood commercial, please don't make us do that, they'll say no. What they're going to say is, okay, what are you going to upzone? And if it's not the neighborhood commercial, what are we going to tell them? So I would be willing to send a letter to HCD that says, okay, we're not going to upzone the neighborhood commercial, but we're going to upzone all of R1. And then watch the residents scream. I think that's the problem, is HCD isn't going to let us just whack something out of the housing element without paying a pretty doggone high price. And I think saying, oh, we're going to build maybe some more units in Bergamot, not going to cut it with HCD, and it goes back to the issue that technically Bergamot is part of the Pico neighborhood. Please don't build the units adjacent to the rich people, put them where the poor people already live. I don't think that's going to fly, and I don't think that's fair. So, when we don't have an alternative here, that says, well, don't upzone the neighborhood commercial and then go back to Planning Commission. We've all talked to the planning commissioners. They don't have, with all due respect to them, some genius idea about some untapped area in Santa Monica where we never realized we could upzone over here and do it and still affirmatively further fair housing and still not pick on a neighborhood that many people on this dais believe has been picked on historically. So what are we going to tell HCD? Because I don't know, and I don't hear that in this proposal. And we can say, sure, we're going to punt it back to Planning Commission, but we know what they're going to say. They're going to say build more units in Bergamot. And I don't think that's going to fly, and I don't think it's fair. So I can't support this. I think if we really are serious about protecting small business, then let's protect small business. Let's not shoot ourselves in the foot and maybe actually do more damage than is intended with HCD. Councilmember De La Torre.
Santa Monica has a good reputation throughout the state, right? In terms of our commitment to affordable housing, I think we've done better than most cities. Do you agree with that, Councilwoman Davis?
I think we've done a good job building affordable housing. I think right now we do not have a good reputation in the state.
So based on our record, I think we can bank on that, right? We can, when we send a letter to the HCD asking to work with us, to work in cooperation with us to protect small businesses, we're concerned about low-income people, losing sort of their ability to participate in the, the economic ecosystem where they live. Maybe we can find some allies, within HCD. And that's something that, I think it's worth a shot, right? I don't think we're jeopardizing anything. People are concerned about upzoning, and the fear, I think, is a little real because they see what's happened like on Lincoln and Colorado, for example. You look at where Norm's used to be and Denny's used to be and, all the memories that people have. And now you have Vaughn's, that's going to become, hundreds of units. And then people are concerned about Bay Cities. I mean, it's a domino effect. All those businesses are being impacted one way or the other once the upzoning happens. So this is an opportunity for us to take a stand, and we're not taking, the type of stand that Huntington Beach has taken. I mean, they're trying to, file lawsuits, against HCD and the state and all that. We're not doing that. What we're doing is, making a sensible and reasonable request and working within the law and working within the parameters that our city attorney has laid out. We have options. There's option number 3. Sounds like it could be worked out. And I think that it would. I think it's worth a shot. We have to be responsive, to our residents. We have to be responsive, to our small business community as well. So I think it's worth taking this responsible stance. It's not a radical position. It's a sensible position. We're making a request, and it gives us an opportunity to work with the Livable Communities Initiative. I want to work with the Livable Communities Initiative. I think they have the right approach. I like their approach. And I think it gives us an opportunity to do that.
Councilmember Brock.
So, I don't really know where the date came in either, but I would propose that, first of all, the zoning ordinance effective date becomes the same as the rest of the housing element. I don't know why that date was inserted. To my feeling, it shouldn't have been inserted. So that solves that. I believe, and I've believed all along, we passed the housing element. We don't really have a choice, and we don't want to fall out of compliance. I'm sticking with the same thing that I said originally, and I think Oscar said a variation of that too, that we wanted to pass the housing element, keep it going, and then have planning and planning department, planning commission, everyone work together on sending a letter to HCD sometime in the next month. Now, 2 hours ago, or 3 hours ago, Jing said that that usually they'll get back to us in 30 days. We have 7 or 8 months. So we'll have an idea, or they'll say either no, or they'll say, look let's work on it this way. We have nothing to lose. There's no hysteria about falling out of compliance. We're not going to wait till September 30th and send a letter, and I certainly would not have voted to suspend the zoning until October 15th, after the time that we're supposed to be approved. That's, to me, nonsense. But at the same time, yes, we disagree on the three chains on Montana, 3, Williams-Sonoma, Whole Foods, and Starbucks. Everything else is either regional or local. And that's where the watchmaker has been for 30 or 40 years. That's where the other stores have been for many years. There's a Margaret O'Leary store that's been there at least 30 years. I used to get donations from her for the Boys and Girls Club auction in 1995, and she had already been there for years. So I can walk up and down the street and see dozens of local businesses on Montana, dozens of local businesses on those other streets. And, for every, I forgot the name of the bagel shop, but you can, Layla's. I'm still eating at Snug Harbor, and I'm still eating at Ray's and Gilbert's. So I think keeping the local businesses, and yes, businesses organically do change over time, and that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. But I believe the residents of this city want to maintain some local character. They don't want to look like every other city. They don't want to be 5- and 6-story box buildings up and down the streets. Now, some of those are going to come anyway. As planning already said to us, you can go up to 32 feet plus density bonuses, and you can build 100% housing on Ocean Park, on Montana and other streets. I mentioned when this conversation started in my first statement that I didn't know if we had lot consolidation on Montana and Ocean Park, but I believed We should have, I know there's lot consolidation on Main Street, I think 6,000 feet, 3,000 or 6,000 feet maximum? But 6,000 feet maximum. I believe the maximum on Ocean Park Boulevard, the retail part of Pico and Montana should be 15,000 feet. So you could consolidate to lot maximum. Mayor Davis, I would be happy to co-sponsor an item with you on that. And you know, I want to answer a couple other things as quickly as I can. Councilmember Delatorre and I have talked about enterprise business zones on Pico. We've talked about creating a real local flavor on the east part of Pico Boulevard. And we've talked about this for 2 years. This is not new. This is not, and we've talked about in council session before. But we also need other people to come to the table to offer to make sure that we protect small businesses in the city. So we're all for that. And I'm ready to move and sit down with everybody at any time to talk about how we do that, and to talk with planning and staff on how we protect small businesses and small business corridors of the city. And we provide ways for businesses to start up in the city. I think that's very important. Mayor Pro Tem Negretti and I have talked a lot about how do we foster small business in the city? How do we do those things? Those are worthy of a citywide discussion on how we protect businesses, how we advance the cause of having diverse businesses in our downtown, on our commercial streets, throughout our city. How do we do those things? We've been talking about those things for years in the city. Councilmember Terosas has a lot of county business experience that she can bring to the table. Let's start those discussions. Let's protect businesses in the city. In the interim, I think it's very important to not only listen to our residents, and yes, maybe some of the emails have that hint of local hysteria, but regardless of that, they have a point. They want to keep a semblance of community, a place that they go to the local music shop, the local watchmaker, that they go to the locally owned business called Local on Ocean Park Boulevard and have dinner with someone who owns the business in the area, that they see employees on those businesses that live around the corner, that when they walk into a shop, someone may already know who they are and know they're coming back and eating there again or shopping there again. I think those things are really, really valuable. So if Councilmember Delatorre didn't make a full motion, I think, or we never seconded it, but the gist of his motion is sound. And that does not include, and I would opine that we don't want to include anything that delays implementation of the housing element, as HCD has asked us to do. But we do want to send a letter requesting forbearance so that our neighborhoods can continue. And I've already pointed out, our neighborhoods already have, business people have had the right to build in some of those neighborhoods for years. There hasn't been that turnover of large businesses in order to do that. So do I need to do a formal motion on this?
You can, we still have people in the queue.
Well, let's get a motion so that we have a chance to.
I thought Councilmember Delatorre made the motion.
Okay,
All right.
so.
Will you make the motion?
Well, as I understand his motion, it is to pass the existing, pass the housing element, including the upzoning of the neighborhood commercial, to have staff work with Planning Commission, to have Planning Commission return to the City Council within 60 days with a proposal, and to have staff return with an interim zoning ordinance to suspend the upzoning of the neighborhood commercial. That's what I wrote down from Councilmember De La Torre. I do have a question, and I don't want to jump the line, but everyone keeps sounding like we can send a letter right away.
Yeah, I think.
We can't just send a letter that says, please don't make us upzone the neighborhood commercial. We actually have to redline the housing element, and we have to point to them and say, we're not going to upzone here, but here's what we're going to do instead.
So I think to clarify the process, like in order to actually get, a formal like letter that says, yes, you have a revised housing element, we agree with it, you need those draft red lines. Now to start the process, it can certainly start with a letter requesting technical assistance. I think what would actually be really helpful in just hearing the council's discussion here, and I've prepared a slide, and probably nobody has seen it, I have no idea, but is kind of just ideas like, I think we do need some direction from you as to what questions specifically you want us to be asking HCD in this letter, because, from what I hear in terms of we want to protect small businesses, we may or may not want to upzone, we want to kind of go different things. I think we need to start at square one. These are concrete letters we have to ask HCD. We can't come with sort of a aspirational argument. We won't really get, I think, appropriate feedback, because really what it sounds like first and foremost is there is not, first and foremost, we need to ask the question, if we don't upzone, right? We just don't want to do the upzoning in the NC on Maine, Montana, Ocean Park, and Pico, can the city still remain in compliance, right? I think that is a first question we have to ask, yes or no, right? And if it's yes, and we certainly have the letter from the Planning Commission and the arguments they made there to maybe try and explain, that position and present that to HCD in the letter. The reason I say the letter is because I will tell you right now, it is impossible for us to do a red line revised draft in 60 days. Absolutely impossible. Just the scale of the rewrite and the data, but we can certainly prepare a letter with a proposal and some conceptual information. So I think number two is if there's a yes to that, affirmative to that, and, based on this question and the data, the position we understand from the Planning Commission, then we have some sense of okay, we could prepare an amendment in that way. And then it's a very extensive back and forth process with HCD, because just the amount of data analysis they use to back up, the strategy and, chapter 2, which is the AFFH, and it affects the SSI. It's a lot, so that will give us one answer. Now, if the answer comes back, no, you wouldn't be able to remain in compliance, then I think the question you might want us to ask is, well, where else can that capacity be considered that would still allow the city to remain in compliance? And when I say in compliance, it's with the RENA and with AFFH. So then there's just thinking through potential options. Is it upzoning the R1? Is it upzoning the crosstown streets? These are prior things we've talked about in the housing element process. Is it capacity in Bergamot? I think these are just questions would these still meet the mark and allow the city to remain in compliance? Is it upzoning other areas of the city that are also high opportunity areas but are more dispersed? Is it upzoning to other zones on the same boulevard? I think I bring that up because Pico is not a homogeneously zoned boulevard. There's actually NC, there's general commercial, there's mobile. It's unique in that sense, right? Ocean Park is just NC. Montana is just NC. Main Street is mostly NC with mobile on the ends, so it's a question to ask, could we shift the capacity on there and still geographically have, the same capacity? So those are ideas. And then I think finally, I've heard, are there zoning tools that could be used to address, or to address business retention? I won't go into a whole kind of explanation. I mean, there are limits to land use and zoning. I just want to be really clear. Zoning is not going to save your favorite video store, right, or guarantee affordability, right? There are no appropriate zoning tools to do that. What we can do certainly is, lot consolidation is an idea. It is a layered approach, that I think we as a staff feel we could probably make a very cogent argument to HCD that that's what we understood and meant, is that these NC zones, they're not homogeneous. There's different parcel sizes, right? I don't think anyone, thinks that it's like these 4,000 square foot lots would reasonably ever develop. Those would be where they are. But in these commercial districts, there are larger parcels that are like an empty bank with a parking lot that has been vacant for years, that, has never been used. And those are, that's where like the redevelopment would probably happen first. And if you put a lot consolidation limit, you're not necessarily introducing a new constraint because it's probably what would have likely, redeveloped anyways in terms of a parcel. But it does sort of like at least address, that fear of like entire blocks being merged together and raised. And it's very difficult to do that. I mean, these are not, we looked at ownership of each one, and where there's not common ownership, when you're dealing with like 9 different property owners on a block, how likely is it, right, for someone to be able to convince 9 property owners to sell and to consolidate together? So, I mean, that's just the practical reality of it. And I think, that allows sort of like retaining the existing businesses that are there, the fine grain retail that everyone knows and loves, but there's these sort of like underutilized larger parcels, so it allows the upzoning, but it sort of has this balanced approach in terms of a lot consolidation that we could ask the question, I think we're feeling like we could make an argument, that that would not violate the housing element programs. And I think we want to, maybe try that road. I think another thing that is already in the red lines actually is, the way to come at it is like, how do you incentivize these commercial businesses to stay there? And, we've heard interest from some of these property owners. It's like, I want to add like just a few housing units to my commercial property, and how do you make that a reality? So, because the fact is if the cash flow is coming in, they're happy as a property owner with the commercial business, it's leasable, they're getting good rent from it. There's almost no good reason to come out of that. If they want to add housing units, we can certainly try and incentivize that sort of thing to sort of encourage people to stay in business, as opposed to like lowering the blunt force object of like, no upzoning for you, and I think it's just like kind of thinking about it from a different way. And then you couple that with economic development tools, one of which, the council introduced at your last meeting, that could be very valuable in terms of supporting small business, supporting workforce development, reducing barriers to entry. There are other sorts of tools, that are not zoning, that could be effective. And so it seems like there's a way to approach that, quite frankly, is not HCD's business and how we support our businesses in the community. But, this is just kind of a starting point. I think it would be helpful for us to really get some concrete direction on like, what questions do you want us to ask them?
Can I just ask a couple of follow-ups, given what we've discussed here? One is, I didn't see anything on sort of this process that you've outlined here about an interim zoning ordinance.
Oh, yeah, we can ask that too. Yep, thanks. Yeah. Okay. So you want to basically ask, like, we have the IZO.
I don't want to ask that.
I'm just asking again.
I've made it clear, I don't want to ask that.
When I say you, I mean the collective.
Well, no, but I mean, my question is, are you contemplating, maybe I phrased it wrong, are you contemplating an interim zoning ordinance?
I think it would depend on the direction we get from you tonight.
Okay, so that's up to us.
It sounds like that's certainly part of the discussion, is this this IZO that's suspending something, right?
Okay, so, all right. And then the other question I have is, obviously, this is a very interactive process. I mean, we send a letter, we get a response.
Yeah.
We go, okay, we didn't like that response, or we did like that response, but we've got to flesh it out. What kind of timeline are we talking about? And I understand you guys don't run HCD. I mean, but everything I hear from HCD is they are buried. I mean, this could easily take us up to October 15th, if not beyond, correct?
Yeah, I mean, I think we would maybe endeavor sending a letter to just like put it all out there, put these questions out there, just to ask it. And, they may come back with, we don't have enough information to provide a response. I mean, it's just hard to say. because the consultation process is such that, and this is just not knowing what they're going to say, but just speaking from our past experience in preparing 2 and 3 drafts of the housing element, is it, was a minimum. I mean, it took like 3 to 6 months because it was the back and forth of like, provide this data, how you present it. And what we're talking about here, really does affect the AFFH approach that said the housing element. So it's chapter 2. We went through a very sort of like careful process to understand what it is they needed, what we could do to address those issues. So I could certainly see them raising that issue. And then, the SSI is pretty unwieldy, in terms of the level of detail they need. So, in terms of preparing the letter, I think we could work on that, to get something to them to request some technical assistance. But in terms of their timeline for feedback, like, that's hard to say. I couldn't guarantee how long they would take.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I have a long list of people who want to speak. So thank you for that. I appreciate that, Ms. Yao. Mayor Pro Tem Negrete.
Okay, so just to be clear, I have a question. So assuming you send this, we're calling it a letter, and then in preparation for the response that it's a no, does it not require an amendment? Are we not in fear of amending our housing element if we do lot consolidation limitations and curb cut limitations?
Those are zoning changes. I think I'd have to understand the curb cut limitation a little bit more. The lot consolidation piece is a zoning amendment. There is nothing explicit in the housing element programs that says you can't limit. What we did commit to is that it be an administrative process, which is what it always has been. But I think there is certainly risk they could view it as a new constraint on housing, because the only place in the city where it's limited is in our residential zones and on NC Main Street. But I think what we're sharing with you as a staff is that, because there are like big and small parcels, on these boulevards, we could try to at least present that argument of like, you're not completely eliminating any capacity,
Right,
for
but is that
redevelopment.
part of that letter? Or are you doing that after they say no? I guess that's what I'm trying to figure out.
I think that as part of the letter, it's a good question. I mean, I guess like you could just ask the first question just straight up and make it very simple. And see what they say, and then we release the second part, or we could put it all in one letter and be like, if you think yes, then maybe this, or if no.
The reason I'm asking, I understand there's all this timing, is that if you put it all in one letter, then it doesn't really give the first option an option, I guess. It's kind of just, if the second option is just zoning, it doesn't even seem like it's even necessary. It seems like it would be something that we could just fall back on, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I mean, you could look at it that way. I think, I think that's why we're asking the question as to kind of what is it that you want us to ask in this first.
And then I don't know, in terms of upzoning in other areas, looking at the downtown area,
Okay.
if that's even a possibility, but I'm just saying if we're going in that direction, but I mean, my preference is that if we send it, that then we can fall back on the lot consolidation limitation. Then if you're saying that doesn't seem to be such a big deal, you're not even sure that it would require us to amend our housing element the way this initial ask would.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's an argument that we could try to make. It's going to be up to how HCD, reacts to it, obviously. But it wouldn't be, I think we're thinking about like, it wouldn't be inconsistent.
And that would
language in
require
the housing element.
permission in the same way.
Yeah, I mean, I think that when on the phone call, when we did ask the explicit question, like, would prohibiting lot consolidation be an issue? And, I think the response was, we need to see the details, which is fair. Right.
Okay.
All right, Councilmember Zwick.
Some of this, I'm glad we're getting into the meat of this, because I did want to point out, as has been now, that the letter in question doesn't have a plan. It just says don't upzone, and I know what the answer to that will be. It will be, well, what are you doing instead? And it sounds from planning, what I've heard so far is that when you ask vague questions of HCD, they say, we need more details. So I just can't imagine any letter having, and if every letter perhaps, or every inquiry would take at minimum 30 days perhaps to get a response, I mean, we can't go back and forth too many times. So I feel like the only chance of getting any real answer from HCD on anything before October would be to present a real proposal to them so that they might actually be able to evaluate it. Is that correct?
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, yes, but basically like how the process works, it is a back and forth. I think it works most efficiently when there's a back and forth consultation before you put pen to paper on red lines. Ultimately, if we get a positive response from HCD on an amendment, then you're not kind of like burning your wheels, writing up red line amendments that they're going to say no to anyway. So you want the consultation process to lead into actually making changes, just as a process.
Sure, but I imagine if you say, what should we do instead to HCD, they'd say, it's not our city.
No, I mean, they're not going to come up with solutions for us.
Right. So I feel like we need more specifics than that.
Right.
I appreciate that, the interest from certain members on this dais to looking at creating more livable, walkable neighborhoods with fine-grained retail, with development on small lots. And I think there are standards that we could pursue as a council to make that more feasible. All of those standards require housing and additional height. But nonetheless, I would love to work as a council on that proposal. The only thing I see listed here that seems like a concrete proposal, and if I understand it correctly from your back and forth with Councilmember Negrete, we're not positive what HCD, they seemed amenable, but we're not positive what they would say about lot consolidation. That's right. That seems like an interesting idea, that there's some general consensus around that. What people are worried about are these large retail plates, some of these small fine-grained retail spaces we all agree we want to preserve. That seems like a proposal that makes sense to me. Beyond that, I'm not sure what the other proposal is. I know at one point the Planning Commission and this body talked about upzoning the R1s. Obviously, that would have a clear AFFH corollary that they would see. Beyond those two things, I don't see anything that seems like a proposal that HCD would be able to weigh in on. But those are both that I would consider.
So I'm next in the queue. And I guess my question is, and I agree with Councilmember Zwick. I think if we just sort of ask general questions, we're going to get back the response, give us more detail. But I want to be responsive, and I want to be productive, and there's a famous Far Side cartoon that lawyers cite all the time where the defendant says, well, I guess I'll plead not guilty just to get the old ball rolling. And that's sort of how I feel like we are here, is how do we get this ball rolling? And my concern is that we'll be here till the cows come home, trying to figure out what specifics we want to ask HCD. I just don't think that we're up here prepared. I don't think staff is prepared to say, here's what you should do, or here's what we think will fly. But, and against my better judgment, I'm wondering, does it make sense to just take step one at this point? Ask HCD, can the city just not upzone the neighborhood commercial, and see what response we get. And if they say no, then we go back to the drawing board. And if they say yes, then problem solved. I mean, I personally think we need to upzone. I actually think, I want to say, I think, one of the issues is by putting housing over commercial, we actually are putting customers on top of these small businesses. The most successful neighborhoods throughout this country, throughout the world, have housing over commercial. So, I personally would prefer that we actually put some housing in, but trying to be responsive to all the concerns here and feeling like we're not in a position to go to HCD with a specific proposal to say, boom, here's what we want to do, and here's where, we're going to squeeze a balloon here and it's going to pop out over here, and here's what we want to do. And I get the sense that this could be a very long iterative process. And I don't want to waste staff's time either, in all honesty. Our staff has a lot to do. And so maybe, and I'm not clear, I think Councilmember De La Torre made a motion. Did we have a second? Oh, okay.
We never really made a full motion.
Okay, so,
I would second yours, Liam.
well, I think Councilmember Terosas, who's next in line, I'll defer to her.
So I understand Oscar's motion to be, or excuse me, Councilmember De La Torre's motion to be the option 3. The reason I'm going to make a substitute motion to option 3 is because what I heard staff tell us is that if we have this IZO and we have folks that are coming forward, we could be in a de facto situation where we'll have to approve projects. Therefore, we've removed effectively our local control. And so that concerns me. I think we've heard from everyone here that we do not want to do that. We do not want to be in like a Builder Remedy 2.0 situation. So for that reason, I appreciate where you're coming from, but I'm going to make a substitute motion that we actually go forward with option 2, which again is to adopt the zoning proposals as put forward tonight so that we know that we're moving forward with compliance with our already agreed upon housing element, and send the letter to HCD concurrently that Gleam just proposed, that I think it sounds like a majority of council wants us to do, to ask the simple question. If the answer is yes, we come back with more detailed components. I mean, I do think that there are a few elements I would include in the letter, but it sounds like we have, we're not ready to do that tonight. So I would, I don't know that was Oscar.
No,
So I do not want the IZO, because I think that opens us up to liability here. So I think that we have to do option 2, which is, but like 1.5, which is implement the housing element by adopting what has been proposed and what we've all agreed on here tonight, and send a letter asking us simply, can we make a trade, basically.
And is there a second for that?
I'll second.
I'm still reading, hold on.
Well, I mean, I think option 2 has a lot of lists.
We could shrink.
Councilmember Terosas, maybe I can summarize your
Sure, go
motion
ahead,
and maybe
yeah.
may ask for a friendly amendment. One is that we adopt the zoning ordinance as proposed tonight, which would include the upzoning of the neighborhood commercial. 2, that we send a letter to HCD that basically asks, can we not upzone the neighborhood commercial and still remain in compliance? And what I am hearing is, I think, somewhat consensus around this idea about lot consolidation. Is that something we could include in the letter?
No, we don't need to.
If they come back and say no.
Yeah, we don't need to, right?
Sorry.
So
We don't need to put a lot consolidation.
We don't need to ask
in the
about lot
letter.
consolidation?
But we did want to make some clarification that in order to ensure that it is not in conflict with the housing element, that we would want to put an exemption for SSI sites. There are 3 on Pico Boulevard that were identified as suitable sites inventory, and so those 3 would be allowed lot consolidation.
Is it already?
Those are going to be 100% affordable, right?
No, not necessarily. They were just identified as high housing potential because they were vacant or there's common ownership. Yeah.
Okay, so that's not something we have to put in the letter. So as I understand your motion, Councilmember Terosas, is we adopt the zoning code tonight and we send the very basic letter to HCD asking the simple question. I will second that motion.
Currently, right? Like, right now?
Yeah.
Oh, wait. You're just asking if
Brock
she'll
had
accept
already.
you're just asking if she'll accept the friendly amendment.
Well, my friendly amendment was going to be about lot consolidation, but it sounds like we don't have to ask about that at this
Okay,
point
so
in
it's
time.
already moved and seconded.
Okay. All right. So we have that substitute motion on the floor. I have De La Torre and Brock in the queue. Do you guys still want to speak, or that's just a
Don't need to,
hangover?
let's vote.
Can I ask a second?
Yeah, sure, go ahead.
So what's on the floor is to adopt the element into zoning, send a letter to HCD, and I'm a little unclear about the lot consolidation. Are we asking HCD about lot consolidation?
Because we may not have to ask them. staff seems to be of the opinion that that may be something we can do without getting the blessing of HCD.
So we're
why give them the opportunity to say no?
But we're directing staff to change the zoning on those NCs to outlaw lot consolidation?
Well, that will be something we will do to protect businesses. We don't have to do that. It's not part of the housing element, right?
It would be the opposite.
So it doesn't require a change to the housing element.
Then
No, it doesn't
not
require a
allow
change
it.
to the housing element.
Well,
It would
you
be
have
an
two
amendment to the
lots.
zoning red lines.
You're still going to allow some.
I'm sorry, I'm hearing multiple voices. It says adopt NC zone lot consolidation limit excluding SSI. Is that something we're proposing to do right now or we'll do in the future?
Mayor, may I remind the council, you're not doing anything tonight except giving
Okay, are
staff
we
direction to
directing
interpret
staff
these
to
things.
include that in its red lines?
Right.
So when we bring back the red lines for adoption, you would like to include NC zone lot consolidation limits excluding the SSI, is what I understand your.
No, we don't want to put the consolidation in the letter.
No, not in the letter, in the red
Later,
lines.
yes.
Right.
The red lines, yeah.
Okay, so we're
The
asking
letter
them,
is asking this one question.
Right. So we're only going to ask the one question at the top.
okay, and we're directing staff to implement the housing element and include in there another additional red line around limiting lot consolidation in the NCs.
Right.
Okay.
Right. But we will be adopting the housing element as, or we will be adopting the zoning ordinance that will enact the housing element as is, and then sending the letter, which I think should be relatively simple for staff.
And requesting this
Tell
additional.
me if I'm wrong. And I say relative, I use the word relatively.
Nothing's easy.
But we're providing additional direction to add the lot consolidation limit as well.
Yes, into the zoning
Okay.
code. Is that clear?
Yes, it is.
All right. Do we all understand the motion?
Yes.
All right, Ms. Anderson?
A quick little
Sure.
friendly amendment. The Planning Commission, initiated a lot of this conversation, and I would like to make a friendly amendment that the letter that's being written, drafted by staff, can be sent to the Planning Commission for review and input before it comes back to council.
I'm not the maker of the motion.
Can't that be just direction for them to share the letter and come back to us?
To give some
But
input.
if you have them go through the whole planning commission. No, we don't want to go through the whole planning.
Okay.
It's gonna, I understand because they initiated
Yeah.
this, and they should be, I'm sure Jane will share it.
Yeah, I think we want to maybe
Informally.
to put a finer point on it, instead of working with the entire commission, which is kind of unwieldy, might I suggest we work with a subcommittee of the planning
Yes.
commission in preparing a letter? And then it sounds like you want then the commission to bless that letter before it comes to the council?
With that planning
I don't
commission,
think so. I think that's just too much. You already know what to do at this point.
Okay.
I
We
mean,
trust you.
well, I have a concern that I'll be honest with you, not to insult anyone on Planning Commission, but I don't want to open this up all again at Planning Commission.
Right,
We've
right.
just spent 3 hours or 2 hours on this. I think it's our job to give you direction. You can certainly share our intent with Planning Commission and say, this is what council has directed us to do, and you can certainly share the letter with them. But I think saying we want them to approve the letter means, well, they could say, well, I want to ask about this and I want to ask
Right.
about that. And all of a sudden, what is supposed to be a very simple yes or no question starts to get very complicated.
Oscar, the seconder will not accept that.
Okay. Right. So are we all clear on the motion before we vote? All right, Ms. Anderson Warren, take it away.
Councilmember Swick,
Yes.
Councilmember Parra,
Yes.
Councilmember Brock,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Negrete,
Yes.
Councilmember Terosas.
Yes.
Councilmember De La Torre,
Yes.
and Mayor Davis.
Yes, that passes unanimously. All right, now, do any other council members have any other proposed issues to raise? Oh, I wouldn't be so sure. Do any other council members have any other issues they want to raise at this point in time? Looking at you, Councilmember Zwick.
I have several, frankly, but, the housing element's very long. There are 12 different ordinances that we're amending. I have many, but if it's the desire of the council, it can be continued. But yes, I have several.
Well, I think we had this discussion and everyone said, let's push through. So let's push through.
Okay.
Well, I mean, look, we have to be fair to everybody. You all had an issue. We spent a lot of time discussing it. Councilmember Zwick's entitled to the same consideration. Now, if Councilmember Zwick doesn't mind putting it off till, I would say we continue it till next week so that it's not put off, because we need to give direction to staff.
I don't mind. I would like a chance to ask to make further amendments potentially to the adopted ordinances, but it doesn't have to happen tonight.
Is there a consensus on the council? I mean, it would be a continued item, so there'd be no new public comment, and it would come at the beginning of the meeting as a continued item, as a 6th item. Yeah, for next Tuesday on the 28th. It's been decided. That's been decided. As much as I can put it in concrete, and I don't apparently seem to be very good at that, but I think we've already had that. So what is the sense of the council? I mean, I want to be fully respectful to Councilmember Zwick, because he is entitled to the same consideration that everyone else got on their issues.
Can we listen to what it is first?
Well, he has a number, he says.
He has a number. Can we just postpone? Would it be acceptable to you?
Yes.
Thank you.
Does that work for staff? Maybe I'll turn to the city manager. I know we have a full agenda, but it's not so packed that I think we couldn't hear Councilmember Zwick's proponent.
We always have a lot to discuss. I mean, if it works for staff, we can come back February 28th. It'll be a continued item, so we'll do it before the study session on solid waste rates. But I do want to advise the council, we do have to discuss solid waste rates because of timing, so it will be potentially another long evening.
We're already here. That's how I feel. I mean, I'm sorry. Tell us what it is. We're already here.
Okay, I mean, I can just start.
All right, well, why don't you start?
Nobody comments.
He said that he was willing to bring it next
Well,
week.
but we also have people who want to just blow through it tonight. I mean, we can take a vote.
It could go fast.
We can take a vote. All those in favor of continuing this item till next week to allow Councilmember Zwick to raise his proposed amendments to the zoning code, and I think we should probably not do this by vote, because I think we have some disagreement about that. So a yes vote is to postpone it till the 28th, and no vote is to continue to hear it tonight. Can you take the roll, Madam Clerk?
Yes. Councilmember De La Torre.
A yes vote is to continue, a no vote is to hear it tonight.
Yes.
No.
Wait.
Yes is to continue. No is to hear it tonight.
Yeah, I don't want, well,
Yes? Okay.
how long?
We don't.
10 minutes, I don't know.
Honestly, you're delirious.
It'll be another hour because we'll all argue.
I'd like to postpone. I think we're already burned.
Okay, how about we do this, because it's even getting confusing with yes or no. Postpone or not postpone? Vote that way.
Okay. Councilmember De La Torre, you said postpone?
Postpone.
Okay. Councilmember Terosas. No. Mayor Pro Tem Negrete.
Suffer through tonight.
Okay, so
Councilmember Brock.
Postpone.
Councilmember Parra. Postpone. Councilmember Zwick.
Can I pass to?
you can abstain if you
Can I
want.
abstain?
Okay.
Okay.
And Mayor Davis.
You know what, I'm gonna vote to postpone it.
Okay.
I think that we're all a little punchy,
Okay.
and I think that,
Okay.
yeah, no, I get it, but it is 1:17 in the morning, and I think we're getting a little punchy here, so. And
Can we get a teaser to next week?
No.
we don't want to violate the Brown Act.
Oh, are we ready to adjourn?
All right, so I know this has been a relatively informal meeting, but I think I should formally adjourn it before you all go off. So we are adjourned until next Tuesday at 5:30 PM, where we will be hearing about solid waste rates as well as Councilmember Zwick's proposals. Thank you.